People are still being admitted into the room, but it seems like it might take a little bit of time. And so we're going to get started on our first session of witness testimonies for today. Today, all of the sessions will be focusing in on different aspects of Canadian responsibility, complicity, and what reparations would entail. And our first session, I will turn it over to our chair, Rachel Small, to chair, is on arms transfers and foreign fighters. And Rachel Small is the Canada organizer of World Beyond War. Rachel, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aziza. It's truly an honor to open up day 2 of this vitally important tribunal. As you said yesterday, all the more so because of persisting despite state efforts at disrupting it. Truly a testament to how important it is to host these spaces to explore Canadian complicity. I myself am joining on Zoom instead of inside because, ironically, my accreditation was denied yesterday because of my own participation in protests to demand an arms embargo on Israel. But it's truly such an honor to share space here today together with all of you, and notably this panel of eminent elders and witnesses. And I feel as though I'm in the room with all of you, and I thank you for your presence and your attention. Today, the day is centered on dimensions of Canadian responsibility and reparations, and later throughout the day, we'll be looking at complicity through immigration and refugees, and often blocking the flow of people through the flow of funds or lack of flow of funds, whether through foreign aid or the charitable sector, through the complicity in institutions like universities, media, cultural institutions, and finally, a much needed look at reparations. But first, we'll be beginning this morning by looking at Canada's military complicity in Israel's ongoing genocide. I think yesterday's incredibly powerful testimonies highlighted just the unbelievably immense violence in such a clear and sharp way for all of us who attended. And I think it needs to be said over and over, this violence is not in the past tense. The bombs have not stopped falling. And none of that violence, none of Israel's genocide, it frankly would not be possible without the flow of weapons from the United States, from Europe, and yes, from Canada. And this Canadian military complicity in this genocide, it has many facets. We can't get into all of it in the next hour, but it also looks like the deep intertwinement of Canada and Israel as fellow settler colonial states that obviously identify in many ways with each other. And just one example of this is the Canada-Israel Strategic Partnership, which under its Memorandum of Understanding, Canada has committed to collaborate with the Israeli Ministry of Defense, the Israeli Ministry of National Security on military-to-military relations, joint military operations, defense procurement, cybersecurity, etc. And the Canadian Armed Forces, when pressed, recently confirmed they have not changed the relationship between themselves and the Israeli military since October 7th, 2023. They continue to train and share intelligence and to communicate in the same way. That's just one indication of what this relationship looks like. And in this session, we'll be specifically digging into Canada's ongoing arms trade with Israel. So this flow of weaponry to and from these perpetrators of genocide, as well as Canadian complicity through the literal enlistment of Canadians to commit war crimes in the Israeli military, as well as Canada's role in hosting such war criminals here. While World Beyond War has been investigating, in some ways, this relationship for years, in October 2023, we really dug into the Canada-Israel arms trade in earnest and mapped out hundreds of companies across the country that are continuing to supply weapons to Israel. I raise this because this is happening in our backyards, and it's many dozens of such companies in the Ottawa area and frankly surrounding every major city in this country, but really from coast to coast to coast. A few weeks ago in London, Ontario, Over 100 people showed up at an arms fair that was to be attended by Elbit, by Lockheed Martin, as well as by Canadian companies deeply complicit in arming Israel's genocide, to blockade access to this arms fair, to prevent these weapons companies' CEOs from being able to enter. The police response was very intense, perhaps unsurprising for an event that itself was attended by the RCMP, by CSIS, by the Canadian Armed Forces as customers to this arms fair. But what we discovered in the process of this repression from the London police is that they use Celebrate, a digital intelligence tool developed in Israel. And in fact, Canadian police forces across the country, including the RCMP, who was there as well, use BriefCam, again, an Israeli surveillance tool that was developed at Palestinian checkpoints. I raise this to highlight that in every aspect of this struggle, we are facing this deep military complicity and relationship between the states of Canada and the states of Israel, both illegitimate states, of course, and guilty of enormous violence. And in this context of this deep state intertanglement in this genocide, while we must and we will continue to make powerful demands of the Canadian state and to force its accountability and its action, we know that the state is not going to be leading the struggle for justice and accountability. And in fact, that's what we're doing here today. I think this is what justice looks like. I think this is what truth looks like. And it's such an honor to get to host part of this space with all of you this morning. So without further delay, I'm really thrilled to welcome Shane Martinez.
Rachel, just one further delay. Sorry, so we're hearing from the live stream that some of the sound isn't coming through well. And so I would just ask, and I'm reading out tech instructions given to me by someone else. So apologize if they don't make sense, but if everyone could just make sure on their lower left mic icon, the small triangle sound setting is auto adjust turned on so that we're getting the best possible sound quality coming through. Thanks so much, everyone.
Would it help if I spoke a little bit louder?
Yes, that would probably also help. You know, you're very gentle, but please raise your voice, Rachel.
I would be pleased to. So now, without any further ado, I'd be really pleased to introduce and welcome Shane Martinez, a lawyer with the International Center of Justice for Palestinians, and frankly, who in his role as a lawyer and outside of that has showed up in the struggle and solidarity with Palestinians in countless ways. Please welcome Shane Martinez.
Thanks very much, Rachel. I don't think that Canadian arms producers would consider Rachel to be gentle in any way, but yeah, her reputation precedes.
Only in voice and manner.
Even then, but no, thanks so much. It's an honor to be on this panel with such esteemed individuals. And I'll offer my apologies now because unfortunately I have to depart at 11 a.m. But I am deeply grateful to the organizers for inviting me to be a part of such an important event. I'm going to be speaking about Canadians in the IOF, primarily Canadians. I'll briefly speak about foreign fighters as well. Now, although mainstream media coverage about Canadians serving in the Israeli military has been largely minimal, given the significance of those actions, these individuals have made significant contributions to Israel's genocidal campaign. They have killed people. They have been killed as well. Canadians have been killed in Gaza. Canadian soldiers serving in the IOF. Some have openly chronicled their time in Gaza. Others have tried to be more secret about it. Now there seems to be a defined trend among soldiers to not post information online about their activities. And this seems to be coming from a directive from Israel's Ministry of Defense for obvious reasons, similar to why we see now a lot of times when they put Israeli soldiers on TV in Israeli military propaganda, they oftentimes have them wearing masks or they're blurring their faces. There's a reason for this. And today I'm going to be speaking about Canadian IOF soldiers and the legal frameworks to try and hold them accountable in Canada and internationally. I may be truncating my remarks a little bit, and it's a fairly broad topic that's being addressed in a short window of time, so I ask that you please forgive any oversights on my part. But I think we can begin by looking at the relevant legal frameworks at play. And we can start off by acknowledging that Canada is a signatory to the Rome Statute. And that's the treaty that established the International Criminal Court. And it really serves as a framework for the prosecution of individuals who commit genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. So at the International Criminal Court, that's where you have individuals who have been charged. They are held accountable there. The ICJ, which we sometimes hear about, is for state-to-state litigation. Now, domestically, Canada has passed the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act, which effectively codifies Canada's obligations under the Rome Statute into Canadian law, and that allows for prosecution of those offenses in Canada under this principle known as universal jurisdiction, meaning that when it comes to offenses like this, they're so grave that you can prosecute them here, even though they may have taken place somewhere else. Canada is also a high contracting party to the Genocide Convention, which is, of course, the treaty which specifically pertains to the crime of genocide and commits states to prevent and punish it. And finally, Canada has been deeply involved historically in the development of the responsibility to protect, or R2P principle. That's a non-binding political commitment that's made by UN member states to protect populations from ethnic cleansing and other types of atrocity crimes. And you may be wondering, why am I mentioning this? Well, I mention it because it means that Canada has a duty to encourage respect for customary international law. And that duty is owed to the international community as a whole, so to all human beings. And it's owed to us as Canadians as well when we want to hold our own government accountable. And despite how things play out on the ground, the Israeli armed forces enjoy no special legal status or exemptions that would insulate them in any way from the equal application of Canadian and international law. Canada has an obligation to investigate and take prosecutorial action against IOF soldiers, whether they're Canadian or not, if there's reasonable grounds to believe that they were directly or indirectly involved in the commission of a crime. However, what we see is that while Canada will very actively pursue accountability in other situations, such as the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, the ethnic cleansing of Yazidis by Daesh, the Rohingya in Myanmar, it absolutely refuses to take any action whatsoever to restrain Israel in the genocide of Palestinians. Now, we know that Canadians are recruited or induced to enlist in the IOF in a variety of ways and in a variety of places as well. And just to be abundantly clear, this is a crime in Canada. Section 11 of the Foreign Enlistment Act makes it a crime for any person within Canada to recruit or otherwise induce any person to enlist or accept any commission or engagement in the armed forces of a foreign state. Okay? So we have to think critically about, well, what does that mean of organizations like, let's say, for example, HSEG, which provides scholarships for lone soldiers to complete their service, right? Is that draw of a fully paid university education an inducement to enlist in the armed forces? Many would say that it is, and that in fact is a crime. Or what about SARL Canada? That's an organization that recruits volunteers for non-combat roles in the IOF. They wear IOF uniforms. They live on the bases. They have to follow the rules that are delivered by the Israeli military. They clean tanks. They check ammunition. They do everything that soldiers would do to free up those soldiers to go to the front lines. We brought this to the attention of the Toronto Police. This group, SARL Canada, operates in Toronto. Rabbi David Mivaser and an individual named Khalid Mumar, who's a Nakba survivor, jointly filed a complaint. It wasn't Khalid Mumar in that case. It was another individual, Rehab Nizal, with David Mivaser, filed a complaint with SARL Canada, with the Toronto Police about SARL Canada. The police refused to act, even though all of SARL Canada's activities were described to them. So what happened is that Rehab and David, with the assistance of myself and a colleague of mine, John Philpott, we went to court and we brought the evidence that we had into court. We presented it before a justice of the peace, and we proved that there was evidence on all the elements of the offense. And we were able to successfully have criminal charges privately laid against SARL Canada for violating the Foreign Enlistment Act. This was the first time that this had ever happened. So we were privately prosecuting the case ourselves. It wasn't the state that was prosecuting it. We had full carriage of the criminal prosecution against this group. What did Canada do? Well, they ended up stepping in. They took over the case and they shut it down before it ever reached trial. Now, that was frustrating, but I'll explain at the end why I think it's still important to pursue these endeavors, even though we may experience inaction or interference from the Canadian state. Now, Section 11 has to do with recruiting people for a foreign army and how that's a crime. And there's another new dimension, though, that's recently arisen with respect to Canadians enlisting in the IOF. Many of us are rightfully criticizing kind of the hollow liberalism that characterizes Canada's recognition of a Palestinian state. However, it does trigger a number of legal consequences. One of them has to do, again, with the Foreign Enlistment Act. Section 3 of the Foreign Enlistment Act says that it's a crime for any person who's a Canadian national, whether inside or outside Canada, who voluntarily accepts any commission or engagement in the armed forces of a foreign state at war with any friendly foreign state. Okay? So this is very interesting because now Canada and Palestine are friendly states, right? So in fact, it's no longer just a crime to recruit someone for a foreign army, but now if that foreign army is at war with a state that Canada is friendly with, such as Palestine, it's a crime to serve in that army as well. So individuals who are going and enlisting are potentially committing a criminal offense. So this is a new dimension that we've been looking at as well. Really briefly, I think it's also important to look at the issue of non-citizen IOF soldiers who are coming to Canada. What we've been seeing over the last year is many of them have been entering Canada for speaking events, for fundraisers here in Canada that raise money to subsidize services that are provided by Israel's Ministry of Defense. They do speaking tours. And these are individuals who have acknowledged that they've been in Gaza, that have acknowledged that they've been involved in this criminal enterprise that Israel is undertaking. Now, the policy of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada states that persons who have committed or are complicit in the commission of a war crime or a crime against humanity or genocide or any other reprehensible act, very broad, regardless of where these crimes have occurred, are not welcome in Canada. So individuals who are complicit in reprehensible acts, such as the invasion and occupation, what Canada recognizes as an illegal invasion and occupation, right, of Gaza and the West Bank. These individuals, by the policy of the IRCC in Canada, should not be welcome in Canada. And what we know as well from audits of CBSA, the same border authority which has apparently been interfering with some people trying to attend this tribunal, is that they have the capacity to exclude people who are suspected of war crimes. Over about a 10-year period, if my reading of the data is correct, there was about 2,800 visa applications that were denied for either commission or complicity in crimes against humanity, war crimes, and genocide. We know of none of those having to do with Israeli soldiers, right? Despite having brought this to the attention repeatedly of CBSA authorities that Israeli soldiers are entering the country. And so when it comes to suspected war crimes, CBSA has erred on the side of caution and oftentimes denied people into Canada in controversial situations, even where much time has passed. There's not really any proof that they were involved in the commission of an offense. They still deny them where there's a suspicion that something may have happened. But with Israel, it's carte blanche. You're able to openly declare your participation in the Gaza genocide and still come into Canada. Now, I'm just taking a look at the time, and I don't want to go on too much longer, but I will just emphasize as well that there's a further dimension still that I think warrants our attention, and that's the Canada-Israel strategic partnership angle that Rachel mentioned. It's extremely important because that involves Canadian soldiers who may not have served in the IOF, but by serving in the Canadian armed forces have in fact been complicit in Israel's war crimes. And that demands much further scrutiny. And Canada does everything it can to try and keep records about those activities out of ATIP results that people file, access to information applications. But we need to dig as deep as we can to find out what has Canada's role been? Because as Rachel's described, there's been training exercises, procurement activities together, intelligence sharing, and so on. What has been going on these last 2 years? How has Canada been assisting Israel at this time when UN experts and leading human rights organizations have denounced Israel as committing a genocide? So we need to look into what that complicity is more. And no matter how much the state continues to push back on us, and no matter how much frustration that we may encounter in domestic proceedings, we still need to attempt them, exhaust them, because once we exhaust those proceedings here, even if we're not successful, we can use that record of our attempts at utilizing Canadian law to try to access international forums. And although individuals can't go into, let's say, the ICC or the ICJ on their own to litigate a matter, they can work with other partners, such as third-party states who are interested in holding Canada accountable, which is something that's more and more of a reality in this ever multipolar world. So I say all of that to simply say, please continue pulling back the curtains, trying to dig for the information that we need for accountability. The work of groups like World Beyond War and others is absolutely essential in this struggle, and ICJP and others is ready and willing when that information comes up to try and use it to hold Canada and others accountable. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Shane. And I mean, frankly, the work of the ICJP, the International Center of Justice for Palestinians, is vital. Really appreciate you putting such a fine point on even just the one example of who are the borders and what are the borders keeping out. It's certainly not the flow of weapons. It's not the flow of soldiers, but apparently of people who are participating in processes of justice like this tribunal, and of course, so many others, and of refugees, just as one example of the ways that these state mechanisms are being used. Next, I'm really honored to welcome Mohammed Khares, who was evacuated from Gaza and is just an incredibly vital and powerful witness to the direct experience of violence. And I understand that he may be showing video testimony as well. Please welcome Mohammed.
Hello, Rachel. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor, I am Mohammed Reis. I'm giving this testimony about the events I personally saw during the Israeli military attack on my neighborhood in northern Gaza, near to the Palestinian stadium. So, around 7 a.m. that day, on November 12th, 2023, I woke up to a very strong artillery fire and airstrike. The explosions were loud and people were screaming outside. Israeli tanks had entered the school near to our house. Families were running in fear, and my family and I were surrounded from all sides by Israeli tanks. At around 11 a.m., the Israeli army announced that civilians should evacuate and walk to South Gaza. We followed the instructions, raised white flags, and walked on the route
Wait,
they told us
I'm
to
so
take.
sorry. I'm so sorry, Mohammed. People are having trouble hearing, and this is absolutely vital testimony. So if we could maybe raise the sound level and start from the beginning. Go closer. Can you go closer to the mic? Oh, yes.
Sound is loud and clear on the live stream and on Zoom, so perhaps the volume in the room can be raised.
It's not the volume in the room. So everything else is fine, but Mohammed, if you're using a headset, are you able to just use the built-in mic of the laptop?
Wait a minute.
You might want to change the audio setting to pick up the built-in mic.
Hello?
Yeah, maybe this is better.
Hello?
Let's try.
So I start from the beginning, yes?
Yes, I think start from the beginning,
Okay.
please.
Okay, no
Sorry,
problem.
Mohammed. Thank you.
I'm Mohammed Reis. I'm giving this testimony about the events I personally saw during the Israeli military attack on my neighborhood in northern Gaza near to the Palestine stadium. So around 7 a.m. on that day, 12th of November 2023, I woke up to a very strong artillery fire and airstrike. The explosions were loud and people were screaming outside. Israeli tanks had entered the school near our house. Families were running in fear, and my family and I were surrounded from all sides by Israeli tanks. At around 11 a.m., the Israeli army announced that civilians should evacuate and walk south. We followed the instructions, raised white flags, and walked on the route they told us to take. We were a large group of unarmed civilians, including many women and children. When we reached a main intersection, Israeli soldiers suddenly opened fire above the crowd. People panicked and turned left to escape. My mother, Al-Akhrass, and my young nephew, Taim, continued straight on the original path. At that moment, I tried to tell them to go with us, but the sounds of bomb and airstrikes were very loud, so they didn't hear me, and they straight ahead to the road that the Israeli army told us to go ahead to it. So uh, at that moment, an Israeli soldier shot my mother in the chest. She fell to the ground immediately, and I was very shocked. I ran to her thinking she had slipped, but I saw that she had been hit by an explosive bullet during the chows. Time became separated from my mother. He was terrified and ran with the people turning left, and he ended up staying with my uncle's daughter. His parents and brother were trapped under gunfire and surrounded by tanks. The family was completely separated and they did not see Time again for 6 months. I screamed very loud for help, but no one could came because of the shooting and the tanks. My father reached us soon after, and together we carried my mother back to home. She was still alive. We brought a relative who is a doctor to try to save her, but her wound was extremely serious, and unfortunately, she died shortly after. In the following days, we continued facing heavy bombing and self-destruction from many types of weapons used by the Israeli forces. These events caused extreme danger, deep emotional damage, trauma, and long-lasting harm to my family and our community. I give this testimony honestly and willingly, seeking justice and accountability for the killing of my mothers and the suffering caused to civilians.
Thank you, Mohammed. No one should have to live through such an experience, and your bravery, your steadfastness in sharing this testimony in honor of your mother, in honor of all Palestinians, and of the struggle for justice is just so deeply appreciated by all of us here, and I know by many more around the world. So thank you.
So, Rachel, can
Thank you,
I just
Rachel.
quickly say, we were planning to show the video of the killing of Muhammad's mother. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, we can't, but I know that this is a video that many of you will already have seen. It was one of the early captured atrocities of the elderly woman wearing a hijab, wearing a white flag, being shot by an Israeli sniper, holding her grandson in her arms. And Muhammad is the man in the video who is shown desperately running towards his mother to try to save her.
Thank you, Aziza. And once again, thank you, Mohammed. And I know that Mohammed is also testifying in a really important legal case related to the next speaker that we'll be bringing up today. Next, we'll be hearing from James Yap, who's a lawyer with Canadian Lawyers for International Human Rights, which is in fact suing the Canadian government for not following its own arms export laws. And as mentioned, I know that Mohammed is testifying in that really vital case as well. So thank you, James, for joining us here today to speak about this.
Thanks, Rachel. Is the sound okay? Okay, great. Before I begin, I'd just like to take a moment to express how much I am in awe of people like Mohammed. Anyone in this room or online who's lost a parent knows how profoundly, life-alteringly devastating that experience can be. And just imagine if it happens in circumstances like the ones Mohammed just described. At such a young age, to Mohammed, I think how old are you? You're 20 or so?
25.
25. And Mohammed has lived through this, and like so many others, relives it again and again, voluntarily, because he's so determined to share with the world and share with people like us what happened and just tell the truth about the things that are going on. So I just wanted to take a moment to say how much, Mohammed, I admire you and people like you, and thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, James.
Good morning, everyone, elders. I am a lawyer representing a group of Palestinian and Canadian individuals and NGOs challenging Canadian arms exports to Israel in Canadian courts. One of our aims is to make sure that voices of Palestinians like Mohammed, who cry out for justice, are heard directly by Canadian government authorities in Canadian courts so that their complicity can be exposed for all to see. Make no mistake, that complicity runs deep, despite the great lengths that Canada takes to conceal it. Allow me to explain. So we filed our challenge in the federal court in March of 2024. Shortly afterwards, the Canadian government made an announcement that it had stopped issuing issuing permits for arms exports to Israel. Presumably, it wanted the majority of Canadians who want an end to arms exports to Israel to believe that Canadian arms were in fact no longer going to Israel. Elders, nothing could be further from the truth. First of all, Canada did not cancel arms exports permits to Israel that had already been issued, but had not yet been utilized. So this has allowed millions of dollars of arms exports to continue to flow from Canada to Israel directly, even though they say they have stopped issuing new permits. Second, and far more significantly, Canada did not stop the far greater volume of arms exports that flows to Israel indirectly through the United States. So, for background, because of the close relationship between the two countries, Canada and the US have set up an arrangement that effectively combines the arms industries of the two countries into a single integrated North American military industry. Now, as part of this arrangement, Canadian arms manufacturers do not need to obtain a permit for most Canadian arms exports to the US. This means that Canadian-made weapons, parts, and components are an important part of the supply chain of the US military industry, which in turn supplies 70% of Israel's arms imports. So in fact, Canada, through this mechanism, contributes both ready-made weapons, such as mortar ammunition, as well as parts and components that go into building and maintaining some of the most destructive weapons used in the Gaza genocide, such as the F-35, F-15, and F-16 assault aircraft, and the Apache AH-64 helicopters. Elders, this is a flagrant violation of several of Canada's obligations under international law. It violates Canada's obligations under the Arms Treaty, which prohibit the export of arms in cases where the export of arms could risk contributing to serious violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. It also violates Canada's obligations under the Genocide Convention, which compels parties to take measures to prevent and punish genocide where it occurs or where there's a risk of it occurring. Further, in a ruling issued just last year, as Professor Imsis, R.D. Imsis described yesterday, the International Court of Justice called on all countries of the world to honor their, quote, obligations relating to the transfer of arms to parties to an armed conflict in order to avoid the risk that such arms might be used to violate the Geneva Conventions, end quote. This is from the ICJ advisory opinion of July 2024. So in light of these violations of international law, in addition to our ongoing challenge, our work in Canadian courts, we have also been doing advocacy under international law. That is, my colleagues and I have taken up the issue with multiple UN bodies that receive and evaluate complaints under international human rights law. We took in October of 2023, we took Canada to the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and talked about the contribution of Canadian-made weapons to reproductive violence against women in Gaza, and attacks on hospitals and maternity care centers that have been depriving women and children of important reproductive, maternal, and neonatal care. In March of 2025, we took Canada to the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, again in Geneva, and spoke to the committee there about the disproportionate impacts on persons with disabilities on people in Gaza. Elders, I have to say, unfortunately, that both times, just as it has been with the Canadian public, the Canadian government was very deceptive and evasive in responses. For instance, before the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Canadian Canadian mission to Geneva, the permanent mission to Geneva, their representatives said that they claimed that Canada examines all permit applications carefully to determine whether they will contribute to serious violations of international humanitarian law or international human rights law. But they did not mention, as I said earlier, that many export permits, such as those that, or many of those that go through the US, do not require an export permit application in the first place. So this is the measure of evasiveness that we saw from Canadian government officials in Geneva. In fact, at the Disability Rights Committee, members of the committee specifically called out Canada. And one member said that, described the testimony as, quote, deceptive. Another commented, oh, there seems to be something missing from your remarks. People who have dealt with the Canadian permanent mission to Geneva will not be surprised by this. And perhaps Canadian members of the Canadian public at large, because it mirrors the evasiveness with which they have dealt with the issue to the Canadian public. So after we also wrote a letter to the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination about Canadian arms exports to Israel. And so with these three committees, each committee expressed grave concern about the impacts of Israel's genocidal acts on women, disabled persons, and identifiable racial groups specifically. And each committee called out Canada for failing to stop arms exports to Israel and urged it to do more. And yet, Canada has still done nothing. Meanwhile, in Canada, we're still working hard on getting our challenge in Canadian court, and we hope to get it to a hearing soon. When that happens, we look forward to finally forcing the Canadian government to look its complicity in this genocide straight in the face. As the Supreme Court of Canada said in the case of R.V. Cowan, quote, "The person who provides the gun is guilty of the same offense as the person who pulls the triggers." Elders, the Canadian government is providing the guns for the genocide and is just as guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, James. This work, I mean, all of your work, but notably this work to pursue justice, to sue the Canadian government in federal court for not upholding even its insufficient arms control regime is vital, is vitally important, and is deeply appreciated. And I'm so pleased that our next speaker will be speaking to flesh out a little bit more about this really critical aspect of Canadian complicity in terms of the flow of arms. Please welcome Bseiso Shafi, an organizer with the Palestine Youth Movement and specifically with the Montreal chapter. And I cannot overstate enough the incredible work of the PYM Montreal team's deep research into especially the ongoing shipment of weapons from Canada to Israel. The last Arms Embargo Now report that came out at the end of July that made headlines globally would not have been possible without the members of PYM Montreal's just thousands of hours of dogged inquiry into what is actually happening behind the lies of the Canadian government. And so appreciative to have Bseiso here to present today.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. I just want to check if the sound is good. Can you hear me well? Yeah, okay, amazing. So thank you, Rachel, for this introduction. Good morning to you all. So my name is Bseiso. I'm with the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I'm very, very honored to be in front of you today to speak only for a few minutes about Canadian complicity in the arms trade with Israel. So I'll speak briefly of the work that we've done to uncover the depth of the complicity of the Canadian government in this arms trade. And I'll speak as well about the response that we got from the Canadian government about the work that we produced. But first, I'd like to take us back to the very beginning of the genocide. So around October, November of 2023. I want us to think about the first time that we heard that the IOF had bombed a hospital, Al-Ahli hospital, or when we first started seeing images of entire buildings being destroyed, bombed down with families inside. I want us to start start thinking, about the death toll that kept rising every single day and entire bloodlines that started to be decimated from the registry. So all of these events, which are all engraved in our collective memory forever, led us very quickly to major mass response in Canada. So we saw almost immediately hundreds of thousands of people across the country pouring into the streets to protest this genocide, but also very early on to demand an arms embargo from the Canadian government. And so within months of protest, I want to say within weeks of protesting, the entire country stood behind the demand of an arms embargo, and this was backed by polling data. We saw very early on that more than a majority of Canadians were supportive of Canada implementing an arms embargo against Israel. And very interestingly, what started happening at the same time was a response from the government, statements from the government about arms export. And so I want us to start thinking about what these statements were saying. So as early as January 2024, we heard from former Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly that permits for weapons going to Gaza would be halted. And then she corrected that statement a bit after and specified that only new permits would be halted. And then we heard around the time of the federal election from now Prime Minister Carney that Canada had put in place an arms embargo in response specifically to the genocide in Gaza. So as James was saying earlier, some members of the public, and I'm pretty sure some members of parliament as well, believe the words of this country's leaders. They believe them. But what these elected officials were trying to do was trying to appease the masses. They were trying to control the outrage that was building up across this country. And again, very interestingly, is that all of these statements that we were hearing from the Canadian government did not match the data that the Palestinian Youth Movement had been compiling for months. And so, as Rachel was saying, after hundreds and potentially thousands of hours of work, the Arms Embargo Now campaign released a report titled Exposing Canadian Military Exports to Israel, which is exposing only one of the three ways that Canada contributes to this armed trade and contributes directly to the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. So these three ways are direct shipments to Israel, which is the topic of this first report. Second is indirect shipments to Israel via what we call the US loophole, which is the topic of a private member's bill that is introduced by NDP MP Jenny Kwan. And the third one is procurements or export, which my comrade Alex will touch on in a few minutes. And so through commercial shipping data and through import data from the Israeli Tax Authority, we uncovered that there were between August 2023 and July 2025, 47 shipments of military-related components sent directly to Israeli weapon companies, that there were close to 500,000 bullets that were exported to Israel, that there were cartridges shipments from a General Dynamic facility, the exact same facility that former Foreign Affairs Minister pledged to block munition exports from. We also uncovered 391 shipments of military equipment, weapons, and aircraft parts, all of this according to the Israeli Tax Authority. And I want to emphasize here that the majority of these 391 shipments were sent directly to Elbit System. And Elbit System is Israel's biggest defense contractor. And lastly, and for some people, this is the most chilling news, is that some of these shipments were sent on commercial flights, so below our feet, right? As we're going on vacation with our loved ones, there might be bullets under our very feet. So more than simply alternative data, this work stands as very concrete evidence that the Canadian government has been lying for months to its population, and that it had been contributing, but also profiting from the genocide of the people in Gaza. And at this point, what I mean by this point is after we have released this report, the data had taken the country by storm, right? Every media outlet was speaking about it. The media in general was doubting the claims of the government. Elected officials and senators raised suspicions and demanded answers from Global Affairs Canada. But more importantly, the people everywhere in this country finally had the undeniable proof that they needed to further put pressure on their government and demand concrete actions. And so at this stage, the Canadian government was at a crossroads. It could have decided to come clean, and it could have decided to uphold the claims that it's made months prior. But rather, it decided to hold onto this complicity that it had built with Israel as the blood of more Palestinians was being shed daily in Gaza. And it decided to lie again. So now I'm going to go into the claims that the Canadian government made in response to our report. So first, we heard from Anita Anand, who was by then the Foreign Affairs Minister, that no explosive materials such as bullets or other munitions are transported on passenger aircraft. And not only did the data that we collected show that they are being transported on passenger aircraft, but it also the response, sorry, from weapons manufacturers themselves prove this claim. So I want to speak of two events that happened. First is following the release of this report, the logistical coordinator of Nexeya Test Solutions, which is a company mentioned in our report based here in Ottawa, used testers that are needed to ensure that aircrafts and F-35 are operational before being deployed. This company was sending these testers to Elbit system. And this logistical coordinator that I was speaking about confirmed that he personally prepared the two shipments that we mentioned in our report. And he confirmed that these shipments were sent via Lufthansa on a flight out of Pearson Airport to Elbit system. So that was the first evidence. The second evidence came only a few days after the launch of the report, where our researchers were able to track a shipment from a factory, and I made a mistake earlier, sorry, Nexeya is based in Toronto, and the next company I'm about to talk about is here in Ottawa, so apologies for that, but our researcher tracked a shipment from a factory just here in Ottawa called Calian, which builds GPS antennas that are also destined for Elbit system. And these antennas are used for the lethal drones that Elbit system is manufacturing. So this specific shipment was intended to be loaded onto an Air Canada passenger plane before major mass pressure that our movement had been building for months led the company to actually pause all of its shipment to Elbit system until further notice. And so I'm bringing these examples to show that we have proven not only with our report, but after the release of this report, that Anita Anand and the Canadian government have been lying, and that military cargo is still being sent to Israel as the genocide is still ongoing. The second claim is that our report exposed hundreds of thousands of items labeled as bullets, which is according to the Israeli government import data. And so through mass pressure, we've been able to force the Canadian government to identify these bullets for what they truly were. These are training bullets, sorry, that are called simunition cartridges. And so the claim that Anita Anand made at that point is that these bullets cannot be used in combat, which is another way for the government to use semantics and to use words to confuse the people once again. But here, the real question is, why are we sending training bullets to an army that is accused of committing war crimes, an army that has murdered hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, when we know that these training bullets serve one purpose only, and this is to make sure that the shooter gets better at shooting, right? So Anita Anand was basically at that point defending the shipments by dismissing them as paintball style projectiles, while we know that these shipments were actually facilitating unspeakable horrors, war crimes, and genocide. And so the last claim that I want to talk about is one that Anita Anand made around claiming that there are no mortars that have been sent to Israel, which is a very interesting claim because it's a claim we've never made. But what is coming out of this is that we can observe that the government's pattern of response is that it claims that it contributes to the government response, sorry, is that it claims that it doesn't contribute to the arms trade, and that it is unwilling to address head-on the data that we are presenting to them. And so I want to reiterate so that we make no mistake about what this data is suggesting, is that Canada has not stopped the flow of weapons to Israel. The only thing that they have done since October 2023 is lie, is deceive the public, and use more jargon to confuse us about the real nature of these exports. And so I want to conclude by bringing us back to one of the initial lies that we heard from Mélanie Joly. And I'll quote her here. She said, "We will not have any form or part of arms, or parts of arms be sent to Gaza, period. How they're being sent or where they're being sent is irrelevant." And with this statement, there's a few questions that I want us to ask ourselves. How can Canada ensure that these weapons don't reach Gaza? How can Anita Annan ensure that the training bullets are not used to train the IDF, who will then shoot and murder Palestinians in Gaza? How can the government ensure that any of the hundreds of shipments of weapons that flow annually from Canada to Israel, how can this government ensure any of this when hundreds of shipments of weapons flow annually from Canada to Israel via the US, unchecked and unregulated? How can they ensure that any of these shipments are not used in Gaza? And lastly, how can it ensure that any of the claims I've presented in this testimony are true when we know that millions of dollars of Canadian-made components are assembled into every single one of the most advanced strike fighters in the world, the F-35, used by the Israeli army to drop 2,000-pound bombs on the Gaza Strip? And so I want to turn to you, esteemed elders, as I answer these questions, because the answer is quite simple. They cannot. They have absolutely no way to ensure that the weapons that they send to Israel are not used daily to murder and wound and inflict pain on Palestinians. And so the only way that Canadian weapons will not be used to commit war crimes in Gaza is to simply stop the flow of weapons to Israel altogether. And so until this is done, until we get a true arms embargo, we will continue to collect and we will continue to analyze and we will continue to expose the data, proving the depth of the complicity of this government until they are forced to impose a two-way arms embargo on Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Boutena. Your work and the work of the Palestine Youth Movement in this research effort and also much more broadly is like absolutely tremendous. I want to pull out one point you said just to again highlight how outrageous it is that the Canadian government's response to this report, or one of their responses to this report that laid out evidence in such meticulous detail, was not, oh, there weren't weapons traveling to Israel on commercial flights, because they in fact could not deny that. But instead their response was, don't worry, what's under your feet on your Air Canada flights to Europe are actually not the literal explosives. This is the level of response that we're getting from the Canadian government about this. And these, again, completely baseless claims. Don't worry, what we're sending to Israel is not being used in Gaza, when we know that there is absolutely no way that the Canadian government is monitoring what the Israeli military is doing. And frankly, the suggestion that they would be taking this genocidal government at its word on how Canadian weapons would be used is embarrassing to the Canadian government and deeply shameful. But I want to say that amidst these ongoing lies, amidst the ways in which the Canadian government is continuing to misrepresent their actions, are these enormous wins. In no small part due to the work of many of the people on the panel and others who are in this room over the past 2 years of demanding an arms embargo. The Canadian government has moved from a position of course, we will arm our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel, to now being at a place where they are denying it every step of the way. No, of course we're not sending weapons to Israel. They have also indeed closed some of the pathways for arms to Israel and have blocked some of the permit applications. Of course, as Boutena and others have emphasized today, these are small steps and wildly inadequate to what is needed. But I think it's important to recognize that this tremendous work has indeed moved the Canadian government tremendously over the past 2 years, and I think shows what is possible through the actions of everyone here in an ongoing way. To further flesh out this picture of Canada's role in continuing to arm Israel, I'm so pleased to welcome up Alex Kosh, a journalist at The Maple. Alex's investigations into the lies of the Canadian government and their ongoing shifting narratives in comparison to what's really happening on the ground has been absolutely vital over the past few years. And I know many of us are deeply appreciative to the often underappreciated work of independent media in this country. So thank you to Alex.
Thank you, Rachel. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. It's a real honor and a privilege to be part of this important event. So I'm going to speak today about Canada's purchases of Israeli weapons, military equipment, and technology. So whereas the government of Canada has taken steps to give the misleading appearance of having restricted some exports to Israel, it has made no effort whatsoever to disguise the fact that it is continuing to buy Israeli weapons, even since the onset of the genocide in Gaza. Addressing this issue is more important than ever because the Liberal government is committed to increasing military spending towards an unprecedented 5% of national GDP by 2035. This means even more procurements could be on the way. So I'm going to focus on some recent examples of Canada's dealings with several Israeli arms and security companies, including some that have explicitly marketed their products as being battle-tested on Palestinians. The companies I will discuss today include Elbit Systems, Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, Smart Shooter, and Celebrite, which Rachel already mentioned earlier. First, I want to explain exactly how purchases of Israeli weapons and technology aid Israel's genocide and its occupation and system of apartheid over Palestinians. First, and most obviously, these contracts use taxpayer dollars to help sustain the profitability of Israeli companies that play key roles in supplying the Israeli military with the tools it needs to carry out the genocide in Gaza. Second, by feeding the growth of Israel's domestic arms industry, Canada is helping Israel to reduce its reliance on foreign imports, thus weakening the potential impact of current and future arms embargoes on Israel. As recently as September this year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explicitly called for Israel to develop a self-sufficient arms industry due to Israel's ongoing diplomatic isolation. Third, by further integrating Israel's arms manufacturers into its military supply chains, Canada is providing Israel with more leverage to deter against imposing sanctions. As pointed out by Australian researcher Anthony Lowenstein, Israel sells its quote-unquote battle-tested military goods around the world, in part as an insurance policy against international criticism. Put simply, if international buyers become increasingly reliant on Israeli arms and technology, they may be less inclined to criticize Israel for fear that Israel will stop supplying them with military goods. It is for these reasons that we are specifically calling for a two-way arms embargo on Israel. So I'll now give some key examples of Canada's dealings with Israeli arms companies over the past 5 years. First, in 2020, Canada awarded Elbit Systems with a $36 million contract to procure the company's Hermes 900 Starliner aerial drone to conduct surveillance patrols in the Arctic. The following year, Canada awarded an $8.6 million acquisition and in-service support contract with Elbit Systems UK for Canada's Airspace Coordination Centre Modernisation project. Despite Canada's stated plan to use a civilian version of Elbit's Hermes drone, Israel has used a military version of the same drone in its past and present attacks on Gaza. Since October 7th, 2023, Israel has used the Hermes 450, known informally as the Zik, to conduct attacks and surveillance missions over Gaza, the occupied West Bank, and Lebanon. In one particularly well-publicized case, on April 1st, 2024, Israel used the Hermes 450 to deliberately kill 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers, including one, Jacob Flickinger, who was a Canadian citizen. The Israeli military has also made use of Elbit-made MRP-500 missiles in its attacks on Gaza and Lebanon. According to Human Rights Watch, this included an attack on an emergency relief center in South Lebanon on March 27, 2024. Elbit's technology can also be found in Israel's apartheid wall in the occupied West Bank and in the high-tech surveillance systems surrounding the Gaza Strip, which gave Gaza its reputation of being the world's largest open-air prison. Elbit is Israel's largest arms company and plays a huge role in supplying the Israeli military with a range of components and munitions besides the ones already mentioned. It's safe to say that as far as Elbit is concerned, the genocide in Gaza has been very good for business, but not only because of sales to the Israeli military. In May this year, Reuters reported that Elbit had a backlog of orders worth $23.1 billion US, with 2/3 of the orders coming from outside of Israel. The company's CEO told Reuters, quote, "I see still a growing demand in the Israeli market, but strategically, growth should come from abroad." Another Israeli company to have profited from the genocide is Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. In March, the company reported an order backlog of $17.76 billion US and a 27% growth in sales year over year, approximately half of which were to international customers. Months later, however, Israeli media reported that Rafael was among the Israeli companies hit by cancellations of contracts with the Spanish government amid outrage at Israel's genocide in Gaza. But Canada has not followed Spain's example, and in fact went ahead with plans to spend approximately $43 million on Rafael's Spike LR2 anti-tank missiles, a deal first announced in December 2023. These missiles were purchased for Canadian troops participating in Operation Reassurance, a NATO mission in Latvia. Rafael is wholly owned by the State of Israel and, like Elbit, plays a crucial role in supplying the Israeli military as well as NATO armies. Spike missiles in particular have been used in Israel's past and present attacks on Gaza. In 2014, Human Rights Watch reported that on August 3rd of that year, quote, "An apparent Israeli spike-guided missile hit directly outside a UN-run boys' school in Rafah, killing 12 people, including 8 children, and wounding at least 25. 2 months into Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza, the Jerusalem Post reported that Israel was using high-tech munitions belonging to Rafael's Spike missile family in its attacks on Gaza. The Spike missile was also likely used in the attack on the World Central Kitchen aid workers mentioned above. The fact that Jacob Flickinger, the Canadian citizen who was killed in the strike, was also a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces did not deter the Department of National Defence from going ahead with the contract. In fact, we discovered through an access to information request that less than 3 weeks after the World Central Kitchen attack, department staff were discussing plans to send 29 Canadian military personnel to Israel for training in how to use the newly purchased weapons. This was not Canada's only face-to-face interaction with Israeli weapons that took place last year. In May and June of 2024, D&D hosted trial sessions for arms technology made by the Israeli company Smart Shooter during a 3-week sandbox event in Suffield, Alberta. Specifically, the sessions tested the Smash Hopper counter-drone weapon station. Smart Shooter's technology is deployed by the Israeli military in fortifications that are used to suppress Palestinian dissent in the occupied West Bank, as well as in military hardware used in Israel's genocide in Gaza. In December 2023, Smart Shooter CEO Michelle Moore boasted that her company's goods, which include high-tech rifle optics as well as remote control turrets, were being used by the Israeli military in Gaza in both face-to-face combat and to take out drones. The Department of National Defense featured an image of the Smart Shooter technology in a promotional video posted to one of its official Twitter accounts after the Alberta Sandbox event. This year, the company was reported to have secured a $13 million contract with the US Army and supplies other NATO militaries, including the United Kingdom, Germany, and the Netherlands. Finally, just looking at the time here, I'll be quick. I want to highlight the federal government's purchases of cellular device hacking technology manufactured by the Israeli company Cellebrite, which Rachel already mentioned. While this does not constitute a military sale per se, Cellebrite technology has been used by Israeli police to facilitate the deportation of Palestine solidarity activists in the occupied West Bank. Various federal government departments have spent approximately $6 million on contracts for Cellebrite software, equipment, licensing fees, and courses over the past 10 years. These buyers include the CRTC, for some reason, the RCMP, the Canada Border Services Agency, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Transport Safety Board of Canada, and several others, which I won't list all here. And as Rachel mentioned, local police forces across Canada are also known to be using Cellebrite technology. In October 2024, Plus 972 magazine interviewed German Palestine solidarity activists who said they were detained in the occupied West Bank and had their mobile devices hacked by Israeli police using Celebrite technology. Dropsite News, meanwhile, reported last year that Celebrite has played a, quote, central role in the war on Gaza. An Israeli media outlet reported that Celebrite received funding from the US Pentagon to map the locations of Palestinian resistance fighters in Gaza. Just skipping ahead here. So what I've outlined today is a snapshot of Canada's purchases of Israeli military goods and technology, and is the tip of the iceberg of Canada's larger arms trade with Israel. As noted in a Library of Parliament report that was leaked to the public in August this year, Canada imported at least $37.8 million worth of Israeli military goods between 2020 and 2024. The categories of goods included battle tanks, ammunition, military weapons, small arms, components, and parts. So based on my research on this subject, it's my opinion that by continuing to procure Israeli military goods and technology, the government of Canada has used taxpayer dollars to help strengthen Israel's domestic arms industry, which plays a crucial role in arming the genocide in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for all of your deep journalistic investigations into these issues, and for today making such a clear point of why the demand is for an arms embargo. And what an arms embargo is actually clearly defined on the Government of Canada's website, on Global Affairs Canada. Under the list of sanctions, it defines an arms embargo and makes it clear that it's about stopping the flow of weaponry in both directions, both to and from Israel. Because if Canadian tax dollars, as Alex said, are directly purchasing weaponry from, in many cases, Israeli state-owned weapons companies like Rafael, that there almost could not be a more direct support of Israel's war machine and of the perpetrators of genocide than that. So when we demand an arms embargo, we're demanding not only that Canada stop exporting weapons to Israel, but absolutely must stop the import of military goods as well. And frankly, in the context of Canada's current promises to literally quadruple its military budget, we can only expect more of this kind of dynamic, more intentions and plans to purchase Israeli military goods, and more Canadian and Israeli military collaboration, unless those rising up all across the country and around the world can stop it. I want to deeply thank all of the speakers here on this panel today, and everybody who is participating into these this entirely vital and tremendous effort of this tribunal this weekend. I want to briefly open the floor to any questions about these testimonies from the panel of eminent elders right now, if there are any such questions.
We have a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment.
It's on?
Okay, my comment is this. You know, a few days ago, a friend of mine went to see the movie Nuremberg, and she texted me and told me how much she enjoyed that movie. And I said to her, the only movie I want to see about genocide is the movie that will. The only movie I want to see is the movie that that's going to be about the war criminals, the ones with bloody hands for the genocide they're perpetrating on Palestine. I don't expect that I'll ever see a movie like that, but I hope someday that this world, the conscience of this world, will see to it that these war criminals are taken to tried and convicted for their part in it.
Thank you, Elder Albert Dumont. Are there any other factual or legal questions from the panel of eminent elders, from the witnesses that we've heard in this session? If not, we'll have a short break for everyone to stretch their legs before we move to the next session. In a couple of minutes. And thank you, Rachel.
In the 24th of Hello, my name is Rawant Hajjaj. Today I will tell you the story of my family. We were once 6 siblings. before this current genocide happening in Gaza.
Hello, if everyone could make their way back to their seats, we'll begin with the next session, please. And I'll ask Matthew Behrens, who will be our chair for the next session of witnesses.
Hello, everybody, please come back.
I think this one I should unmute.
No, we need
To play it, it's not.
this guy.
Sisters remain living in London, Ontario, Canada, with no family left in Gaza. Rizik's and Rama's 8 children ranged in age from 3 to 17.
Now it's on, I think. Yeah.
One is this one. Two is the Babylon. 3 doesn't exist. 4, 5, and then 6. It's the wireless conversation.
And
Grief I would ever feel.
Matthew Behrens, who's chairing the next session. Does anyone, oh, please, Matthew?
This is a session on the role of the Canadian immigration bureaucracy and its role and complicity in the genocide of Palestinians. Before I start, honored elders and Senator Wu, thank you for being here today. And although we are pressed for time, there's always enough time to thank the spirit and the real driving force behind this tribunal, Aziza Kanji. Thank you, Aziza, for everything that you have done. Elders, the witnesses that you are going to hear testimony from today are not an aberration. They are a continuation of a very long story in this country of settler, colonial genocide and land dispossession of indigenous peoples. This is a country that was founded not only on anti-indigenous racism, but had a longest serving prime minister declare in 1908, Canada should remain a white man's country. And not only that, in the Second World War, he detained illegally in concentration camps and dispossessed the land and property of thousands of people of Japanese heritage. This is also a land that was built on the Chinese head tax and the Chinese Exclusion Act. It is a land built in anti-Asian racism through the so-called continuous passage legislation, which we saw symbolized in the Ghada Maru incident in 1914, and of course, the infamous 1911 order in council that banned, quote, any immigrants belonging to the Negro race, deeming them unsuitable to the climate and requirements of Canada. In the 1970s, when Chilean dissidents were fleeing torture and forced disappearance and execution in the streets of Santiago, Chile, this government was being pressured by Canadian churches and NGOs to bring Chileans here. A Canadian official at the time asked, quote, why would anyone care for the so-called riffraff of the Latin American left? The only reason Chileans got here was because the people of this country demanded that they get here. During the death squad dictatorships of the 1970s and the 1980s throughout Latin America, Canada tried to prevent Guatemalans, Salvadorans, and Hondurans, many of whom were the indigenous peoples of those lands, from fleeing and finding safety here. But again, it was community action that turned them around. And even when they were welcomed here, they were racialized and securitized by the RCMP and by CSIS. In fact, in 1984, one of the first uses of the secret hearing security certificate was against a Salvadoran journalist by the name of Victor Regalado. It was signed by Lloyd Axworthy. Palestinians have always been treated as guilty until proven otherwise. There are Palestinians in this country who have spent the vast majority of their lives fighting simply for status. Some people have spent as long as 35 years trying to win that status. The speakers who will be here providing witnesses today, elders, are coming within the framework of the International Court of Justice finding of a plausible case of genocide in January of 2024. A key binding obligation on Canada as of that moment, and certainly before, because it was very clear what was happening and continues to happen, is Canada's obligation to prevent harm. And Canada created a program to prevent harm, the Gaza TRV program, Temporary Residence Visa program, but ever since then has used that program as a false thing to believe in, and something which in fact has acted as an obstructive thing. To date, Canada has helped with the evacuation of fewer than 2% of the 5,000 program applicants inside of Gaza, and many Palestinians who were hoping to testify here today, who are still inside of Gaza, shared their honest belief that we know what happens to witnesses and we are afraid to share our stories. However, we do have some stories that will be told today. And hopefully these stories will not only move the bureaucracy of IRCC and CBSA and CSIS and the RCMP, but all of those who are watching and listening to recognize that there is no such thing as a ceasefire. It's just an incremental download in terms of the intensity of this genocide. All of these things. Yes, absolutely.
Also, Mohammed Kreis is back on because of the elders wanted.
Okay.
So maybe just say we'll have Mohammed Kreis on stage and thank him, and then go to the panel.
Okay. We're now going to go to the panel. Mohammed would like to thank the elders, but before Mohammed. Oh, the elders would like to thank Mohammed. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't quick enough when the last panel finished, but I wanted to thank you, Mohammed, for sharing your story, and condolences to you and all those who have lost family members in this genocide. I just wanted to say that it's it's important when we're talking about truth-telling to also respect and acknowledge those who are sharing these stories, which make you revisit this trauma over and over again. So I thank you deeply for sharing, and yeah, I hope that we can help foster some form of justice for your mom and others who have been murdered by the IOF during this genocide. Sonia Okoa, thank you very much. I think you say shukran. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank all of you. And I'm so thankful to be in this court. Thank you so much for all the effort you did.
Our panel of witnesses today will begin with Damie Lee. It will be followed by Safanaz El-Solh, Debbie Rackless, and Hannah Marcoux. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have just a question about and I totally agree with your comment, of course. And even I think we have to pay tribute to all this person massacre by Israeli forces and all the state complicit of that. And France is also particularly complicit. But I have a very technical question, legal question about to Shane Martinez. I don't know if it's okay. I already tried to get but I will be. My question is just to let the people know. I have a question already. The lawyer. Sorry, I forgot. James took my email address, and we will be in contact. But my question is about the recruiting of a Canadian soldier. What I try to understand is how is it possible in the legal Canadian framework to have an NGO coming and to recruiting person to be soldier for another country. It's like mercenary. Okay, it's and therefore, what is the position legally speaking of the Canadian state when there is such mercenary be recruited and go and gone and go and go to another country to participate to a genocide? It is my question. It was my question.
Thank you, Elder Murray Fanon. Your question is on the record, and we will put it to Shane, and it will become part of the record of the tribunal. Thank you. So now we'll move to the next session of witnesses.
Indeed. The first witness is not here. She's in London, Ontario. She's presented a video. Just a trigger warning, there are some upsetting images of the loss of two of her martyred brothers, Rwand Hajjaj.
Gaza. Now we are 4. Hello, my name is Rawand Hajjaj. Today I will tell you the story of my family. We were once 6 siblings before this current genocide happening in Gaza. Now we are 4. Today I will tell you the story of Rizq and Rames, my 2 brothers who I lost in the past 2 years. Our father passed away 32 years ago, and since then we have always leaned on each other's strengths. On the 24th of March 2024, I lost my brother Rizq, my second father and the rock in our life. He left behind 5 children. I thought that was the deepest grief I would ever feel. But on the 24th of June 2025, tragedy struck again. My beloved brother, Dr. Rames, passed away, leaving behind 3 children. He was not only a brother, but a lifeline for our family. Now, only 4 of us sisters remain living in London, Ontario, Canada, with no family left in Gaza. Rizq and Rames' 8 children, ranged in age from 3 to 17, are now orphaned and currently in Cairo with their mothers. These children are the victim and unprotected of this genocide. They have already been assigned for Gaza temporary residence codes, and their migration files have been sitting in the security screen at the Canadian Embassy in Jordan and Cairo for over 2 years. Despite our effort, we have received no clear explanation for the delay. These children are the most innocent victim of this terrible war. They deserve safety, family, and chance to rebuild their life. Please don't let this be the end of our story. Please don't let these children be forgotten. Apparently, their files are held at security check stage and never been processed in almost 20 months. The security check is pending for my 2 sisters-in-law, Shirah and Salwa, and my 2 other nephew and niece, Muhammad and Razan. In total, I have 10 family members waiting for TRV in Cairo, and that means no medical care, no education, and no safety. 10 individuals are trapped in 2-bedroom apartment in Cairo, left for waiting and uncertainty of their destiny. For over the past year, our family have been through a lot, and we lost our future. Please don't let us lose the future for the kids. My mother is waiting in Cairo with these children. She refused to come back here to Canada or to the UK. She said that I cannot leave them there. It's not safe. If they came to Canada, my heart will be full of peace. For the sake of a mother who lost 2 children within 18 months, please help us. Help us to bring the kids here. Help me to see my nieces and nephew. Help me to reunite with my family. Life is very hard, but with the Canadian government failed my family, they could save them. All my family received a code under the program. All of them were waiting The last call with my oldest brother was seeking a biometric letter from me so he can be saved. Canada government could save both of them. They would have been here, but they were killed. So today I depend on the court decision to help them, to help the remain of my family members to come to safety. Thank you. On behalf of my mother, my 4 sisters, my 2 sisters-in-law, and 8 children, we seek mercy. Thank you.
Hello, salam. Thank you for sharing that video. My name is Damie Lee, and I'm an immigration and refugee lawyer in Toronto. And for the past 2 years, my partner Hannah Marku and I have been representing Palestinian Canadian families, just like the one we saw, striving to reunite with loved ones trapped in Gaza. I'm honored to take part in this tribunal today. As Matthew stated, Canada's immigration regime is a core instrument through which the settler colonial state defines its borders, not just in geographic boundaries, but boundaries of belonging, of personhood, and of political value. From its inception, the immigration policies in Canada have served to engineer the population in ways that entrench white dominance, normalize Indigenous dispossession, and marginalize racialized communities. This nation-state's history is marked with explicit exclusionary immigration and refugee policies like the Chinese head tax, the continuous journey rule, the Safe Third Country Agreement, and most recently, Bill C-12. The language has changed, but the logics have not. The privileging of certain migrants and heightened scrutiny imposed on others reproduce the hierarchies that align with global racial power dynamics, and Palestinians in particular occupy a position that exposes these fault lines of Canada's humanitarian narrative. Canada's immigration and border practices are entangled in Israel's systems of surveillance, movement restriction, and population control. Through data sharing and surveillance, Canada effectively extends the reach of its own border regime into Palestinian life, reinforcing a global architecture of racialized immobility. Canada's externalization of its own border, what Todd Miller calls an empire of borders, effectively extends Canada's migration control abroad, reinforcing Israel's already invasive regulation of Palestinian life. When the genocide began, Palestinian Canadians acted immediately. They drew on their own resources, networks, and collective resilience to seek protection for their families in Gaza, with the reasonable expectation that Canada would respond, as it has in other humanitarian crises. Indeed, Canada has repeatedly demonstrated its capacity to act swiftly and generously where there is political will. Under temporary public policies established through Section 25.2 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada has used its executive power to respond to humanitarian disasters, natural disasters, with measures that were expansive, flexible, and operationally supported. Most notably, and most recently, the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel allowed for temporary residence in Canada for 3 years. For Ukrainians, no family relationship to a Canadian citizen or permanent resident was necessary. They were eligible for open work permits and study permits upon entry. There were no application fees or no biometric fees that would be required from applicants. IRCC, Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada, promised to increase the operational capacity for Ukrainians by relocating staff, by moving equipment, and using mobile biometric kits in recognition that biometric collection was not possible for Ukrainians. There was no cap on the number of applicants. To date, there's been 1 million approvals of visas for Ukrainians. About 300,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada. Where there is political will that aligns with the state's interests, Canada can act with speed, coordination, and generosity. Where Ukrainians were met with institutional mobilization and an outpour of public support, Palestinians faced suspicion, apathy, and lies. When Canada finally introduced its own temporary public policy for Gazans 3 months into the mass civilian death and displacement, it imposed a level of constraints not seen in any other policy. A measly cap of 1,000 applicants was set, creating competition amongst the 45,000 Palestinian Canadians with generations of family members in Gaza. Though the cap was increased to 5,000 reluctantly, followed by sustained advocacy on April 22nd, 2024, it was hardly responsive to the need. The Gaza policy was based in family reunification, limiting applicants to only immediate family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents who had to provide statutory declarations attesting to the fact that they can cover all the financial expenses of the family members once in Canada for 1 year. The limited instructions on the website provided for procedural steps that were vague and opaque. Applicants were required to submit the stat deck, they were required to submit a crisis web form, and they would wait until a unique reference code was issued to those who could submit an application within the cap. Applicants were required to submit temporary resident visa applications and would then face a preliminary eligibility and admissibility assessment. After the preliminary eligibility and admissibility assessment, Canada has made clear at all times that it will advocate for the exit of applicants outside of the Gaza Strip so that they can complete their biometrics and a full admissibility assessment can be conducted. Throughout every stage of the process, Palestinians were left to be lost. Case-specific inquiries to IRCC would go unanswered. Applications would be ignored. Applicants would be mixed up. There were frequent errors with respect to the processing of the statutory declaration and a lack of clarity around what the diplomatic advocacy would entail. Most revealing were the surveillance and information requirements that were imposed uniquely on Palestinian applicants. Part of the TRV applications required 2 forms for Palestinians. The mandatory forms demanded a level of details reserved only for these applicants. The additional background information form required all applicants to disclose their current and previous telephone numbers, email addresses, and social media accounts. That included Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. They had to reveal all of their employment history since the age of 16, including the position, any issues in the workplace, and their precise duties. All applicants had to provide a list and a detailed description of identifying scars and injuries. They had to sign a consent to disclose personal information, and the consent explicitly stated that they would share information with the governments of Israel and Egypt and service providers. They had to agree to absolve the government of Canada from any liability with respect to the protection and disclosure of that personal information and how that information would be used by the governments and organizations. There's also a line in the consent that the information may be shared on a list in a public forum with no information on what that would entail. Again, these 2 forms were required for applicants to be considered for the policy. Canada effectively designed a system whereby it was mandatory for a victim of a genocide to send personal identifying information to their perpetrators for a chance to escape. Canada, under the pretenses of gathering information for assessing admissibility and threats to national security has fed Israeli colonial states' power to monitor and control the bodies and movement of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. We have no idea how, where, and how this information has been used. There's been no transparency. As Matthew stated, as of July 8th, 2025, only 860 people have arrived in Canada from Gaza. All of them, well, almost all of them, were only able to do so through paying extortion payments to escape the Rafah border crossing out of their own pocket. The remaining applicants continue to languish both in and outside Gaza. The ones in Gaza are told that they must complete their biometrics for the completion of their application, completely ignoring the promise on the part of Canada that it would facilitate the exit of the applicants once the preliminary eligibility and admissibility assessment was done. There has never been a biometric collection facility site in Gaza. Canada was well aware of that, even before the Rafah border closed. And after the Rafah border closed, the policy remains the same, that Canada will advocate. Even those outside of Gaza who have satisfied all of the conditions of the program are waiting in precarity, while security screenings remain pending. My partner Hannah will speak about the litigation we undertook last year and the resistance we've been facing from the federal government. But to end my remarks, I want to stress the experiences of our clients. Our clients are in Canada and the Gaza Strip. The anchor relatives are Canadians who have spent the past 2 years doing everything in their power to reunite with their sisters, brothers, nieces, nephews, mothers, fathers while they are still alive. They have been forced to navigate a system that treats their grief as a bureaucratic problem and their family's survival as an inconvenience. They have approached every avenue available to them only to confront the structural indifference that the Palestinian community knows too well. The process has been dehumanizing and soul-crushing. The Palestinian Canadian community will never forget the cruelty of this moment. They will remember that Canada designed a policy that was not only wholly inadequate in responding to the scale of the genocide, but has proven to be entirely inoperable. Through discussions like these, we all take part in documenting, exposing, and fighting the settler colonial forces that inflict violence at the checkpoints and borders of Canada and Israel under the guise of national security. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you, and good morning, I guess good afternoon now to everyone. My name is Safinaz El-Solh, and I'm going to try my best today to quickly give you an idea of the type of treatment that Palestinian Canadians and their loved ones have been receiving by Immigration Canada. As a person who has had to go through the entire application process, I, like many other Palestinian Canadians, have been experiencing firsthand the trials of the so-called Gaza Special Measures Program, which was launched by Immigration Canada approximately 2 years ago. The idea was to bring hope to Palestinian Canadians that could save their loved ones in Gaza from the incessant bombing and attacks, let alone the starvation and unlivable conditions. I have been advocating, collaborating with many other dedicated Palestinian Canadians for the last 2 years, partly through meetings with IRCC and through community outreach. The program has been a failure from the day it started. It has failed us and it has failed our families in Gaza. The delays in the program at every stage are unjustifiable in these circumstances. There are so many ways in which the applicants, the families in this program have been unjustly wronged and ill-promised, and I'm going to start with a few of them. Excessive information and preparation were required from the start to even get through the multi-staged application process. This is an extremely difficult task in the middle of being displaced and losing official documentation in the process. there are family members who at the start of the program would not leave Gaza due to the restriction that applicants had to apply from within. Many were murdered while waiting to hear back about whether they could apply or not. Those are the codes that Damie spoke about earlier. Early on, Canada had not been evacuating people. Many families decided to gather all the funds they could, often mostly provided by their Canadian family anchors, and paid to leave to Cairo through the Rafah crossing to simply save their lives. In fact, there are to this day families being rejected for applying after they left Rafah, as though they are being punished for deciding to save their lives and their loved ones. Families stuck in Cairo have no status there, as Rawan mentioned in her video. They are not allowed to work, go to school, or get proper medical attention. Most have been left in limbo for the last 2 years, not able to understand how this is a normal processing time for those fleeing an emergency in a life or death situation. They have taken on mental and physical tolls. They are unable to fathom what will happen to them or their children as they remain in their current state. They may be out of the direct physical attacks, but now they have to endure the unbearable waiting game. There are families in Cairo who have been subjected to excessive questioning through long interviews and continue to wait to hear the outcome of their TRV application. The majority of families who have applied to the program are still stuck inside Gaza. Canada continues to lack the will to push for their evacuation, as expressed when we speak to humanitarian organizations functioning on the ground in Gaza. We're told that other countries figure out ways to collaborate with them and COGAT, the Israeli border services there, and have been evacuating people for the last 2 years. IRCC continues to use this policy as a barrier, rather than to attempt to find ways to facilitate the conditions required, such as the biometrics. Delays to evacuation meant that they've been martyred waiting for Canada to move on the people in its own humanitarian program. In the last few months, some families in Gaza were indeed evacuated. However, only the members who had prior valid biometrics and children under the age of 14. Examples include a mother with no prior biometrics who was told her husband and children could be brought to Canada. However, she could not leave. What kind of an ultimatum is this to put on a family suffering? She remains in Gaza now alone, waiting for the day to be reunited with her husband and her young children. There are many applicants inside Gaza who also have severe medical conditions with no access to required healthcare. They have been left to wonder when they will hear back from IRCC regarding their applications as well. Other barriers in the program are a lack of direct means of communication with IRCC here in Canada regarding the families and their applications. Canadians have been reaching out to their MPs to ask for help in understanding the progress. Rarely do the MPs respond, and when they do, they are unable to provide useful guidance on the application, leaving the family at a dead end. The online progress tracker has also not been updated regularly, and it's very difficult to understand what kind of holdups would be through that tracker. I don't even know if I can capture all the obstacles that the mere 800 family members who made it to Canada have faced after they arrived in Canada. There are so many issues that exist on the other side of this application process. So much collective advocacy and community work went into pushing to provide families provincial healthcare after the 90-day IFHP, which is the federal health program. Applying for work or study permits is no longer expedited as it was earlier on, and the families are left with expired documentation and no means to communicate that they need these to continue to work and access settlement services in Canada. It is truly one big mess. IRCC continues to treat the situation with no urgency, regardless of any alternatives or solutions given to them by community advocates. It's unbelievable that Canada, the world-renowned humanitarian leader, can take this stance in regards to its own citizens' loved ones. I urge the Ministers of Immigration, Global Affairs, and Prime Minister Mark Carney to really open their minds and their hearts to see how the applicants are not numbers. Rather, they are humans with real stories, being subjected to additional scrutiny and pain by being given false hope, then being played in a political policy game. I'll end with a quote from one of our advocates. They say that we should be saving lives first and doing the paperwork later. Thank you.
Debbie Rackless now.
Good afternoon. I'm in Toronto. I was not able to join you in Ottawa today, and thank you for accommodating me. I will begin, I guess, by talking about, I'm also an immigration lawyer, and I have been working with Hannah and Damie on the litigation around the people who are stuck in Gaza, as well as many of the people who have made their way to Cairo, where they are currently stuck. I initially became involved with these applications when I was contacted by a Canadian citizen in Gaza in around this time, in middle of November of 2023. And he was looking for options to evacuate his elderly parents. We submitted an application before this program was announced. They are not in Canada. Their applications remain in process, and we have now reached essentially the 2-year anniversary of these applications. Fortunately, they were able to reach a place of safety in Cairo, but they have now been there for close to 2 years with no end in sight and no communication from IRCC about what the delay is caused by. So I guess I will begin by talking about some of the problems that became apparent with this application process, essentially from the time that it opened on January 9th, 2024. So the first stage of this policy required Canadian family members to submit a statutory declaration with the names of the family members they wanted to bring to Canada. And in conversations with IRCC before the policy opened, we were all assured that immigration would accept statutory declaration forms that had been remotely commissioned, meaning forms that had been signed by a lawyer or notary public through video conferencing technology. The form that became available for download on the early afternoon of January 9th, 2024 stated that it had to be signed in person, creating panic and confusion amongst family members who were competing for what was then 1,000 application spots. So hearing from a client, oh, I'm having to put my newborn baby in the car in the middle of the snowstorm to go find a notary public to commission this so I can submit it on behalf of my family members was distressing, very unfair. Once the statutory declarations were completed, some Canadian family members received unique reference codes, and these codes were issued over weeks and then months. Some people never received codes, and a number of applications that I submitted on behalf of families and family members in Canada never received any response. And we are now, again, almost at the 2-year mark of this policy coming into play, and we've never received any explanation as to why there was no response to these web forms. Others had web forms sent back, and I was indeed one of those who had a web form sent back by immigration, saying that the form was incomplete. And only after we began litigation did we discover that the reason that immigration thought the form was incomplete was because it didn't have a notary seal on it. Those that are legal practitioners will likely know that lawyers don't require a notary seal to commission a statutory declaration or an affidavit. And we reasonably assumed that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada was similarly aware that we were not required to provide a seal, and yet that does not seem to have been the case. And in fact, the instructions were updated after the fact to reflect that a notary seal was not required for this to be complete. Again, we only learned that this was the issue with the forms because nobody could tell me in my inquiries with immigration after we litigated. And after months of litigation, in fact, that this was the problem. Once families received their unique reference codes, they were instructed by the immigration website to submit their temporary resident visa applications as quickly as possible, in part because of the limits on the number of applications that were being accepted under the program. We were still at this 1,000 applicant mark. For people in Gaza who lacked electricity, who were experiencing cutoff from all forms of communication, cut off from the internet, from phone service, providing the detailed information required by the forms, including the dates of birth, addresses, phone numbers of extended family members and in-laws, was impossible, especially considering the number of people who had already been displaced, who they were not able to get in touch with, people who they maybe did not know if they were living or dead. People did not have access to the detailed employment records, their education records, their documents, many of which had been destroyed, were in the rubble of their homes, and were supposed to provide a level of detailed information that I would be hard pressed to provide in my current circumstances with my access to all of my records. I, used to joke with clients that I would certainly not be able to fill out the form because while I liked my brother-in-law's mother very much, I had no idea when her birthday was and would certainly not be able to provide that information on a form that, had very clear language about the importance of it being accurate and complete to avoid potential misrepresentation by omitting information. I spoke to clients who would try to send me documents over WhatsApp, having to go into dangerous situations to try and get cell phone signal to be able to send me the information required to complete forms and applications, walking along beaches or trying to find high points, even though it put them in danger from snipers and other dangers, was very difficult to hear. And going through spending nights wondering why someone had not responded to a text or an email and not knowing whether one's clients in Gaza were living or dead, or whether they just didn't have access, weren't able to charge their phone, was very difficult, and certainly also incredibly difficult for the family members in Canada. As we keep emphasizing, we're getting to the 2-year anniversary of this program, and to date, no one has been evacuated through the process set out by the Government of Canada. And while we are aware that there were some initial efforts to facilitate exit, with the government putting forward names to COGAT, the Israeli forces that control the border between March and May of 2024, there have been no efforts to facilitate exit since the Rafah border closed in May 2024. The overwhelming majority of applicants remain in Gaza, and in many cases, Canada has not even completed the preliminary steps required by the program for most applicants. That means that if the Rafah border opened tomorrow, many of these applicants would not be eligible for any steps towards evacuation because the Canadian government simply has not done their part. As Safinaz and Dami mentioned, many people, some number of people were able to exit through Rafah on their own by paying exorbitant sums to cross the border into Egypt. They remain in Egypt unable to work, their children unable to go to school. They have no right to access government services, to open bank accounts. Family members in Canada send them money and financially support them. It causes significant hardship for the family members in Canada who are financially supporting relatives in Egypt and in Gaza. This has been agonizing, especially knowing those in Egypt have already completed their biometrics, and there is no principled reason why they should not be allowed to reunify with their family members in Canada. What we're also seeing on the legal end is an unprecedented response from immigration authorities in terms of investigations of applicants on grounds of national security. This is a direct result of the kind of extreme information gathering that IRCC has engaged in under this application process, requesting that people provide links to all usernames for all of their social media accounts. We now know, and I can tell you from my own experience, acting as counsel for individuals who have received what are called procedural fairness letters, that immigration authorities are combing through social media accounts, looking at posts up to and over a decade old to find a pretext to exclude people from Canada on the grounds that they are a danger to national security. We are seeing people being called in for interviews based on social media posts that are critical of Israel. We've seen allegations that people may be inadmissible to Canada because they may be anti-Semites or have posted about being anti-Zionist. We have seen medical professionals being asked if they have ever provided medical treatment to members of Hamas and to combatants. Of course, refusing to provide medical care would be a violation of their professional obligations and international law, but apparently providing such care in a hospital or other medical facility could make them inadmissible in Canada's eyes. We've also seen targeting of individuals who worked for the government in Gaza in really any capacity, even if they are not members of Hamas or any political organization, and people being called in for interviews because of even social media posts made by other family members. In my 10 years of practicing immigration law, I've never seen these kinds of allegations, particularly with respect to social media posts made by other family members, including siblings, right? The idea that one could be held responsible for the social media posts made by adult siblings is certainly very alarming for those of us who may or may not share, political beliefs with our siblings. But right, we're just seeing a really unprecedented response and treatment of people from Gaza that I frankly have never seen before, and on the flimsiest of pretexts, and really seeing how the collection of this information on what we were told was because people could not do their biometrics, that this was what needed to happen to conduct preliminary security screenings. And in fact, it is now very clear what this information is being used for. And it is frightening. In the meantime, we have left all of approximately 3,000 people in Gaza, having given them the hope that they would be evacuated to Canada to be reunited with their family in Canada. And a large number of people remain stranded in Egypt, having left behind their lives and often their loved ones on the promise that they would be able to come to Canada, only to be left stranded. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hana Marku. I'm also an immigration and refugee lawyer. You heard my law partner, Dami Lee, speak a few moments ago about the requirements of the policy. And I would like to talk to you a bit today about the fight that we have been having in the federal court to try to compel our judicial system to order the Canadian government to do what it is their responsibility to do. We've been litigating on behalf of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip for approximately 2 years. And these are individuals who've had no meaningful movement on their files, or in some cases, never even got the unique reference codes that they needed to even submit an application online. And for the benefit of people who haven't had the pleasure of navigating immigration procedures in Canada, I'd like to explain what we mean when we say biometrics. Biometrics is simply another word for the collection of fingerprints and photos. That's all it is. That's all it is. And when we're talking about unique reference codes, we're talking about the same types of unique codes that you might get when you're logged out of your email. It's just a special combination of numbers and letters that are assigned to you as an individual. That's what those terms mean, nothing more. We represent 18 people in the Gaza Strip who are either waiting for their preliminary screening, so not the complete screening, a preliminary screening in the Gaza Strip to be done, or they have completed their preliminary screenings and they're waiting for Canada to do something to advocate for their exit. We also represent approximately 50 further individuals who never got the unique reference codes that they needed to go online to fill out the forms to submit their application. This is approximately 50 people who we represent jointly with Ms. Rackless. Our clients have bent over backwards to try to meet Canada's requirements. One of our clients went back to the rubble of her home to try to find papers that contain information about her father's employment records, because that's information that was required for the visa applications. Everyone who we represent in the Gaza Strip has loved ones in Canada. Their relatives in Canada have been doing a lot of legwork to fill out application forms, to go online, to navigate IRCC's website. And it's the relatives in Canada who call their family members in the Gaza Strip over WhatsApp when they can catch nothing more. And again, I want to stress that when the Canadian family members here are calling their loved ones in the Gaza Strip, they don't know when those family members pick up the phone if they're injured, if they've just escaped a bombing, if they're sitting in the rubble of their home, or if they're displaced in another tent. And what these families got in response for their efforts in trying to fill out visa application forms in these conditions was inaction and silence. And that's why we've spent the past 2 years asking the Federal Court of Canada to order the Canadian government to take the steps that they are required to take on these files. Canada has an obligation to conduct preliminary screenings because that's what they said they would do. Canada has an obligation to advocate for people to exit Gaza because that's what Canada said it would do. Canada has an obligation to issue codes to people who applied in the proper way within the proper time frame, because that's what they said they would do. So we're seeking court orders for Canada to do what it said it would do. And the kinds of orders that we are requesting, they exist in our legal system in order to ensure that when the government fails to fulfill its duties, our courts can compel them to act. And our arguments for the past 2 years have been simple because the facts are actually quite simple. We argue that the Canadian government has an obligation to follow the steps outlined in its own policy that its own minister created. We argued that waiting nearly 2 years for preliminary screenings was too long. We argued that waiting nearly 2 years for Canada to facilitate exit was too long. We argued that if the policy had changed, if it had changed because, let's say, the Rafah border closed, Canada has a legal obligation to inform our clients that something had changed in the policy. And our starting point has been, and it continues to be, that Palestinians have the right to expect that the Canadian government will act with basic decency by keeping promises that it made to them. This is why we sought justice from our legal system, from our federal court. We have documented every displacement, every bombing, every wound and injury, and every crime that our clients have suffered during the course of this genocide, and presented it to the court. And the reason why we presented this to the court was so that we could make the point that Canada's visa policy for Palestinians is meaningless without action. And I'm sure it comes as no surprise to anyone in this room, especially after the testimony that we've heard, that Canada's behavior throughout the rollout of this visa program demonstrates that Canada has no serious intention of providing safe refuge to Palestinians. That became obvious to Damie and I when we started receiving the Canadian government's records on our clients' visa applications. We reached a point in the litigation in which the court compelled the government to hand over to us what had been done on the files of our clients over the past 2 years. So we got to see the notes of the officers who were responsible for our clients' files, and we got to see what action was taken on and on what date. And I can tell you that in the records that we have reviewed, we have seen no evidence of any advocacy on Canada's part to get our clients out of Gaza. That information does not exist, which means it has not happened. And if people can't get out, the policy cannot provide safe refuge. Permission to exit the Gaza Strip, and these are facts that I'm sure are well known to everyone in this room. Permission to exit the Gaza Strip is only granted if a foreign government advocates for you or an international organization advocates for you. There is no other way for Palestinians to get out. Canada knows this. And I want to emphasize the percentage that Matthew cited earlier. Canada has assisted in the evacuation of fewer than 2% of visa applicants in the Gaza Strip. For most of our clients with pending security screenings, we can see from the government's own records that no meaningful action has been taken on those screenings since last year. And I want to emphasize that they are preliminary. They're not complete assessments. They're preliminary assessments that are to be made while people are still physically in the Gaza Strip. Canada has been exceedingly slow in preliminary screenings, even in cases involving the elderly and children. We have no information about what the preliminary screenings actually entail. That's not disclosed to us. Although we know anecdotally from our colleagues that Canada does spend a significant amount of time scrolling through the social media feeds of Palestinians. And the position of Canada's lawyers, I believe, needs to be made public. The position of Canada's lawyers throughout our litigation has been that Canada's hands are tied. And Canada's hands are tied because the Rafah border closed in May 2024. And the initial iteration of the policy, at least the way it was set up in January of last year, was that exit would be facilitated at the Rafah border specifically. But we all know that the Rafah border is not the only border point in the Gaza Strip. But Canada's lawyers have said that Canada cannot issue visas until Palestinians in the Gaza Strip complete their biometrics outside of the Gaza Strip, which can only happen with Canada's advocacy, but Canada cannot do the advocacy because the Rafah border is closed. It is a catch-22. And our position has been that Canada can't say that advocacy efforts, that trying is pointless without first trying them. And I need to share with you what the federal court's response has been so far. There have been 4 recent decisions that have been issued for clients in the circumstances of our clients. They all come from the same judge, Justice Henry Brown of the Federal Court of Canada. One of his decisions was issued in September, and the other 3 were issued a few days ago. The position of the Federal Court of Canada is that Canada never promised our clients anything and that they are entitled to nothing. The court has concluded that our clients in the Gaza Strip and their Canadian family members couldn't have formed a legitimate expectation that Canada would process their visas in any particular time frame. The court has implied that a delay of 2 years or more is reasonable in these circumstances. The court has concluded that conducting preliminary screenings and advocating for exit out of Gaza are not steps that Canada is required to take under the policy, even though Canada said they would do so as per the policy. The court has said that the operational context is so uniquely difficult in Gaza that Canada is no longer required to take the steps that it said it would take. IRCC requires flexibility. The court has agreed with Canada's lawyers that there's nothing Canada can do until the Rafah border crossing reopens. And even attempting to get clearance for individuals from Kogat so that they can leave when the border does open would apparently serve no purpose in the court's view. The court has faulted Palestinian visa applicants in the Gaza Strip for not bringing themselves into compliance. And by that they mean they haven't provided their biometrics, again, their fingerprints and their photos in a third country, even though they cannot exit the Gaza Strip without Canada's advocacy. This was explained in great detail in our submissions before the court, that biometrics are not possible without advocacy for exit, and that was the design of the policy from its very inception, and that language and that process remains publicly available on Canada's website. The court has faulted Palestinian visa applicants for not seeking an exemption from the requirement to give their fingerprints and photos. Although such an exemption, of course, wouldn't be necessary if Canada actually advocated for people to leave. Because if Canada advocated for people to leave, there'd be no barrier to completing biometrics at all. And let's imagine that if Canada were to grant a biometric exemption to someone in the Gaza Strip, how would they get out? It may surprise you to know that the position of the Federal Court of Canada is that the Canadian government may actually be doing advocacy for Palestinians behind the scenes. This may be happening, according to the Federal Court. But the government has no obligation to tell us if those advocacy efforts are in fact happening. And actually, it's our clients in the Gaza Strip who are supposed to be able to prove that those advocacy efforts aren't happening. And I want to pause on this because it's cruel. The applicants in the Gaza Strip are presumed to know that the reason for the delay is the closure of the Rafah border. Our clients who are living in tents and rubble and who've been litigating this very issue for the past 2 years, they are supposed to be able to intuit why Canada has stopped processing their applications without any communication from the Government of Canada. And this is the position of the Federal Court of Canada today. There is no appeal process. These decisions are final. And what our judicial system has done, and the roots of our judicial system were made quite clear by my colleague Damie and my colleague Matthew. Our judicial system has confirmed that despite Canada's explicit promises to conduct preliminary screenings and to advocate for exit, those promises are not legally enforceable. And not only are they not legally enforceable, Canada owes no explanation to anyone, not even in the form of an update on their website to say that Canada will not and is not seeking your exit from the Gaza Strip. This is a grim warning, not just for Palestinians, but for all other oppressed peoples in the world who may hold on to some remnant of a belief in Canada's humanitarian spirit. And the message from our court thus far is clear that if you are a Palestinian living in the Gaza Strip and you've pinned your hopes of survival on this policy, Canada does not owe you anything. Law is the end result of politics. And I would like to leave this microphone with a productive comment. Law is the end result of politics, and politics is always changing. The law can change in response to what happens in the street, in lecture halls, in demonstrations, and in gatherings like this one. And we have gained so much strength and inspiration in the past 24 hours by seeing how others, our colleagues and our comrades here, have fought and continued to fight with great creativity and determination. And we are so incredibly grateful for that because the law is the end result of politics. We are not yet done as lawyers for pushing the limits of the law, and this legal fight is not over. Our energy is endless. And we gain our energy from you, not from our laws and not from our courts and not from our judges. We gain our energy from you. We are not yet done pushing the limits of the law. We are not yet done standing beside you to push for the recognition of Palestinian humanity, because Palestinian humanity is our humanity. Thank you.
Greatest thanks, Hannah, and all our witnesses in this session for exposing the violence of this Byzantine, Kafkaesque, obscure system that obscures its violence through technicalities and invisibility. Now, I would ask if we have any questions about the testimonies from our panel of eminent elders. Yes, Elder Sheila Day.
My question is to you, Hannah. Canada's coming up for a review at the Human Rights Committee under the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. I'd like to know whether you're considering going to that review and presenting the evidence that you just did. I think it's extremely important, and I'm sure it's on your radar.
Thank you for that question. Yes, it is on our radar. So we understand that as a basic principle of law, we must exhaust our national judicial system before considering international forums. That is something that we are considering. And we're also considering other types of litigation that we can try nationally, perhaps not precisely the order that we have been seeking for the past 2 years, perhaps something slightly different. But yes, Canada has international obligations, and even though those obligations may not necessarily be binding, reputational damage and symbolic damage is well deserved at this point. So yes, that is on our radar.
Elder Marie Fanon.
I have almost the same question, but about the universal periodic exam. The last one was in 2023 for Canada. And they made there was some comments about Islamophobia, and they put in place, I think, kind of sorry. Oh, yes, so special representative for this issue. And what we are listening all this morning, it's also related to institutional racism. And I think it would be really important to underline that and to make a special comment on this issue of institutional racism. Particularly if some of you mentioned the difference between the welcome of Ukrainian and the not welcome of Palestinian. And we know exactly why. Because it's European, Christian, white European, and the other side, it's Arab or Palestinian considered as Arab, and with Islam religion. And it's really important right now because what happened here, it's exactly in Israel. It's the dream of to build the great Israel without any other Arabs. I think we have to relate this issue of immigration to that, and to underline we are not naive, and what is doing the Canadian state is just to not only to be complicit in the genocide or war crime, but also to participate to the creation of Great Israel, a great Israel against inalienable rights for Palestinian people. And they, of course, they play also with the truth, historical truth. I think it's something it has to be underlined, if I may.
Yes, certainly. We know that what is underlining all of this is anti-Palestinian racism, because if there was such a deep concern for Canada's security, as some of the other witnesses have spoken to today, if security was such a primary concern, IDF soldiers would be subjected to a much greater degree of scrutiny before they were permitted to enter this country. So we know that security is not actually Canada's primary concern here. We know that to be the case.
Yes, but my issue it's really to name the things, how the things are going. It's not only discrimination or bad treatment, it's institutional racism. It's really important if we have to tackle that and not to leave that in something against Palestinian. It's what's happening. It's not only against Palestinian, it's happened also against African Canadian, and also against indigenous people. And it is a system, you see, it is a system. That's why it's really important to point, it is a system, and Palestinian, even when they are under genocide, they are also victims of this Eurocentric system. It's really important. I think it's really important.
Les damnés de la terre, as your dear father said.
I did not refer to that, but I think also it's our duty. It's our duty to name exactly and precisely what is happening on the ground.
Elder Atif Kaborsi, was there a question from you?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to raise the question what specific measures, what specific action, what specific support is the advocate is expecting or could expect and would counsel us as a community and partners to support their actions?
Thanks for your question. I think as a community, we are stronger in numbers, and the more voices that are being heard on the same issue contribute to why things change or why the government might be forced to change policies or how they are approaching things. I think a lot of the items in the last 2 years that we were able to achieve through just public and community advocacy are mostly are sitting on the side of after applicants in the program, for example, have come to Canada, we were able to push for additional resourcing and funding. We were able to push for the added provincial healthcare in all of the provinces, except currently Quebec still doesn't offer it, I believe. However, I think as a community, you need to figure out who is supposed to be listening to your voice. At the basic level, your MP or member of parliament. You need to go out and talk to them, and I would like to use a better word, but bombard them with your voice, your opinion, team up with people that are like-minded, form groups that will be able to push their voices forward with the people that can. If they can't make the change in that you need to see, they are at least voices that can pass on your voice to the next person up and continue to repeat and sound like a broken record and push for what you need. So if you have any means to make that contribution, it is very crucial in all of this. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any, our sorry. Our eminent elder, Ellen Gabriel, or Dr. Kabursi, did you have?
Yeah, I think I'd.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue here is to be a bit specific. Individual action is not really going to be very effective. So we need to come as a group. Which group should we ask our community organizations? Shall we defer to you lawyers to get us together? We need specific instructions and advice on how can we make our voice heard and how can we devote resources and energy towards implementing some of these programs.
Atif, we will be providing that information after today because we are on a very tight timeline, but we will provide a complete list of organizations, action ideas, petitions, and other things. Thank you.
Our member of the Panel of Eminent Elders, Ellen Gabriel.
Thank you to all the speakers who have enlightened us on certain subjects in immigration. And I keep thinking about the fact that, Indigenous people, this is our land. And, this might seem like an abstract to people, but I've always believed that we should be involved in the immigration into on Turtle Island, on our homelands. The right to self-determination includes that. And I'm just putting it out there for any lawyers who could come up with some kind of resolution that would allow Indigenous people to decide who comes in or out of our homelands.
Ray Clark.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me okay? Yep, okay, great. So thank you all. Thank you to the witnesses who have presented both yesterday and today. And I've been moved beyond words over the last day and a half. And in particular, just with this last presentation, Hannah's presentation, I think the invocation that law is the end result of politics and politics is always changing, I think is a wonderful opening for the work of this tribunal and the work ahead. And so I think that that in many ways is a wonderful mission call. My question is, it has to do with the comparable data that that Hannah and a couple of her other colleagues raised in relation to the stats with Ukraine and government policy and implementation as it relates to Palestine. And we might even go down the list and think about Sudan and other regions in the world where the comparables are astounding. And I wonder how we can get the statistics, or if what is readily available. I know that Hannah, you said that you were able to access some of the data to actually look at the results of the I guess immigration documents, and time again they all were unfortunately very similar. But I think that the comparables are useful, certainly for us, but in thinking about some of these questions, structural questions. Will you be making that available to us? Is some of that publicly available? How can we see some of the specificities while also covering the names of the clients involved? Thanks.
Thank you for that question. The statistics that I cited for the Ukraine policy are all publicly available on IRCC's website, because they wear that badge very proudly, that they had granted 1 million visas in record speed, that they had resettled 300,000 Ukrainians. They're very specific. They have the dates. All of that is publicly available. As with other successful temporary public policies, the data on Palestinians is scarce in comparison. That is the data, what we've cited, the 800 people, is the only data that has been publicly available. And that's also available on IRCC's website, but no other related data on what has not been done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damie. And I would also note for everyone here that on our tribunal website, we are compiling an archive of documentation, evidence, reports, a central archive. And so any of that data that you would like to submit to us, that will also feed into the tribunal's final report, as well as any associated litigation and other kinds of legal efforts. Do we have any more questions from the panel of elders? Otherwise, we will move to our lunch break, and we will reconvene at, I'm sorry, it's going to have to be a bit of a shorter lunch break, but we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. If that's okay. If that's okay for everyone. We are, yes, we are behind schedule. I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. We'll be beginning again in less than 10 minutes at 2 p.m. So if everyone just make sure they have their food, and then we can begin getting ready to start again. If everyone could make their way back to their chairs, please, we will begin the next session. And I would like to introduce our chair for the session, Alex Neve, the eminent international human rights lawyer, former Secretary General of Amnesty International Canada, and this year's CBC Massey lecturer, Alex Neve.
Thank you very much, Aziza, and good afternoon. I guess we're well into the afternoon already, but now the afternoon officially begins with more powerful and wrenching, but very illuminating testimony for sure. And I know for the elders in front of you is clearly a very deeply disturbing picture that extends far beyond any notion that Canada is simply a bystander to genocide, or even that Canada's efforts to prevent and end genocide have somehow been benignly ineffective. What you, of course, are being presented with is a picture of direct responsibility, of unquestionable complicity, and deliberate policy and intentional decisions that both further the genocide and erect barriers to those seeking protection. And this upcoming panel is going to continue that trajectory. And we're now going to explore that further, looking at three different areas. We're going to look at Canada's approach to foreign aid, to the charitable sector, and to plans for Gaza's reconstruction. And you are going to hear from five very thoughtful expert witnesses. You're going to hear from Jeremy Wildman, who's a fellow with the Human Rights Research and Education Center at the University of Ottawa. You're going to hear from Ayaz Abu Hajar, a Palestinian academic from Gaza, who is now at Carleton University. You're going to hear from Tim McSorley, the national coordinator with the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group. Yaver Hamid, a well-known and highly respected human rights lawyer here in Ottawa, and Karen Rodman of Just Peace Advocates. And to keep things moving quickly, I'm not going to jump up every time after every speaker. They're just going to flow one to the next, and we're going to start things off with Jeremy.
Okay, what I'm going to do is give a general sort of overview of Canada's approach to aid in Palestine, knowing all the speakers after me and sort of setting everything up for them in some way, but giving you a bigger picture of the structures and reminding us at the beginning of what reconstruction is addressing. And just thinking about Gaza at the moment, the West Bank is hell, by the way. Gaza is like a different level of hell, layer of hell. We keep thinking of new terms, right, to describe what Gaza is. So it's important to keep in mind what Palestinians in Gaza have been through. Gaza has been the site of unimaginable horrors. The entire population have experienced starvation, violence, the loss of loved ones, their homes, their livelihoods, and significant mental trauma. Gaza's population is young. Nearly half are under the age of 18. We can only imagine the significant physical and mental trauma they and other children have been through following nearly 2 years of constant bombardment day and night. One Palestinian colleague, and I think it is yes, conveyed to me, it's like the population has been on a swing, violently displaced back and forth by bombardment. For children, there's a 2 years absence of any sense of security, regular life, schooling, and play. Thinking of James Yaps's presentation, Gaza is the site of mass disablement. And we see that daily with the most horrific imagery by the sheer number of children missing limbs. And it's important to remember that those have most often been amputated without proper medical care or anesthetics. The hospitals and schools those children need to access have been damaged or destroyed. Indeed, something like 90% of the buildings and infrastructure in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, and the territory is littered with spent and unspent ordnance. On October 7th, 2023, as the current phase of the conflict, and it's just a different phase of an ongoing, as we've established, ethnic cleansing going back decades and colonization process. There were 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. Official figures right now are saying about 70,000 of that population have been killed. These are official figures, these are OCHA figures. And 170,000 injured. So that's about 10% of the population. Remember, they've all been displaced, all been starved. Literally like 100% of it experienced starvation. But the toll of direct and indirect deaths, we all know, is much higher. The vast majority of casualties are civilian. Using the most conservative data possible, which is the Israeli military data, it's about 83% of the casualties, one of the highest in modern warfare. However, it is difficult to count the dead given the total destruction of Gaza and the deliberate assault on Palestinian healthcare and rescue workers. So indeed, we often hear President Trump referring to there being now about 1.8, 1.7 million people in Gaza. This may reflect the more accurate American intelligence estimate, right? Because we know Trump likes to say offhand what he's seeing, right? So that's an important one to follow. The SALT has been so expansive that experts have referred to the situation in Gaza using terms such as genocide, herbicide, domicide, politicide, ecocide, educide, scholasticide, culturecide, and you see the push to create new terminology to what this genocide has been. Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Trump, has referred to Gaza looking like a nuclear bomb went off there. And I always say what strikes me is when I see the interviews with Palestinians in Gaza, they keep relating their experience to Hollywood films. Those of you know who Palestine well, film and Hollywood films is a big part of the culture. And the interviews, people would keep referring to experiencing what they would see as like a dystopian film or a horror film, like a zombie film. And you see this literally in the interviews because there's no other thing that they can relate their experience to. So it's going to take significant and sustained effort to help those people recover as best anyone can in those circumstances. Thank you. And ES is going to in particular follow me to discuss that. So it's also important to bear in mind that genocide hasn't stopped. Nearly 250 people have been killed since October 10th, when the current ceasefire went into effect. 650 injured, so we're on not a dissimilar pace from when there was no ceasefire. More than anything, we need a genuine and permanent ceasefire to separate the Palestinians from Israelis and to halt all the violence against the Palestinians on their territory, to allow them space to breathe, recover, and rebuild their communities. The 20-year siege on Gaza needs to end. Palestinians need full freedom of movement and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid and other goods into Gaza. They need to be able to trade and interact with the world normally, like any people does. Canada needs to take measures then to build on its recognition of Palestinian statehood, such as striving to help Palestine gain full membership at the UN and the extra protections you then get as a state. While aid is needed to help Palestinians recover and rehabilitate their infrastructure, they need protection and security in order to do that. It doesn't help if everything, and this is the history, things get built and they keep getting destroyed. Canada needs to take measures then that help halt the violence and hold perpetrators to account. And this is all part of aid, folks. So I'm just emphasizing that. If you want to commit to doing aid properly, the political context needs always to be addressed. So that includes, after the good panels earlier, support for the ICC and ICJ as they prosecute cases related to Israel and Palestine. Canada needs to investigate war crimes domestically and to strip organizations in Canada, and this is going to be thinking of Karen in mind, of their charitable status if they support war crimes, violence, or violate international law. Also, Yavar's experiences in the other direction. Canada needs to enforce international law equally, regardless if you're Ukrainian or Palestinian. If you want to see the double standards in place, we've already talked about that. Now, Canadian aid has at times been used to sustain Palestinians. There's no question about this. But there's lots of questions about it too. It's been used to build infrastructure like Canada Well in Gaza and to provide scholarships for Palestinian girls in Lebanon. Canada has provided hundreds of millions of dollars over the years to UNRWA, in addition to other programming. In fact, Canada has a long history of supporting UNRWA. The first director of UNRWA was a Canadian, Howard Kennedy. This was in 1950, and in its first 20 years or odd of existence, Canada is one of the agency's top donors. UNRWA is the backbone of service provision for Palestinian refugees, and more than 80% of the population in Gaza are refugees. UNRWA is best placed to support the rehabilitation of Gaza and deliver aid there. It can support the children in the recovery. This is that young population, 50% under 18, youth, it's even like 2/3 of the population, including addressing 2 lost years of schooling and extreme trauma. Canada could increase funding to UNRWA and ensure it can operate freely in Palestine. However, I need to note that Canadian aid has always been offered within a context of occupation, not challenging Israeli rule of the Palestinians, and instead largely working around the ever-tightening rules of occupation authorities during their ongoing colonization of Palestine as Palestine shrinks from that colonization. The theory Canada always put forth was that they're just waiting for a negotiated two-state solution, and aid was being provided in the meantime to support Palestinians while working towards a two-state solution. That included reforming the Palestinians so they could be ready for self-rule, something we all know from colonial rule. They're not ready for rule yet on their own, right? That the European colonizer needs to decide when that is, that you can be independent. This was always a convenient excuse for Canada to continue to provide aid funding that was structurally designed to maintain the Palestinians under occupation, to help reinforce a Western-backed Palestinian authority that would be shaped to maintain control over the Palestinians for Israeli security needs, while Israel continued to colonize Palestine. So for this reason, we have also to be wary of Canada weaponizing aid such as to UNRWA. So Canada has used aid to support Israel, and you can see this with UNRWA. So for instance, Canada has at times halted funding for this critical agency in key periods as punishment against the Palestinians and or on the behest of Israel. And a great awful example includes from 2011 to 2016. And that was after the first major bombardment of Gaza in 2008, 2009. In order to support Israel, the Harper government at the time decided to cut funding to UNRWA. And there was another example just last year, right? January to March, Canada, along with the United States, was the first country to withhold funding to UNRWA at a really key period in the genocide. So Canada has provided those hundreds of millions of dollars to UNRWA in the past, but has also withheld it in order to discipline the Palestinians. In 2006, Canada was among the first countries to halt aid to Palestine after the Palestinians voted wrong in their election. And in 2012, Canada shut down the federal organization Rights and Democracy for offering funding to investigate war crimes by both Israelis and Palestinians in the 2008-2009 Gaza war. So one of the most egregious actions a donor can do in a conflict situation, and this is really important for me to get here, is to choose sides, to do harm, to actively decide to do harm by choosing a side, particularly if it's the powerful aggressor, particularly if it's a colonizer, folks. And Canada has a long history of doing this on behalf of Israel against the Palestinians. So we always need to be wary because Canada has this track record of using aid to punish, discipline, and inflict harm on Palestinians. So with the approach by which Canada has typically given aid, working within the rules of the occupation authorities, it has in effect joined other international donors, because other Western donors, the biggest donors Palestinians often do, is help also offset the costs of Israel administering the Palestinians by not challenging the politics of occupation, of colonization, and just giving funding and working within the rules. What they often do is just offset the costs of occupation, and actually Israel profits tremendously off that money going in, because it's given in a structurally incorrect way. Shalhoub, the now German scholar, does a lot of really good research on just the amount of money that goes back to the Israeli economy. Now, Canada has undermined democracy also in, okay, wrapping up, Alex, last minute, has undermined democracy at the Palestinian Authority, reinforcing autocratic governance based on the racist idea that Palestinians are not ready for self-government and need a strongman government to protect both Palestinians and Israel from Palestinians' inherently less civilized nature. In reality, this is just reinforcing autocracy in order to provide protection for an apartheid settler colonial state that has been engaged in ethnic cleansing. I'm in my last 30 seconds, Alex. So while providing justice and police training to support the Palestinian Authority can be good if the Palestinians are left to freely build their own democratic institutions, it is not if it's just to reinforce an autocratic government acting on behalf of a colonizing force. Likewise, if Canada commits troops to Gaza, and there's talk about this now with the Americans, it should be to separate Israelis from Palestinians, enforce a real ceasefire, and protect civilians, while allowing Palestinians to rebuild and have that aid funding to come in to rebuild. Ultimately, Canada needs to abandon its long-running track record of addressing Israeli violations with double standards, largely ignoring transgressions. Palestinians need to be supported in having autonomy to choose their own government on their own. And Palestine needs a political solution, not aid in lieu, instead of a political solution. An aid that empowers Palestinians and allows them to truly exist on their own terms, free from Israel, not aid that is used to maintain discipline and keep Palestinians under Israeli colonial rule. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My friend from Gaza texted me yesterday describing the situation in the Gaza Strip. He said the war is over on paper alone, but its effects linger on. He continued, only now has the tragedy revealed its true nature, revealing a picture from the depth of desperation. He ended his message, the war is not over. We are in the midst of war, loss, destitution, and poverty. Currently, the Gaza Strip has been subjected to a wave of torrential rains in the last 2 days, causing humanitarian disaster in the camps. The rain flooded tents, leaving children, women, and the sick exposed to bitter cold and unimaginable hardship. To prevent the spread of disease in the Strip and to stop the collapse of more tents, we must act immediately. Dozens of tents collapsed due to rainwater accumulating on plastic roofs of the tents. Many families were trapped inside their tents with water covering mattresses and blankets. The camps turned into muddy swamps, hindering movement and increasing the risk of diseases. Rainwater mixed with septic tanks, polluting the surrounding environment and leading to the spread of diseases. Speaking about reconstruction is first, we need to stop destruction. As for the state of Canada, as a country that has been complicit in genocide, first, don't do harm. No harm. Stop complicity immediately in military, diplomatic cover, trade, and investment with Israel. Support a permanent ceasefire. Support unconditional humanitarian supplies through the UN, especially UNRWA. Support Palestinian-led construction, that is, reconstruction is carried out by Palestinian engineers, civil society, workers to rebuild and lead to Palestinian self-determination. No more politicizing of reconstruction or weaponization of aid like past reconstructions controlled by Israel or the US. I remember in April 1999, when I worked in the field of development in Gaza and the West Bank, USAID chief gathered heads of aid agencies in the Windmill Hotel in Gaza City. He gathered representatives from donor countries from Europe, Canada, Japan, and others. He told the gathering, we are not here for the Palestinian people. We are here for the Oslo process. And of course, the rest obeyed. For Canada, can we imagine now what the Trump administration and Kushner are telling stakeholders, leaders, countries at this moment, what Gaza reconstruction means? For Canada, what policy is Canada going to adopt in realizing a genuine reconstruction to fulfill the aspiration of the people of Gaza and indeed the Palestinians? Indeed, reconstruction means supporting accountability, investigation of war crimes, including the biggest crime of all, genocide, address justice and reparations. One cannot build with one hand and destroys with another hand. Reconstruction is interconnected from Gaza to the rest of the world, including here in Canada. Reconstruction of Gaza, I believe, is indeed a global ecosystem of restoring dignity and justice. Here in Canada, Canadian government must uphold freedom of speech, academic freedom, protect the humanity of Palestinians, civil society, humanitarian charities helping Gaza, not incriminating or creating toxic and dangerous conditions. In Canada, if Canada claims standing for the rule of law, multilateralism, global human rights, participation in UN missions, it is time for Canada to start to reconstruct its own policies, to make up for decades of moral and political failure when it comes to the Palestinians, to make institutions built on ethics, plurality, coexistence, not institutional racism, dehumanizing of Palestinians. Canada needs to free universities here and other public spaces from anti-Palestinian racism and from the spread of culture of intimidation. Gaza needs all of us to participate in the reconstruction. We are all responsible for the reconstruction of Gaza. And I believe Gaza right now is the current capital of humanity. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the organizers, to Aziza Kanji, to everyone else who has spoken today, and to the eminent Council of Elders here who are listening to everything that we have to share. My name is Tim McSorley. I'm the National Coordinator of the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group. We're a coalition of 45 Canadian civil society organizations founded in 2002, shortly after Canada's adoption of its first Anti-Terrorism Act in December 2001 to defend civil liberties in Canada in the context of national security and anti-terrorism laws, and at the time, the burgeoning so-called War on Terror. Over that time, we have documented, observed, and challenged the ways in which national security and countering terrorism, allegedly countering terrorism, have been used to justify the erosion of and attacks on human rights, civil liberties, and the rule of law at home and internationally. This has included the rise in surveillance, the militarization of borders, widespread instances of racial, religious, and political profiling, attacks on freedom of expression, dissent, and the right to protest, and the justification of illegal wars and undermining of humanitarian aid. Over the past 2 years, we have seen with horror the use of the allegations of fighting terrorism and the excuse of fighting terrorism to commit a genocide against the Palestinian people and Canada's complicity. Today, I'd like to focus on some of the work we have done on the ways that Canada's efforts to ostensibly counter terrorist financing has had broad negative impacts on Canadian civil society, including prejudice and biased audits and investigations of Muslim-led charities, restrictions on humanitarian aid and international assistance, and on civic space and free expression more broadly, and in particular, its impact on both material and political support for Palestinian people. In 2021, we published a research report exposing for the first time the impacts of Canadian counter-terrorist financing activities on Muslim-led charities in Canada. What we found was that a little-known division of the Canada Revenue Agency, the Review and Analysis Division, or RAD, had been targeting Muslim charities for audits based on prejudice and unsupported allegations of a risk of terrorist financing, including the Canadian government's National Risk Assessment for Terrorist Financing in the charitable sector focused almost exclusively on Muslim charities, on Muslim charities, and entirely on charities based in racialized communities, with little to no public substantiation of the risk. The risk assessment has been used to justify surveillance monitoring and audits of leading Muslim charities in Canada. RAD operates largely in secret, in tandem with national security agencies, with little to no accountability and no independent review up until that point. And that between 2008 and 2015, 75% of all charities were revoked by RAD following these secretive audits were Muslim charities, harming the sector and impacting the larger Muslim community in Canada and those who support them and work with them. At the time, the number of audits and revocations, and after that period, at the time, the number of audits and revocations before and after that period had been unknown because they had never been made public. Since then, we have learned that from 2009 to 2022, 67% of charities audited by RAD were discernibly Islamic, and another 19% were Sikh, meaning once again that nearly 100% are based in racialized communities and are laid in the broader context of Canada's approach to countering terrorism activities, in particular the links between how Canada develops its anti-terrorism and counter-terrorist financing activities in line with the terrorist entities list in Canada, which is a secretive, politicized process in which organizations and entities are listed by the government without any chance to defend themselves, and we'll hear more about this in a little bit from one of our other speakers, and are unable to challenge that listing in a meaningful way. And what this means for Palestinian support and activities in support of the Palestinian people is that out of 87 of the listed entities, at least 13 are directly linked to so-called Palestinian terrorism, with 3 more listed explicitly because of their support for such entities. And of the 87, 52 still remain linked to so-called Islamist terrorism. And while there are concerns around confronting violence in general, the fact is that the terrorist entities list has been used to also list groups fighting for independence and self-determination, and it's been used in secretive and politicized ways in order to further Canada's foreign policy and not simply address issues of violence and protection of human rights as the government has used to try to justify these listings. Due to our efforts and the efforts of others, there was a follow-up report that came out just this year by the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, which is the key independent review body in Canada for national security activities. What we found largely confirmed the research from ourselves and other civil society and civil liberty advocates that the Canada Revenues Agency's approach to countering terrorist financing is deeply flawed, lacks rigor, and raises substantial concerns of both bias and discrimination. And this includes findings that the deficiencies in the approach of the RAD division place at risk of breaching Canada's the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So just very briefly, some of the findings that NCERA came out with. They found that there was, again, as I mentioned, a lack of rigor in RAD's approach that led to the audits of organizations that did not, in fact, present credible risk of terrorist funding abuse. That they determined that terrorist financing risks identified by RAD, which were used to justify intrusive audits, were only infrequently validated, almost none at all were validated, through the audits themselves, which means the reasons for starting the audits were never justified by the final decisions made, even though they could still lead to the revocation and to other penalties. They found that RAD's category of high-risk jurisdictions, and this is to mean areas like Gaza and other areas where there's complex political situations, humanitarian crises, was applied so broadly that it could capture virtually any Muslim-led charity in Canada because of the work that they do supporting people in those areas. The review agency also identified the use of dated information and the use of apparent associations between certain organizations blanked out in the report, redacted from public view, as other areas of concern. This demonstrates how neutral sounding criteria have a discriminatory effect in Canada's counterterrorism financing processes. NCERA also found that the majority of charities that face RAD audits, as I mentioned, were in fact, sorry, this is actually just that number again, that 67% of those charities audited were discernibly Islamic. And again, this is from a period later than the research that we did. And so if we look at it over this whole period, and RAD started their audits in 2003, we know we actually have no idea between that period, over that time, exactly how many Muslim-led charities were audited and faced the revocations. So what does this mean for the broader issues of dissent, of advocacy, of the provision of aid, and specifically, what does it mean for support of the Palestinian people and against the genocide? So what we've seen is that this is part of a whole of government approach, where the same decisions and justifications given for these counter-terrorist financing audits permeate across the national security sphere, and then go outside of that through the terrorist entities list and other ways in order to then be used more broadly in order to smear, defame, and attack people working in order to support human rights and defend human rights. So for example, we see the same things used in this process in order to attack nonprofit organizations, advocates, activists under supposed accusations of being linked to terrorist organizations, questions of where does your funding come from? You know, who are you working with? And this reflects what we see in the charities audits, but also we see that these attacks on charities tie up resources and help to further entrench this idea through what's viewed as objective government audits as justifying these questions and the undermining of this work. And finally, I'll just like to end by adding that it's now being expanded to take on nonprofit organizations in general beyond charities. So for example, the listing of Sami Dune as a terrorist entity on the list based on very broad and unfounded allegations with no information provided to the public has led to the government proposing new regulations to more easily revoke the status of nonprofit organizations if they're placed on this list or if they're facing allegations of terrorist financing and abuse. I'll leave it there. I know I'm already over my time, but thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaver Hamid. I'm a human rights lawyer based in Ottawa. I represented a Muslim charity in Canada that was involved in delivering aid to Gaza in the occupied Palestine territory. It was listed as a terrorist entity over a decade ago because of its humanitarian work. My comments this afternoon: terrorist listing, charitable aid, and the Palestine exception, the case of Irfan Canada. The history of Canada's failure of Gaza and its people did not begin after October 7, 2023. Long before that date, Canada had already taken active steps that contributed to the shutting down of humanitarian aid reaching Gaza. This was not driven by evidence of wrongdoing, but by the flimsy premise that in-kind support, medical aid, and other humanitarian assistance delivered through a reputable Canadian Muslim charity, that's Irfan Canada, could be construed as somehow linked to Hamas. That premise was not only incorrect, it was devastating in its consequences. It has helped advance a system that continues to punish Palestinian civilians collectively for ostensibly electing the wrong government. And it is part of a longer Canadian history that we, in this gathering, must honestly confront. Irfan Canada's experience is instructive for what Honorable Elder Mary Fanon has talked about, the institutional racism that we were confronting in Canadian administrative agencies. Irfan was a registered Canadian charity whose mandate was entirely humanitarian, supporting orphans, widows, hospitals, medical infrastructures, and social services across Gaza, the West Bank, and elsewhere. Its work involved providing wheelchairs, medicine, school, uniforms, oxygen regulators, and food baskets, items that no reasonable person could characterize as terrorism. Throughout its operations, Irfan Canada exercised due diligence. It vetted partners, sought documentation, examined registrations, and monitored projects. Its partners included groups funded by the United Nations and the EU, and even the Government of Canada. Before having its charitable status revoked, Irfan Canada was one of the most well-respected Muslim charities in Canada. It provided aid to some of the neediest parts of the world, including, of course, Gaza. It increased from the year 2000 with a mere $21,000 in funding it received to 2008 when it received $12 million of cash and goods in kind, demonstrating the outflow of support of Canadians for the crisis in Gaza. It supported, over the many things, and I'm not going to list all of the things that it did, approximately 4,150 orphans in Gaza with fixed monthly stipends for their daily needs. Now, the way in which Irfan Canada was debilitated was a twofold approach. It started with Canada Revenue Agency audits. There were two, and I'm going to explain them briefly, and then go into the terrorist listing. In 2003, this was the first audit. The CRA, that's Canada Revenue Agency, commenced the first audit of Irfan, instigated by allegations raised in the House of Commons by then opposition member of Parliament Stockwell Day, while challenging the policies of the Liberal government of that time. The extensive audit was conducted over a year and concluded in December 2004, but not before Stockwell Day and the Canadian Coalition for Democracy repeated allegations and introduced new ones, which called on the Liberal government to shut down Irfan Canada based on allegations of links to Hamas. These allegations led Irfan Canada to commence an ultimately successful action for defamation against CCD for slandering its name by raising false accusations of links to Hamas. On December 21, 2004, when CRA issued its final report regarding this first audit of Irfan, it advised that it accepted Irfan's explanations that it never knowingly associated with entities credibly alleged to be associated with terrorism. It was only years later, and this is very important, that Irfan Canada learned that all the main sources of allegations related to this first audit came from the Intelligence, Terrorism, and Information Center, ITIC, administered by the Center for Special Studies within the government of Israel. either directly or via the CSS or via the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, including an FBI evidentiary package on what was known as the Holy Land Foundation. The ITIC is an Israeli governmental agency for propaganda which uses selective and biased sources as opposed to professional intelligence to promote Israeli policies. In 2008, now mind you, 2003, audit number 1, within 5 years, a second audit starts. And in December 2010, the Canada Revenue Agency sent an extensive, what's called an administrative fairness letter with voluminous exhibits alleging that Irfan had provided financial support directly or indirectly to Hamas, which is a listed terrorist entity under the criminal code, and provided a very short time for response by Irfan Canada. Despite its very substantive submissions, its charitable status was revoked in 2011. Additional submissions were made and appeals were launched internally in 2011 and 2012, but the CRA then confirmed the revocation of Irfan Canada's charitable status in December 2012. In January 2013, Irfan appealed the minister's decision to the Federal Court of Appeal. Its hearing, where I was counsel, was scheduled to proceed on May 6th, 2014 in Ottawa. However, just days before this was to happen, Irfan Canada was listed as a terrorist entity pursuant to the Criminal Code of Canada. This was on April 24th, 2014, and that news was only provided to us as counsel on April 28th, just days before the hearing. The 2014 listing of Irfan Canada as a designated terrorist entity was largely based on information gathered during this second audit. The government alleged that $14 million had been used to finance Hamas. But even on its face, this claim fell apart. Over $11 million of that figure consisted of medical equipment and other goods in kind, and the remaining funds were delivered by established, reputable local partners. The allegations was not only wrong, it ignored the lived reality of every organization operating in Gaza, that humanitarian work requires local partners, all of whom function within the administrative structures governing the region. To pretend otherwise is effectively to criminalize aid itself. Indeed, the Supreme Court of Canada, in a case called R.V. Khwaja, made clear that socially useful conduct cannot be repurposed into terrorism. The court held that terrorist offenses require a specific intent to enhance a terrorist group's ability to carry out violence. Charitable actions that may incidentally or indirectly intersect with groups exercising de facto governance, such as providing medical equipment used in hospitals under local administrations, do not meet that threshold. In conclusion, I just want to leave you with a few remarks. As counsel for Irfan Canada, we started the process of delisting, but we were unsuccessful. Once an organization is delisted, as Tim mentioned, it is very difficult to become unlisted or delisted, and part of that is that under Section 83.09 of the Criminal Code of Canada, the Attorney General can allow, for a specific purpose, for legal purposes, a listed entity to raise funds. In this case, to defend its delisting. The Attorney General would not allow that. Legal funds were not allowed for Irfan Canada's representation. So what, as a consequence, what do we learn? The goodwill of the organization was lost. It created a chilling effect within communities, Muslims and Arab communities within Canada. It was intentionally intended to paralyze networks of support. That's exactly what it did. Like Samidoun in Canada, like Palestine Action in the UK, the very name of Irfan Canada over a decade ago became obscene, was met by suspicion, surveillance, and the potential for punitive measures against whom? Muslim, Arab, Palestinian communities, and anyone who would support them, embedding, therefore, the implicit biased, racist, and procedurally unfair national security concerns within what might otherwise seem the banal structures of income tax laws and the terrorist listing procedures. Dear Friend Canada's case is a warning. It shows how easily humanitarian support for the Palestinian cause, for the Palestinian peoples, is targeted, criminalized, and how deeply flawed intelligence can shape policy, and how the machinery of our national security apparatus can be turned against organizations serving the most vulnerable populations through humanitarian assistance. Thank you.
Elders and friends, it is my honor to provide testimony on how Canadian taxpayers are effectively subsidizing war crimes and genocide through the Canadian charities system. At the same time, these Canadian charities hold billions of dollars in tax-sheltered investment. I will speak of the double standard that Yaver and Tim have just spoken about. The United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry has said that governments should not support not-for-profits through tax exemptions or deductible donations that support occupation, and that they must ensure that their financial contributions to illegal settlements and settlers cease. Special Rapporteur Albanese has included charities in the role that corporate entities play in sustaining Israel's illegal occupation and genocide. It is within this context, elders, that we consider the role of the Canadian tax regulator, the Canada Revenue Agency, or CRA. It is responsible for charities compliance under the Income Tax Act. However, there are gaps. Some charities, like Mizrachi and the United Israel Appeal, didn't even meet the basic requirements to report their out-of-country recipients until after we made complaints to the CRA in 2023. The CRA Charities Director oversees compliance for 85,000 charities. While more than 50,000 charities over the years have ceased voluntarily or for failing to file, only 633 have ever lost status due to audits. We've heard about some of those from Yaver and Tim. Over $700 billion of assets are tax sheltered in Canadian charities, generating around $400 billion in annual revenues. So this is very big business, as we know. Roughly $5.3 billion of this was sent overseas last year by about 5,000 charities. CRA's top compliance concerns include aggressive tax planning and offshore activities. Audits can result in education letters, sanctions, and revocations. Recent notable revocations around pro-Israel charities include the Jewish National Fund of Canada and the Nieman Foundation. Both of these specifically cited support for Israeli settlements and/or Israeli military. However, these are often replaced with new burner charities, a term that was coined by academics Howe and Sylvester. Usually, though, revocations involve issues such as lack of control or direction or financial concerns. Thus, the revocations of the JNF Canada and Nieman Foundation are important precedents for the dozens of charities providing funds to illegal settlements or supporting the Israeli military, sometimes doing both. The CRA is well aware of such violations. For example, internal CRA correspondence from 2010 shows the CRA had actually gone through their own records and reviewed what charities were supporting occupation, noting along with the Jewish National Fund, 4 prominent settlement-focused charities, as well as the Canadian Zionist Cultural Association. Over the last several years, the organization that I'm part of, Just Peace Advocates, has been part of a few dozen submissions to the CRA in this regard. Evidence shows that the CRA violates its own policy by failing to ensure accurate reporting and by neglecting compliance with their public benefits test. The CRA violates international law by permitting charitable status for organizations violating the Fourth Geneva Convention, the Rome Statute, and the Genocide Convention. Domestically, CRA's practices point to contravention of the Income Tax Act, of course, but also the Foreign Enlistment Act, Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act, the Geneva Convention Act, perhaps even the Criminal Code and other legislation. Schedule 2 filings from the CRA show Israel consistently ranks among the top several recipient countries, with about $250 million flowing annually from about 200 Canadian charities to specific Israeli entities. Additional funds, however, such as scholarships and operational funds, are not necessarily and often are not included in this figure. In addition, foreign universities can register as Canadian donors and thus are not included. Our research showed around 100 million, a little bit more than 100 million going that route as well. Further, the 2022 federal budget essentially deregulated the charitable sector, enabling broader access to charitable funds for non-qualified donors, including individuals and private companies. To date, we are aware of about 30 million that has been sent to Israel under this deregulation initiative. Elders, taken together, the analysis shows roughly $500 million of Canadian charitable funds, and those are tax subsidized by ourselves, right? Those funds reach Israel each year. We're still waiting for the full data from 2024. I'll use the last couple of minutes to just highlight a couple of examples. The Israel-based JGive platform allows an individual to choose charity or charities of their choice to make donations, including to settlements or those supporting the military or other things. And in order, of course, to get a tax receipt in Canada, it has to come from a Canadian tax charity, charitable organization, which in this case is Mizrachi. This was demonstrated in the recent CBC Fifth Estate reconstruction of the very same work that we had initially done to report this to the CRA in early 2023. So basically the CRA took the material that we had provided, they redid it, and people got to watch that on the Fifth Estate. Special Rapporteur Albanese mentioned Israel Gives in her June 2025 report. We had actually made submissions to the UN to Albanese's call both in June and November of 2024 in regard to this issue and these entities. And so she mentioned in her 2025 report, Israel Gives. In Canada, the conduit, so they don't have much control over this because, again, it's like the one I just mentioned with J Gives and Mizrachi. You can just pick a charity of your choice from a long list that is on this website in Israel. But the conduit here in Canada is the Canada Charity Partners, which is in Montreal. A recent update to the United Nations database for the first time has added a Canadian company. Metro Ontario was listed for supporting illegal occupation. Metro Ontario, though, links into the charity world. The big donor work links Metro Ontario to Nathan and Lily Silver Family Foundation, which tax shelters wealth and provides significant support for burner charities and war crime conduits. I'm almost finished, Alex. I'm just moving along here. Flagrant abuse is when a revoked charity also, sometimes revoked charities will provide details of another charity that can provide a substitute receipt for them once they've been revoked, such as Jewish National Fund did with Israel Magen, and with the recent registration of a new charity, which the CRA actually approved, called Friends of Jewish, the JNF. The final example I will mention is the United Israel Appeal, or UIA. The UIA, among other things, sends funds to illegal settlements and the military, but also in part provides funds through the Jewish Agency of Israel, which is essentially the operational branch of the World Zionist Organization. And I want to raise this one just in particular because a few of our organizations have worked together to put a sanctions package that was submitted to the Canadian government about a month ago related to calling for sanctions on the World Zionist Organization. So the implications would come back more directly to the funders related to that submission. So overall, the charity reporting is very opaque. For example, over the years, there's been over $250 million discrepancy between the amount of donations reported by the UIA and the amount reported by other charities having given to the UIA. But these gaps exist for dozens of charities. There are about 100 individual posts that are related to this Canada-Israel charity pipeline, related to both research and advocacy on the Just Peace Advocates website. Elders, this is evidence that we present which also includes charities that host the Israeli military here, that serve as the paramilitary here in Canada, that promote various forms of lawfare and housefare here in Canada, and also other funds going to Israel, such as offsetting the cost for the Israeli military, including lone soldiers. So in conclusions, elders and friends, Canada's failure to end the flow of taxpayer money to support illegal occupation is contrary to international law and likely makes Canada complicit in war crimes. Canada would appear to be in breach of its own international binding obligations and its own domestic legislation and policy by continuing to allow tax subsidization and sheltering of charitable funds that support Israeli war crimes and genocide.
A huge word of thanks to Jeremy and to Ayas and to Tim and to Yaver and to Karen for that incredible tour across so many different dimensions of Canadian law and policy. I'm sure you weren't all necessarily imagining you were going to be hearing about provisions of the Income Tax Act, for instance, when we think about Canada's complicity and Canada's role in something like genocide. But I think all of our speakers taking us to foreign aid, imagining Canada's role in reconstruction, and then looking very carefully at these complicated but incredibly important issues around charitable status in two different directions, who's got it and who's losing it, and the listing and delisting processes, and not just the double standards, but I think, as we heard repeatedly, the blatant racism that lies behind that. So a round of applause to all of our speakers. And elders, I believe we've got close to 10 minutes. How's that? And so if there was any questions or reflections that you wanted to raise at this point, it's over to you. Oh, yeah, Sheila.
I'm very concerned about the direction of our current government. The decision to put billions of dollars into defense spending and to cut foreign aid is a very big change for this country, and I can't agree with it. And I'm very concerned about it. And then I'm concerned about what it does mean in terms of our capacity to do something real for Palestine. And so I'd be interested in any comments that people would like to make about how we can think about what to do about the direction we seem to be going in, both in terms of making foreign aid a priority for the most vulnerable people in the world, but also putting parameters and conditions on how that aid is directed specifically in the case of what we hope will be the reconstruction of Palestine.
So I wonder if maybe Jeremy and or IS, because you delved into foreign aid and reconstruction issues. Do you want to take that on?
Yeah, because I think, Sheila, the amount of money to reconstruct Gaza, we're talking the tens of billions of dollars. But again, if Palestinians are protected, right, they have to have the space and protection in order to rebuild properly. And really, they need to have self-government, not government that's imposed on them, which is the direction we're headed towards. So what I can see is going back to the status quo is of like, probably if anything, what you see pressure is to extend the Palestinian Authority into Gaza. This is almost like the best case of the worst case scenarios that we're seeing. And that Palestinian Authority is then meant to coordinate security for Israel, to protect Israel, like in the West Bank. And then you can see Gaza being colonized because there's a lot of pressure within Israel to reimpose the colonies in Gaza. And so that aid could be used to sort of structure really the reconstruction or the transfer or the likeness of what you see in Canada with the reservation system And you have that in the West Bank already. Basically, the reservation system is Areas A, where the Palestinians are contained in small communities. And then the Palestinian Authority provides Israel with security there. And you still have incredible war crimes taking place in the West Bank that we didn't really touch on in here, because Gaza is at that extra level. In Gaza, you can see that sort of pressure to move in that same direction. So that money also might be just spent in that same way. And you're right, like if you need that much more money for UNRWA and Canada's spending that much less, where's that money going to come from? And then where does it come from relative to other countries that are in need? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's important not to go back to the old regime of reconstruction and dealing with the Palestinians as a humanitarian case only. I think, as mentioned by former colleagues before, that this is a political issue of self-determination, independence, sovereignty for the Palestinians, so the Palestinians can get control of their own destiny. In political terms, in decision making. I myself from Gaza, and I worked in international development, and I know in details what is it like to work within that framework of foreign aid, the Oslo Agreement, and so on. You cannot believe the corruption. We accuse the Palestinian Authority of corruption, but their masters they taught them how to be corrupt. And I worked with an agency, I don't want to mention it. Yeah, I worked with one of the largest, biggest aid agencies in the world, and part of my work in that agency protect our office from corruption. And when I try to protect our office from corruption and money going to false projects, corruption in different kinds, and we have a program called corruption prevention, but yet those who are sent the curriculum or the training material for corruption prevention, actually the people who send it are corrupt. So you get, for example, different, a project of opening tendering in Tokyo, for example, and then you get those big companies like Itochu, like Mitsui, trying to attract Palestinian authorities to pay them money to decide for their tender, and come back with hundreds of thousands of dollars. So who's corrupting who? So the point is we don't want to go back to that. We don't want to go back to this. And the Canadian government know this, they know that, and they have embassies, they have offices, they know, they have long history of dealing with the Palestinian question. There are sophisticated people who know the details. We must stop this cycle of corruption and moral bankruptcy. This is really, we need to start anew. Self-determination, Palestinian sovereignty, decisions are made by Palestinians, rebuilt by Palestinians in cooperation with sincere people and like-minded people like our brothers and sisters here. Yeah, thank you.
Was there anything else from any of the other elders? And I'm looking up on the screen as well. Oh, yes, Ellen.
Thank you again to the speakers for their presentation. We're talking about the reconstruction of Gaza, and I'm keeping in mind that there are yellow lines, that the IOF has taken more land that has further displaced. And are you aware of any plans on how to negotiate to get back the land that has been appropriated in Gaza? Because it's not just the ones like this where they're squeezed into right now, but it's also, like the Rafah crossing, the river, like they're killing people if they cross that yellow line. Do you have any updates to provide?
So I was kind of alluding to that, Ellen. So right now, the best sort of land is being occupied by the Israeli occupation forces, and it looks like they want to maintain control of that land. And if anything, you might see colonies built there. You might see acceptable Palestinians like these Abu Shabab brought in to have bases there. And then the bulk of the Palestinian population sort of left in the more uninhabitable land sustained by foreign aid. Like this is kind of the direction that we're going in. And it resembles in some way, as I mentioned, like the areas A, B, and C in the West Bank where Gaza would be divided and potentially colonized. There's a lot of forces inside Israel wanting to recolonize Gaza. For the settler movement, when Sharon pulled them out in 2005, this was considered a tremendous tragedy. And they actually had about 40% of Gaza's land at that point in time for a small number of Israeli settlers. So you sort of see this direction again. Unless you have strong international pressure, it's looking more and more entrenched. And again, like that's the best land, right? Yes, you should describe that land, if anything.
Thank you for the question. Well, the yellow line that is basically dividing Gaza, east and west, half of Gaza. So 50%, as we know, is controlled by Israel right now. And the rest of the Palestinian population in Gaza are confined within between that yellow line in dividing Gaza east and west and the coastal line of the Mediterranean Sea. The tragedy of that yellow line is imaginary. There's no there's no yellow line drawn on the ground. So it's a problem there. So actually there was a famous, very tragic story of, I remember the Abu Sha'ban family, that they were in a car, about 7 of them, and the Israeli tank just shelled them and killed all of them. And they were moving from the south. They were taking shelter during the war, and they went back to the north, and they were bombed. So there are many incidents, and people who cannot go to their villages and their land. And some of them, my family actually, in Juhr al-Dik, the relatives there, that area is a no-go zone for them. So if they go back to their land, they would be killed. Now, what we know, what is going to happen, I don't know. It's like a lot of details are kept in the dark. We don't know what's going on. And when you have someone like Jared Kushner in Jerusalem staying there, you know, this is a bad omen. This is a real bad news, and this is an entrenched ideologue who believes in ethnic cleansing, and again, the entire momentum of Israel is now is geared towards ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. They don't want to see Palestinians from the river to the sea, and I would advise people to read the latest book by Ilan Pappé, Israel on the Brink. He was on a discussion with Chris Hedges, talking and describing that Israel, that as we knew it before, as a state of Israel, no, it is now, as Ilan Pappé called it, the state of Judea. And this is a very different outlook, and I don't think this is a problem for the Palestinians. I think this is a problem for the so-called international community. They have to deal with the new reality, destructive, dangerous, warlike, and we will see more and more. And my fear is this genocide in Gaza is a prelude, probably, to more genocides coming in the West Bank, in Lebanon, and in Syria. So it is not only a Palestinian problem, it's everyone's problem right now, and we have to deal with it. Yeah.
All right, with that, I think we have to bring this session to an end. Thank you again to our 5 panelists and for those great follow-up questions. I feel like I'm supposed to hand this over to someone, and I'm not exactly sure who. We're an hour behind. Yes, so I think the next session is on universities, yes? And Samira, I see that you've joined, and I think that's because this would have been when the media session is starting, and unfortunately, I don't think word has reached you that we're an hour behind here. So. But I think we do have to go ahead with the university's session. Aziza, you are not handy? Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure how many people here in the room are speaking on the university's panel. Okay, and is anyone online part of the university's panel? One, Okay, so I think we probably have to go with the universities panel then. Sorry, Samira, I guess, I don't
that's
know if you're
okay,
able to join again in an hour?
I'll
Or
come
you're
back.
obviously welcome to stay on and listen to this session as well.
I have to go cover something, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, over to the next panel.
Hello, my name is Omar Bseiso. I'm a student organizer at the University of British Columbia. Yesterday, you heard from some of my family members from Gaza. Today, I'll be chairing our session on university complicity. I'm not sure if Maya has joined the meeting. So first, I introduce Dr. Maya Wend, academic and author of Towers of Ivory and Steel, How Israeli Universities Deny Palestinian Freedom, to speak to the criminality of Canadian universities through their ties to Israeli universities. Maya, if you could begin, you're welcome to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much to the honorable jury and all the organizers of this crucial tribunal, Ta'amal, for chairing this panel, to my fellow panelists. I'm honored to speak alongside you and to join you all today. This panel concerns the criminality and implication of Canada's system of higher education in the genocide against the Palestinian people. The scope of this complicity will be outlined by my fellow panelists and is detailed in the excellent report, Palestine at Canadian Universities. Today, I will speak to just one of these, which is Canadian institutional complicity through ties and collaborations with Israeli universities. As Palestinian scholars, activists, and civil society groups have taught us for over 2 decades now, Israeli universities are a pillar of Israel. Israeli institutions of higher education have, from their founding, been settler universities. They are embedded in the infrastructure that sustains Israeli society as a settler society. All settler colonial states are founded with the imperative to eliminate and replace the indigenous peoples of the lands on which they are built. To maintain their settler state, settlers must continually reassert their exclusive claim to the land, a project that requires narrative and intellectual scaffolding. In the case of the Israeli settler state, universities have served as foundational institutions to legitimize its eliminatory project and apartheid rule over the Palestinian people. Israeli universities produce expertise to internally sustain the Israeli settler state, as well as to sustain its international standing, undermining global efforts to hold it to account. Over the last 2 years, they have served as active agents in this escalated genocide. So I want to speak briefly to 3 aspects of this imbrication of Israeli universities in colonial violence. The first is academic training. All Israeli public universities offer their facilities, faculty, and expertise for Israeli military training, advancing the career development of soldiers and security state personnel through Atuda, academic reserve, specialized degree-granting programs developed to offer the Israeli military a cadre of highly educated and specialized soldiers amidst a national draft of high school seniors. At Tel Aviv University, soldiers are currently enrolled in the Erez degree-granting program to become officers in combat units sent to Gaza. Hebrew University is currently training intelligence corps soldiers for the degree program Chabatzalot, through which soldiers are offered linguistic and regional expertise to aid in the military rule of Palestinians, and since 2023, in the creation of target banks in Gaza. The second is weapons development. On other corners of campus, faculty and students are working continually to develop weapons. Rafael, Elbit Systems, Israel Aerospace Industries, Israel's largest weapons producers and global exporters, were birthed by Israeli universities and continue to be sustained by their laboratories to this day. Through collaboration with Israeli military industries, Israeli universities currently develop and refine technologies and weapons used to commit war crimes against Palestinians that are then sold abroad as battle-proven on this basis. These include technologies and weapons used against Palestinians since October 2023. The Israeli Academy is, as Israeli experts attest, the oxygen of Israeli military industries. Third and finally, knowledge production. Through their structural ties and collaboration with the Israeli state, academic disciplines have themselves become integral sites of knowledge production that maintain Israel's system of apartheid and the project to eliminate the Palestinian people. While examples abound across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities, one we must attend to today is the field of legal studies. Legal infrastructure developed by faculty and research fellows at Israeli universities consistently shapes Israeli military operations and legitimizes their tactics. A key site for this innovation is Tel Aviv University's Institute for National Security Studies, the INSS, which has for decades facilitated collaboration between scholars and military leaders to produce scholarship to shield Israel from accountability for its war crimes, often in direct response to international condemnations or probes, and sometimes even anticipating them during Israeli operations in real time. The INSS legitimized Israeli war crimes in Gaza in 2008, 2009, 2012, 2014, and 2021. And in 2024, its scholars mobilized to offer legal expertise to thwart the South African legal petition charging Israel with committing genocide against the Palestinian people. Israeli universities have not only provided legal cover for the Israeli state in the highest courts of the world, they have trained soldiers and developed weapons and technologies used to commit war crimes in Gaza. They have granted special benefits, scholarships, and even course credit to reserve soldiers returning from Gaza to their classrooms. And they have enlisted their institutes, resources, and courses to craft Hasbara, Israeli state propaganda, to defend Israel from the growing power of the grassroots international movement, including the student movement, and including direct intervention into the affairs of Canadian campuses, and calling on university administrators to suppress student protesters and reject their demands. Israeli universities are active participants in genocide. And Canada's major universities are all implicated through programs with every Israeli university. These include joint research and funding opportunities, fellowships, and study abroad programs. The University of Toronto, the University of British Columbia, York University, McGill University, the University of Ottawa, and many others all maintain long-standing and continual institutional ties with Israeli universities. The voices of the university communities across these institutions, students, faculty, and staff, have been repeatedly heard, calling on their institutions to sever these ties. Student councils, faculty, and staff unions have repeatedly mobilized to end their university's own complicity in genocide. The imbrication of Canadian universities in colonial violence, both here and in Palestine, is long-standing, and the struggle to decolonize higher education is ongoing. One concrete and urgent step we can take is to hold Canadian universities accountable for their complicity in Israeli apartheid and genocide, to pursue an immediate end to their active participation in these crimes against the Palestinian people and against humanity itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wind, for your crucial insights into how Western institutions' ties with Israeli universities are not innocuous, but rather serve to embolden and enable state violence. Next, I turn to Dr. Oweke Mele, assistant professor in the Department of Race, Diaspora, and Indigeneity at the University of Chicago, to speak to the Palestine exception as it relates to Indigenous peoples in the university.
Mahalo and deep gratitude for inviting me to testify, especially to Aziza and to the organizers, witnesses, especially those from Gaza and our esteemed elders. It's an honor. Listening to testimony over the last 2 days, I've been brought to tears hearing about loving family and beautiful children and stories like those told by Ghada Ageel. Listening more, I've also inhaled that oxygen, as Michael Buchert put it, to carry on steadfast in the struggle for Palestinian liberation. So what I offer to the Tribunal are narrow remarks about the power of Indigenous Palestinian solidarity and how the university treats that relationship as dangerous and thus attempts to prevent and suppress it, precisely due to the profundity of its power. On October 7, 2023, I woke to photos of Palestinians triumphantly tearing down the apartheid wall near Oz, manifesting their freedom amid a decades-long blockade in Gaza by the Israeli government. We knew this to be the world's largest open-air prison. One of the most densely populated places on the planet, we knew many sequestered yet enduring there were refugees forcibly displaced from their homes because of the 1948 Nakba and Euro-American-backed Zionist settler colonization that would establish the ethno-nationalist state known now as Israel. Some indigenous professors like myself located in North America knew this well, and we viewed Al-Aqsa flood as a North Star in a constellation of global struggle for anti-colonial national liberation. As with Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, historic Palestine, and the diaspora in my classrooms, cheers coming from our communities were thunderous. As a Kanaka Maoli Native Hawaiian professor working in Canada at the time, I cheered from Toronto in Dish with One Spoon Treaty territory, and from my vantage as a professor at the University of Toronto, formerly. Still, I was concerned for how my fellow Kanaka Maoli fighting our own anti-colonial national liberation struggle in our indigenous homeland in the Pacific would wake to the news that predictably would be framed and overdetermined through American reports reproducing Zionist propaganda in the state of Hawaii, a US settler state that formed because of prolonged military occupation starting in 1893, illegal annexation in 1898, and then unlawful statehood in 1959. It's a pedagogical, imperative, scholarly pursuit and organizing principle of mine to connect the Hawaiian movement to Palestine. So that morning, a little more than 2 years ago, I articulated my position publicly, knowing that other Kanaka Maoli had already set a foundation for Hawaiian-Palestinian solidarity. Indigenous solidarity with Palestinians is a lightning rod reminder that settler colonialism is a failing project in our intertwining refusals to disappear. Refusal holds on to a truth, Mohawk scholar Audra Simpson writes, quote, structures this truth as stance through time as its own structure, and commingling with the force of presumed and inevitable disappearance operates as revenge of consent, end quote. It's no coincidence why indigenous peoples of North America, Oceania, and elsewhere see ourselves in the Palestinian struggle, and in turn, why Palestinians have seen themselves integral to the indigenous struggles. Unique indeed, our struggle are nevertheless linked, freedom interconnected, liberation entwined. So because of this position made public as a professor in the Canadian post-secondary education system, purporting to seek truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, I went from pet to threat. In the week after October 7th, 2023, 6 hit pieces ran in right-wing reports, largely from the National Post, mischaracterizing my position as anti-Semitic celebration of violence against Jewish people. On November 8th, 2023, Honest Reporting Canada launched a smear campaign over social media demanding the University of Toronto engage in disciplinary action. On November 9th, 2023, Hilal at the university amplified the smear campaign, claiming I endangered the safety of Jewish students on campus. 5 days later, 2 senior white colleagues in the Department of Political Science, Luke Inouye and Seva Ganitsky, stated on social media that I was a terrorist sympathizer. The former would later apologize via email, and in the same email asked if I condemn Hamas. Another senior colleague, Linda White, sent a similar email asking me to condemn Hamas. Over that month, at least 3 more white senior colleagues made informal and formal complaints. Lilak Galati suggested that the death threats I received due to the smear campaign were a result of, quote, living and dying by the sword, end quote. The following month, the chair of the department, Ryan Ballett, called me into a disciplinary meeting where he noted inquiries were made concerning where funding was coming from for a research lab I founded. This was the Palestine exception in effect. Eventually, I was forced to leave the University of Toronto, leaving Toronto and Canada because of interior and exterior pressure from the Israel lobby. This all, of course, pales in comparison to the hostility faced by Palestinians. My experience as an Indigenous professor isn't exceptional, but it's a pattern cutting across institutions shaped by governments, media, and special interest groups. Other Indigenous professors expressing public solidarity have likewise been castigated. For instance, in reaction to Diné Professor Melanie Yazzi's advocacy, American right-wing pundit Ann Coulter recently wrote, quote, "We didn't kill enough Indians," end quote. A majority of those targeted and harassed are Indigenous women and queer professors, which ought to be marked as violence against Indigenous women and queer folks, what Canada's national inquiry in 2019 concluded as genocide. Meanwhile, some Canadian professors are doing the targeting and violence. Just this month, a Sparrows for Palestine collective report detailed the University of Toronto hired a visiting professor, Shalhoub-Kevorkian, from 2023 to 2025, in which, leaving twice, he served as lieutenant colonel in the IOF's Golani Brigade, an infantry unit that the Hein Rajab Foundation contends has repeatedly violated war crimes. Evidence exists that the Golani Brigade's soldiers fired at schools, photographed themselves with women's lingerie, and celebrated the destruction of civilian buildings in Gaza. On May 3rd, 2024, Kevorkian posted a photo of himself at the People's Circle for Palestine, the student encampment, wearing a Golani Brigade shirt. The case of Shalhoub-Kevorkian's visiting professorship, the report states, quote, poses urgent questions about U of T's commitment to international law, equity and safety for all members of its community, about the normalization of anti-Palestinian racism on campuses, and about foreign military interference at U of T, and more broadly in Canadian, American, and European universities. Universities continue partnering with Israeli universities like Hebrew University, like Maya just mentioned, collaborating with military industrial corporations like Elbit System, which has been mentioned previously, and profiting on investments in Plantier Technologies. According to a 2024 report, the University of Toronto's Asset Management Corporation holds almost $3 billion of investments in companies supporting illegal settlements in the occupied territories, and $11.5 billion in companies directly profiting on the genocide. How might we hold Canadian universities accountable when their support and investment in Zionist settler colonization in Palestine is co-constitutive of settler colonialism across North America, as Ellen Gabriel noted, on these Indigenous lands? This contradiction is heightened and exposed through Indigenous Palestinian forms of solidarity. In my view, it is precisely why in Canada, the Truth and Reconciliation gets thrown out the window at the point at which Indigenous peoples criticize Israeli occupation, apartheid, and genocide in Palestine. No longer are we considered Indigenous people like Palestinians, but together labeled terrorists. Instead of those just waging revolutionary struggles against settler nations, Canada, US, Israel, that are predicated on terrorizing, displacing, and eradicating the native. We know who made the hell Palestinians live in today, says my comrade Esmat El-Habi, a Palestinian historian at the University of Toronto. He continues, and I'll end with his words, quote, "Who will unmake that hell? And who will watch silently or cheer as its depths are made deeper and its people burn hotter?" Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mele, for providing such a lucid picture of the inter-Indigenous struggle, oppression, and fear that many among us face. Our next witness, Ali Solman, is a student organizer at Concordia University who has provided a written submission that I will now read out. It is very unfortunate that I cannot be here in person, but that just goes on to show the rogue repression our institutions have clearly no shame in. First of all, thank you for the organizers of this tribunal. This is a great opportunity for us to really focus on what our academic institutions in Canada should be held accountable for. From ties with weapons companies to investments in corporations that are involved in the arms industry, but also to bigger aspects of participation in this genocide. Our universities have a political and historical complicity in the occupation of the Palestinian people. Today, I will go over the Concordia context and kind of elaborate on it, because I truly think Concordia in itself is a great example of how complicity can vary and expand. For those who don't know, in 2002, Concordia allowed a student group to organize an event that would host war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. To this day, Concordia remains the only university campus in Canada to have accepted to host this war criminal. Had it not been for students completely shutting campus down on that day, Concordia would have opened its doors wide to Netanyahu. This student mobilization, in response to the university's complacency, set a huge precedent for the Palestinian cause on campus and in general. And we know this because in 2004, Ehud Barak was also supposed to come and speak on campus. But this time, Concordia did not allow it to happen because of the precedent that students set in 2002. This is the historical complicity that sets dangerous grounds that universities operate on going forward. If we flash forward to today, we see it playing out with direct foreign interference, with affairs of the student movement. For example, the Israeli Foreign Ministry tweeted on October 6th of this year, denouncing the activities happening on campus during a Quebec-wide student strike that encompassed 80,000 students across the province. That same strike happened last year on November 21 to 22nd, which also encompassed around 90,000 students. But at that time, the indirect foreign interference was enabled by Concordia's administration when they hired a private security firm and called Perceptage International to suppress students. That firm was founded by an ex-IDF Special Forces soldier, and it employs agents that served in the IDF during the genocide in Gaza. I can go over much more detail about the historical and political complicity. But the point here is that this is exactly what lays out the immoral logic that our Canadian universities, in this case Concordia, abide by, which leads them to justify investments in corporations participating in the genocide, such as Palantir, Bowes Allen Hamilton, or Boeing. They'll even go further than just investing to normalize that complicity. They'll create employment partnerships with weapons companies such as Lockheed Martin, CAE, or Pratt & Whitney for Concordia students. It's a very well manufactured complicity because it allows them to overuse academic integrity and freedom, quote unquote, when the students call for divestment from those companies. They purposefully confound interests. In this case, they align the interests of weapon manufacturers with those of the student body at large, to then make up the excuse that cutting ties with those companies will hinder international internships, and employment prospects. I am sure universities across Canada can attest to similar cases as well, but Concordia's case is very alarming. With the logic I just went over, the historical feeds the political, which then goes on to feed the corporate complicity. And I think this is something we should really start to understand. Because when we want to hold our universities accountable for their actions, it should be from the core to the surface. Thank you again to the organizers of this tribunal and to the Panel of Eminent Elders. Now, I invite Mohammed Yassin, Palestinian student organizer at the University of Toronto encampment to speak to his experiences organizing in Palestinian solidarity at U of T.
Thank you. I wanted to first start by giving my greatest thanks to the organizers, especially Dr. Aziza Kanji, for her continued work on solidarity with the struggle and the report that she released or helped work on recently. My name is Mohammed Yassin. I'm Palestinian. I was a student organizer at the University of Toronto during the 2023 to 2024 academic year. During Occupy UFT's encampment at the People's Circle for Palestine, I served as a media spokesperson and was a member of the negotiation team that met with the university administration to meet our demands. The topic of university complicity is very broad. In the time that I have, I will focus on the systemic and individual factors that drive universities to be actively complicit in the crimes of Zionist institutions and the Israeli state, from apartheid and settlement activity to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I will give specific examples. Because of my own experience, many will concern the University of Toronto. This does not mean that other universities are innocent. In fact, the patterns I describe appear across campuses in Canada, and many universities are just as or more complicit than U of T. First, there are structural factors. Universities are heavily dependent on donors. This is true even of public universities that receive significant funding from public money that comes from our taxes. Universities do everything that they can to court donors. The threat that major donors might withdraw funding or refuse to renew it affects the financial stability of the institution. This gives donors enormous leverage over university priorities and decision-making. The average small donor does not have that level of influence. The real leverage lies with large donors who give millions or tens of millions of dollars. These donors are not neutral. Many are openly Zionist and are themselves actively complicit in Israeli crimes. A clear example is a 2019 donation to the University of Toronto. The university received a $100 million gift from the Gerald Schwartz and Heather Reisman Foundation for an artificial intelligence and biomedicine complex, the largest donation in the school's history at the time. The very same Heather Reisman and Gerald Schwartz who co-founded the Hessig Foundation for Lone Soldiers. Hessig provides scholarships, a wage and career development opportunities to former lone soldiers, quote unquote, who have served in the Israeli Defense Forces to oppress Palestinians. The scholarships and support provided to the former IOF soldiers indirectly fund Israel's military activities in occupied Palestine, the genocide in Gaza, and violate Canadian charity law. The University of Toronto has accepted and celebrated this donation and the relationship it represents. For the university to function in its current model, it is unwilling to go against the wishes of donors such as Heather Reisman, even when doing so would be the ethical course of action. The fear of losing that donation money is a strong deterrent against any policy that could be seen as critical of Israel or supportive of Palestinian rights. Second, universities are deeply tied to their investment portfolios. They rely heavily on their endowments for long-term financial stability. They manage large pools of assets that they seek to protect and grow in order to fund their operations. In practice, this turns universities into investment managers first and foremost over academic institutions. Their investments are often labyrinthine and opaque. Even public universities rarely disclose their full holdings. Some create separate corporate entities to manage investments, which obscures the link between the university administrations and the investments themselves. At the University of Toronto, for example, this role is played by the University of Toronto Asset Management Corporation, or UTEM. Universities typically hand their money to third-party asset managers. Many of these asset managers hold significant stakes in companies that are directly complicit in the genocide in Gaza and in other Israeli human rights violations. These include arms manufacturers and technology companies that supply surveillance, weapons, and logistical support to the IOF. In the case of UTEM, it uses managers such as Marshall Wace, whose portfolios include companies like Lockheed Martin. This creates a clear conflict of interest. Universities claim to be committed to human rights, equity, and international law. At the same time, they pursue financial returns from companies that fund companies and funds that profit from Israeli military operations, settlement expansion, and ongoing siege and bombardment of Gaza. When student organizers demand divestment and are rejected by administrators claiming to defend abstract principles of neutrality, the truth is that administrations are only defending their own flows of capital. Third, universities maintain academic partnerships with Israeli institutions. This has been very well known. These partnerships include joint research projects, exchange programs, and formal agreements. Israeli universities are deeply intertwined with the Israeli military-industrial complex. They conduct research in weapons technology, surveillance systems, and artificial intelligence for the IOF. Some institutions, such as the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, or HUJI, are located on legal settlements on internationally recognized Palestinian land. At the University of Toronto, the administrators knew about this. We confronted them about it during our negotiations, yet they rejected to comment on whether it was actually illegal for HUJI to be on that land or whether they support HUJI being there. Canadian universities benefit from these relationships in several ways. They gain increased academic output, they get co-authored papers and access to research networks. They also attract funding, including from Zionist donors like Heather Reisman, to support these joint initiatives. Cutting ties with Israeli institutions would therefore come at the perceived cost to research metrics and donor relationships. Once again, there is a conflict of interest between the university's stated commitments to human rights and their material interests in maintaining partnerships with these institutions that support and profit from Israeli military power. These structural factors are reinforced by individual decision makers. People in senior administration and governance positions often have personal and professional ties to Zionist institutions or have openly expressed positions that align them with the Israeli state's interests. Before becoming the current president of the University of Toronto, Melanie Wooden personally benefited from research partnerships the U of T maintains with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. These are the same kinds of ties students are calling on the university to end. Former U of T President Merrick Gertler has publicly affirmed that support for Israel can be considered a legitimate commitment that cannot be prohibited by academic units or individual instructors. This stance gives explicit protection to institutional support for Israel, while in practice, Palestinian solidarity is treated as suspect and punishable. On the governing council of U of T, there are members such as David Jacobs, president of the Ontario Association of Radiologists, who is an ardent and open Zionist. Another member is Rami Elitzer, a professor of accounting at the Rotman School and at Tel Aviv University. Elitzer stated during a governing council meeting last year during the encampment at U of T that U of T is where EDI became IED, improvised explosive device, which he described as the preferable weapon of terrorists. Both Jacobs and Elitzer have slandered people who advocate for Palestine openly and have justified the violent treatment of student protesters on campuses across Canada. These are not neutral actors. They hold positions of power over policy, hiring, and discipline. Their beliefs and their ties to Israel and Zionism shape their decisions and preclude them from being impartial defenders of human rights, despite how they are often presented. The combination of structural and individual factors shows up clearly in how universities treat students and in their broader conduct. One recent example is the hiring and platforming of individuals connected to the Israeli military. Shahar Kvatinsky, a Technion professor, served as a visiting professor in the University of Toronto's Electrical and Computer Engineering Department from 2023 to 2025. During that period, he repeatedly left Toronto to serve as a colonel lieutenant in the IOF's Golani Brigade during the genocide in Gaza and subsequent invasion of Lebanon. His own social media posts documented him celebrating military operations, posing in front of destroyed civilian buildings, and later appearing in a war room with Benjamin Netanyahu. The timeline is clear. In October 2023, he left his family in Toronto and went to fight in Gaza. He later returned to Toronto, resumed teaching in everyday life, and publicly attacked the People's Circle for Palestine encampment at U of T while spreading anti-Palestinian narratives. In the fall of 2024, he left again to join the ground invasion of Lebanon, which United Nations bodies and human rights organizations condemned as unlawful and marked by widespread civilian casualties and destruction of civilian infrastructure. Despite mounting evidence of war crimes by the IOF and specifically the Golani Brigade, and despite his direct, self-documented involvement, the University of Toronto hired him and then allowed him to continue teaching. The university did not publicly address his role. Only after he left in the summer of 2025 did the university quietly remove traces of his visiting professorship. That sequence of actions shows tolerance for active participation in war crimes, combined with an attempt to limit reputational damage after the fact. At the same time, students who oppose these ties face repression. At a recent event just last week hosted by Zionist TMU student groups, Jonathan Carden, who served in the IOF during Israel's attacks on Gaza and is now a partner at a Canadian military tech firm, was recorded shoving protesters through broken doorways and then grabbing and throwing them into a stairwell for protesting his propaganda tour to whitewash the genocide. TMU has not only done nothing to sanction student groups hosting such war criminals on campus, but has condemned the protest against such reprehensible events. Across Canada, private security and police have been repeatedly deployed against students by university administrations. Some of these incidents include one at TMU, where security guards slammed students to the ground for protesting against speakers with Zionist ties. At the University of Toronto, so-called campus safety police officers beat student protesters during the encampment last year for protesting a governing council meeting, the same one where Rami Elitzer compared students to terrorists and DAI to an improvised explosive device. At York University, the administration called in police and violently cleared their encampment without negotiating or engaging substantively with the students' demands. Universities also use academic and administrative tools to punish Palestinian solidarity. Pro-Palestinian students groups are disbanded or stripped of their status across the country. At McGill and at McMaster, students in solidarity for Palestinian human rights, or SPHR, had their club statuses revoked. Across campuses, administrators use disciplinary procedures, codes of conduct, and legal threats to target organizers. This targeting happens while universities ignore or minimize ongoing threats of physical violence and discrimination against Palestinian students and their allies from Zionist organizations and individuals. Groups like the Jewish Defense League and other military Zionist security formations roam freely on or around campuses. At the University of Toronto encampment, a man pulled a knife on students. Another incident, a man followed students around with a broken beer bottle in the middle of the night. Administrations know of all of these incidents, yet these threats are not treated with the same urgency as peaceful pro-Palestine protests and speech. Taken together, these examples show that the universities systematically target pro-Palestine organizing with state violence, surveillance, academic sanctions, and lawsuits, while turning a blind eye to the violence and intimidation directed at Palestinian students and allies. They protect financial relationships, investments, and partnerships with Israeli institutions and corporations, and they shield individuals who are directly implicated in military operations. Academic institutions are often described as spaces of critical thought and positive social change. In reality, many of them are deeply embedded in human rights violations through their ties to the Israeli state and its institutions. Those ties shape their priorities to the point that they turn their back on their own stated principles and on the students that they are supposed to protect. In the face of this complicity, students confronting universities are playing a vital role in advancing human rights. In that context, the repression of students is not incidental. It is directly tied to how universities protect their own material and political interests. When universities repress students who are challenging their ties to Israeli institutions and corporations, they are not neutral arbiters. They are doubling down on their complicity. Their actions amount to active complicity. In my view, recognizing this pattern of active complicity is a necessary first step toward justice. It requires an honest accounting of donor relationships, investments, and partnerships, an end to repression of students who challenge these structures, and meaningful steps forward towards divestment and denormalization of ties with institutions that are involved in the ongoing genocide and occupation of Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for meticulously demonstrating how universities, which purport to serve the betterment of humanity, ultimately choose financial returns and expedient self-interest over basic human rights. Finally, we hear from Nikita Stapleton, Devoni Ellis, and Said Mees, student organizers from Memorial University of Newfoundland, and flotilla detainees to speak to their university's investments, anti-Palestinian racism within the university, and the methods of repression that they use. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Can everybody hear me okay? Closer? Better? Okay. Universities, which often attempt to portray themselves as spaces of critical thought, liberation, and decolonization, are actively upholding and contributing to the colonial genocide of Palestinians. Through direct action, we were able to pressure our university to disclose the fact that they have nearly $16 million invested in entities that are enabling the illegal occupation and genocide in Palestine. A recent report on the complicity of Canadian universities found that schools across the country collectively hold nearly $1 billion in collective investments. And this only accounts for funds that have been disclosed or have been available through access to information requests. Some of the largest holdings, including those from U of T, remain hidden. This also does not account for the large sums which are funneled into complicit entities via contracts for products and services, nor the huge amounts of resources put into repression of on-campus genocide resistance, such as through legal fees and private security. In the spring of 2024, after months of advocacy from our student union, which was met by silence from university administration, we established an encampment at Memorial University. A few days later, we met with the administration. We provided them with a document which noted the International Court of Justice had ruled that Israel's military operations in Gaza may plausibly constitute a genocide. We also presented them with a proposed MOU which requested they disclose funds and weapons or companies listed by the UN as complicit in the illegal occupation. It requested divestment of direct holdings and policy changes to address indirect holdings. It also advocated for support for Palestinian students. The university boldly asserted their institutional neutrality and told us they would not be taking any of these actions. Eventually, due to significant public pressure, they did concede to partial disclosure. Their direct investments at the time included Textron, RTX, and Motorola, among others. RTX, which MUN had nearly $3 million invested in, is the world's second largest military company, formerly known as Raytheon. It makes missiles, bombs, and components for fighter jets and other weapon systems that are used by the Israeli military against Palestinian civilians. Motorola, which at that time MUN had approximately $3.1 million in, creates surveillance equipment that has been installed in Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, the separation walls and checkpoints in Gaza and the West Bank, and Israeli military bases. Textron is a US-based aircraft manufacturer and makes warplanes that are used by the IOF. Following disclosure, we had meetings with the university administration as well as the Board of Regents. We highlighted the moral and financial risks of retaining these investments, including sharing statements from the UN, ICC, and human rights organizations, some of which explicitly warned about the risk of complicit investments, naming those that MUN had. We also cited the university's own policies, which include commitment to dismantling past and current colonial oppression. The university's 5-year strategic plan at the time included an acknowledgement to their responsibility to intentionally address injustices and systemic discrimination. We highlighted that investments in the scholasticide of Palestine do not live up to this responsibility. We highlighted that MUN was parading the same excuses to us that they had used in the 1980s to avoid divestment from apartheid in South Africa. In spite of all of this knowledge, on July 11th of 2024, the Board of Regents knowingly voted to retain those investments. They cannot claim that they were not aware. Like many schools, MUN has highlighted the relative size of the investment as small and insignificant, quote, less than 1/3 of 1% of their total holdings, yet even so insisted on maintaining it. It is shameful that a place of higher learning would knowingly invest in the destruction of education in Palestine. MUN, like other Canadian universities, is knowingly and materially contributing to the murder and displacement of their colleagues, scholasticide and genocide in Palestine through their investment holdings.
Okay, everyone can hear me well now? Another facet of university complicity is the routine practice of anti-Palestinian racism, which motivates them to reveal the systems of oppression built into the institutions themselves. Our universities are accustomed to being applauded for symbolic motions that hide rather than challenge these structures of oppression. Memorial University, along with other universities, was celebrated for signing on to the Scarborough Charter before they ever reported any implementation of the anti-racist initiatives within the Charter. Our university now has an equity, diversity, inclusivity, and anti-racism office, but by not giving this office any decision-making power, and by not consulting with it regarding issues that are under their purview, they have maintained this office as merely a symbolic gesture meant to hide the racism rooted within the system. When it comes to Palestine, When it comes to Palestine, they have not only failed to meet their own exceptionally low standards, they have deviated from this entirely to maintain their dedication to reproducing the imperial and colonial status quo. They do not seem to value Palestinians enough to pretend with symbolic gestures. Because of anti-Palestinian racism, our universities have shown us that they have no real material commitments for decolonization. This is clearly seen when we compare the response to Ukraine with their response to Palestine. The response about Ukraine was immediate and included a statement from the president calling out the, quote, horrific attacks on Ukraine, announcing the suspension of all Russian study abroad programs, and reminding students and staff about mental health services available to them. Meanwhile, the response strategy regarding Palestine seems to be silence or a statement calling for the fabled neutral stance when they are put under enough pressure to even make one. After our insistence that the Vice Provost of EDIAR be present in our meeting with the university administration, she was only permitted to answer when we directed the question of neutrality specifically to her. She responded saying, "In my own experience with EDIAR work, there is no such thing as neutrality. There is no such thing as neutrality anywhere." MUN also hosted an online discussion session called Making Sense of the War in Ukraine. The Internationalization Office hosted an information session to announce special immigration measures for Ukrainians and to outline campus and community supports for Ukrainians at MUN. By April, only about a month later, they announced 10 bursaries provided for undergraduate students from Ukraine of $7,500 each. They later made additional funds available and accommodated Ukrainian students further by allowing them to pay the significantly lower domestic student fees. In comparison, Palestinian students were left on their own to navigate immigration/visa renewals and funding their education while their university denied that the genocide was even happening. The ease that they organized around supporting Ukrainian students highlights how much the structures of oppression influence university decisions. Implementing supports for Ukraine did not involve taking a stance against imperialism, colonization, or racism, the same way that responding to the needs of Palestinian students does. Palestine has pulled back the mask on colonial structures, reinvigorating student activism around the demand for collective liberation, and institutions employ various methods of repression as they fight to maintain the status quo.
Our university, like others across so-called Canada, has gone to great lengths to protect their investments and ties to Israel and to maintain the facade of neutrality. Memorial University initially responded to calls from student unions with silence. As pressure mounted, they shifted to feign engagement but deflected any meaningful action. They attempted to evade accountability by wearing us out through a process of bureaucratic attrition, insisting we follow, quote, appropriate channels, which either did not exist or which we had already pursued to no avail. In one meeting, the university lawyer admitted that the only reason the Board of Regents was engaging in any reflection or discussion on their investments was due to the escalation of the student protests. In another, the vice president academic stated that universities should be places where these issues are brought forward, and even stated, quote, "You're playing your role in that and you're making a difference." Despite this and the university's public claims that they support the right to protest, they routinely engaged in repression, most frequently through the weaponization of safety discourse. There was no action too small to constitute a safety threat, from chalk on sidewalks to posters on walls. They would often send security to remove us, citing violations only for us to produce the policy with highlighted sections that showed that we were in the right. Later, they began citing regulations that didn't exist, and when we'd ask for copies of them, they would send documents, date-stamped, indicating that they'd been written only after attempting to illegitimately apply them to us. They wrote an entirely new student code of conduct, which made sweeping, absurd claims that students' basic charter rights were secondary to university policy. At one point, a supervisor with the university's security fabricated threats of physical violence to intimidate student protesters. He went so far as to make a false statement to local police, which was later admitted only because we had an audio recording of the conversation. This serious incident was entirely brushed aside by university administration until a human rights complaint was filed. After which the responsible person was removed from their position in a supposed restructuring with no fault ever admitted. In another scandal, the chair of the university's Board of Regents inappropriately responded to and forwarded emails he received related to the protest, in violation of his code of conduct. The emails were then inappropriately deleted to evade an access to information request. The day after the chair's improper conduct was exposed, police were sent with no injunction and no prior warning to shut down our encampment. This occurred late on a Friday evening, despite ongoing talks with the university administration and a meeting pending for the following week. The three of us were arrested on our campus for trespass. After 2 court appearances and a trial originally scheduled for 5 days, the Crown ultimately called no evidence and we were acquitted in March of 2025. We have launched a charter challenge, which is pending. These are only a few points which demonstrate our university's commitment to maintaining their investments and ties to the genocide. Investments the faculty union had already voted to divest and the UN had already warned about the complicity of. In addition to our involvement in the student encampment, Sadie, Dev, and I recently participated in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla. We sailed from Italy on September 30th aboard the Conscience in an attempt to break the illegal siege. In the early morning hours of October 8th, our boat was illegally intercepted by Israel while in international waters. We spent 5 days detained by the occupation, first at Qumsiyeh and then Gavon. We were denied basic rights and due process and were subject to various forms of abuse and torture. Some of this was detailed in yesterday's testimony by our shipmate, Thomas Becker. We don't intend to speak at length about our experiences because, like Thomas, we want to stress that we are very aware that the treatment we experienced does not compare to what Palestinians are subjected to. One experience that we'll note, however, was the repeated threats of rape from IOF soldiers and prison guards. Sometimes thinly veiled, sometimes overt, most often accompanied by laughter. At one point, 3 heavily armed male guards took me alone from my cell at Qumsiyeh and walked me through secluded areas of the prison yard alone, along alleyways between shipping containers. The prior threats were very clear in my mind. Though we were subjected to other forms of sexual violence, including excessive and inappropriate strip searches, and these threats and intimidation practices were horrifying, we were not raped. And that is the difference. The worst of what they threaten to do to us, they do to Palestinians. We've seen reports of the extreme rape and systemic sexual violence that Palestinian prisoners face in these same prisons. Just this past week, a testimony was made public of a woman abducted from Gaza who was raped 4 times in 2 days. She stated, "I cannot describe what I felt. I wished for death every single moment. After I was raped, they left me alone, handcuffed to the bed without clothes for many long hours. I could hear soldiers outside speaking Hebrew and laughing." I read this testimony and I wondered if the laughter sounded like the laughter we had heard. If it were the same guards who had threatened to rape us. If the handcuffs were the same ones we wore, stamped alternatively with "Made in England" or "Made in the USA. Many folks ask us why we decided to join the flotilla. The complicity we were exposed to through our university played a role in motivating us. We had seen that Canada and its institutions, including universities, were funding, arming, and diplomatically enabling the atrocities in Palestine, and we felt compelled to reject that. We also thought that our participation might force Canada to act. So far, it has not. Global Affairs replied to our families the day before we were abducted to say that they were aware Canadians were on the flotilla, and they were aware of the likelihood that Israel would detain us. They did not acknowledge our right under humanitarian law or the illegality of an impending Israeli interception. They did not state that they had any intent in any way to advocate for our protection from the violations and violence we were about to endure from a supposed ally of Canada. Canada and Canadian institutions have criminalized and violated the rights of their own citizens in order to protect their complicit relationship with Israel. They've neglected their responsibility to protect their own citizens from violations by Israel. And in a much more severe sense, much more importantly, they are neglecting their responsibility to Palestine and the world to act to prevent genocide. As many of you have shown here throughout this tribunal, they instead enable it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, Devoni, and Said, for your courage and for showing us just how far universities and governments will go to punish students simply for expressing solidarity with victims and survivors of genocide. Our next panel is on media.
Before we go and with this one, I wanted to say something about Omar. our chair. I wasn't here when the session started, unfortunately, so I don't know what was said about him. But Omar was a student member of our organizing committee. He's a student organizer at UBC, and this tribunal would not be happening without him. He is also the relative of Ahed, Taha, and Hani Bseiso, who you heard testifying yesterday. And he was so foundational in making sure that the voices of Gazan survivors were brought into the tribunal in a way that was dignified and oriented towards justice and healing for them. So thank you so much, Omar. No, sorry, we don't have time for audience intervention. We have to be out of here by 5:30. I'm so sorry, but yes. Oh.
I just wanted to mention that as a great resource.
Oh. Oh, thank you so much, Bill. Oh, it's a Palestine strike through Palestine at Canadian universities, how institutional complicity in colonial genocide is maintained. It's it's on the tribunal website as a resource. But thank you so much, Bill. I did not pay him to say that. I did not plant him in the audience. That was a completely spontaneous intervention. Yes. Okay, yes. We will send you all the links. Okay. Were there any pressing? Oh, okay, yes. Yes, we'll have a little break and then we'll return for our fourth session, or for our final witness session, and then we'll have our closing session with the elders and some of our Palestine witnesses. They said. if everyone can make their way back to their seats, please, we'll begin with our final session of witnesses before we have our closing with the elders and Palestinians. This is the last one for the closing. How long? Oh yeah, I think that. Thanks so much. I just. Oh yeah, no, 7 minutes. 7 minutes to go.
Was considering it, but now that you say that.
I would ask the chair for our next session, Professor Yasmin Jiwani, to please come to the front and bring us into our final witness session. If everyone could please make their way back to their chairs and prepare to hear our last session of testimonies. Chair Yasmin Jiwani, Professor Emeritus at Concordia University.
Shameful place.
Bringing some light to a shameful place. Professor Jiwani.
Okay.
Salam alaikum, everyone. I'd like to be in this session, so folks, if everyone can just come and take their seats, then we can hear some more of this really insightful, albeit painful testimony. So I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers, especially Aziza Kanji, the eminent elders that are here, and all of you. The media, as all of you know, is a critical platform, and the media actually provides or is the soft power of the state to accompany the hard power of which you've been hearing about pretty much all morning. The bureaucracies, the institutional practices, and so forth. But we need to convince the audience, we need to convince the public, and the soft power of the media works in that way. So I'm not going to go very much, I won't go into my introductory comments because we don't really have the time to do that. We're actually running out of time. So I'm going to proceed ahead with the panelists at hand, the witnesses. So I'd like to begin with Zara Al-Akhrass, who is a Palestinian journalist from Gaza and who formerly worked at Global News. Is she here? No? Okay, so we'll just go on straight to Mary Newman. Mary Newman is a freelance writer and producer, formerly with the CBC and the BBC. She's a founding member of Canadian Journalists for Justice in Palestine, and she wrote a brilliant expose on the breach, which I hope she will refer to. So Mary, to you.
Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here. Just checking that you can hear me properly.
Can you speak a little louder?
Sure. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. On October 30th, 2023, I resigned from my job as story editor with CBC News Network. What I'd witnessed in the newsroom in the weeks preceding my resignation shook me to my core, both professionally and morally. It was obvious even then that Israel had begun the process of genocide, but that word wasn't allowed in the coverage. Interviews with guests who mentioned the G word were cancelled or edited, and genocidal statements and actions by Israel were ignored. I kept thinking about my Jewish relatives who were exterminated by the Nazis and how the Germans, along with much of their media, went along with it, claiming they didn't know what was happening. But how could we deny the reality of what was unfolding in Gaza when Israeli officials were broadcasting their horrific intentions and then carrying them out on our screens? Even before October 7th, trying to persuade senior CBC colleagues to report accurately on Palestine was a struggle. Here are some of the TV interview ideas that a colleague and I pitched but never made it to air. Human Rights Watch's 2021 report designating Israel an apartheid state, the Sheikh Jarrah evictions in the same year, Israel assassinating Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in 2022, and the Israeli bombing of the Jenin refugee camp in 2023. On the rare occasions Israel-Palestine was covered, it was tacitly expected to be framed in such a way as to obscure history and sanitize contemporary reality. It was clear that CBC privileged complaints from bad faith pressure groups and the feelings of senior pro-Israel staff members over their duty to report the truth. After the start of the genocide, while producers distressed by CBC's coverage were speaking in whispers out of fear of reprisal, pro-Israeli colleagues felt comfortable making dehumanizing comments about Palestinians in the newsroom. In one case, I heard a producer speak disparagingly about a guest's decision to wear a keffiyeh for an interview before commenting that the host, quote, knows how to handle these people, unquote. This guest had dozens of family members killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. It seemed the only Palestinian guest CBC was interested in interviewing was the sad, docile Palestinian who talked about their suffering without naming the perpetrator. I knew that openly voicing these criticisms of our coverage would make it untenable to stay, but I was naive enough to think that I'd be spared cynical accusations of anti-Semitism, a saga I would later recount as part of an expose I authored for The Breach. I wrote about my experience then, and I refer to it once again, not because I want sympathy. What I face is nothing compared to the targeted killing of journalists and their family in Palestine, but because my experience still reflects the reality of how it is to work for Canada's public broadcaster. Although CBC's coverage has improved somewhat over the past 2 years, and despite there being a number of very principled and talented journalists trying to do accurate journalism on Palestine, the corporation continues to distort the truth of Israel's crimes and our government's complicity. Journalists who are openly sympathetic to Palestinians and their national liberation struggle are still being punished. Tellingly, the prohibition of the word Palestine remains even now that the Canadian government has officially recognized its statehood. completely invalidating CBC's justification for banning the word. The broadcaster's language guide rightfully recognizes the Armenian genocide without requiring a legal ruling. Yet when it comes to Gaza, hosts still reprimand guests for using the term, even though a UN commission has found Israel's actions meet the legal threshold for the crime, and despite the International Court of Justice ordering the state to refrain from genocidal acts while it stands trial. I'm not the only one to have resigned from CBC or Radio Canada for its blatant double standards. There have been at least 7 other journalists who have stepped down due to the moral injury of being forced to abide by these biases. Another journalist had her contract cut short after the Orwellian Zionist organization, Honest Reporting Canada, launched 5 smear campaigns against her and then took credit for her ousting. The majority of those who have left have been women of color. Tellingly, most have not gone public with their stories because of the career ramifications speaking out on Palestine usually entails, especially in media. Meanwhile, as far as I know, there have been no resignations by or terminations of journalists for expressing pro-Israel sentiments. Indeed, a documentary executive who spread dangerous lies about October 7th on social media was allowed to stay even after 700 members of Canada's documentary community complained about her behaviour in an open letter. What's worse than the way CBC treats its journalists in Canada who express solidarity with Palestinians is the way it treats Palestinian journalists in Gaza, casting doubt on their independence and professionalism. At the same time, CBC reporters have complied with Israeli government censors, suppressing footage clearly in the public interest and parroting Israeli military lies. CBC, along with the rest of the Canadian mainstream media, has helped whitewash Israel's crimes and manufactured consent for a still ongoing genocide. Only recently, now that the majority of Canadians recognise the genocide, has there been an improvement in coverage. But CBC's job isn't to change according to public opinion once hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been wiped out. It's to be brave and tell the truth from the outset. Just as government influences media, especially when they fund it, media influences government. If more outlets have done their job to scrutinise Israel's actions and the Canadian government's support, Ottawa may not have gotten away with sending millions of dollars in weaponry and providing diplomatic cover for the genocide. Before gathering the courage to speak out and resign from my job, I discussed the decision with my husband. We had been talking of starting a family, and I was about to be interviewed for a well-paid staff position with maternity benefits. But we both agreed that our future child was no more important than the children of Gaza who were being slaughtered with Canadian complicity. I'm now about to have a baby girl we're naming Layla, meaning night in Hebrew and Arabic. Though these are dark times, I ardently hope that in her lifetime, the day will break when the occupation ends and the apartheid walls torn down so that Muslims, Christians and Jews can live together in one state with equal rights, from the river to the sea. Until then, the least we can do is bear witness to the truth and fight for justice. Thank you.
How we even think about the role of the media, because we're thinking about the oligopoly, the fact that we have media institutions that are concentrated. We're thinking also about structure, which is in fact how reporters within a newsroom function and the sort of socialization that goes on within. But we also have to think about the way in which reports themselves are written. So how language gets transformed, how killing becomes, or rape becomes abuse, how in fact emotively ascribed language is assigned to worthy victims like the Israelis, whereas the Palestinians are seen as unworthy victims. How in fact there is a myth of this symmetrical force on both sides, that there is just a conflict between two equal sides when there isn't. So this is the mythological function of the media. And it's also something that I'm going to turn to our next speaker, Samira Moedin, who was a journalist, producer, broadcaster, founder, and editor-in-chief of On the Line Media. She was a former producer of CBC. She did the program or the series Unforked, where she looked, in fact, at food and culture, or gastronomy and culture. And Samira has had a beautiful little picture that she was pointing up to the camera when all of you were on break. So thank you, Samira. Take it from there.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. I am a journalist, broadcaster, and producer in Canada. Today, I come before you to testify about how Canadian media is failing us, how it is obfuscating, marginalizing, and misframing the crimes of the Israeli state, and the impact of that failure on public understanding and policy. I want to begin by anchoring this testimony in my educational and professional background. I have a Master of Arts in Modern Middle Eastern History from the University of Toronto and a graduate of Genocide Studies from the Zorion Institute. For nearly a decade, I was a host and producer at Canada's national public broadcaster, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I have the vantage of someone who has been inside the newsrooms, the story rooms, the broadcast bureaus, and seen the workflow, the editorial decisions, and pressures around reporting on Palestine and Israel. I bring that value of professional insight to this testimony. The reason I mentioned my educational background is to tell you that my resignation from the CBC in November of 2023 was because my knowledge of the Middle East was not an asset to my employer, but a liability. My core argument today is this: Canadian media, mainstream outlets, national broadcasters, and large digital platforms have repeatedly and systematically obfuscated Israel's crimes. By obfuscated, I mean they have deferred naming the perpetrator, compartmentalized violence as both sides, and framed Palestinian suffering as inevitable or secondary, normalized occupation and siege, and failed to challenge the power relationships that allow state violence to proceed. In doing so, they have failed Canadians who deserve full, accurate, robust reporting, and they have enabled a policy environment in which accountability is elusive. Let me map these three interlocking forms of obfuscation for you. 1, the erasure of agency and the naming of the actor problem. How many times have we seen headlines that speak of, quote, clashes, fighting, escalation, violence flaring, without naming what is happening? A state with a very sophisticated military machine carrying out actions in a territory under its control, supporting blockade, destroying infrastructure, killing civilians, and that state being Israel. Without naming the actor, without declaring the power asymmetry, what we get is ambiguity, and ambiguity is the friend of impunity. At a recent public media event, I argued, how many journalists have to be killed before we name the killer? What does press freedom mean if it excludes Palestinians? Yet the framing in Canadian outlets often speaks of, quote, military action or, quote, security operations. If the media cannot tell the truth about who is doing what, policy cannot answer that question. Number two, normalization of siege, occupation, and displacement as background. In Canadian newsrooms, I would often hear the rhetoric, we cover Gaza, we cover the West Bank, we cover the region. But the question we rarely hear is, why is the region under siege? Why are people incarcerated under blockade? Why are whole communities cut off and left without water or electricity? Why are forcibly displaced Palestinians not treated as victims of a policy, but described as casualties of a conflict? The omission is profound. It is as if occupation were a neutral fact of geography rather than a contested, enforced regime. And what becomes news is the explosion, the rocket, the retaliation, rather than the structural reality. The result of all this is that audiences believe that there is violence on both sides, or that there's a cycle of violence which becomes the main story, rather than a story of domination, colonization, and control. Number three, selective context and historical amnesia. Canadian media often treat the Israeli-Palestinian violence as a sudden infection, rather than a long-running complex with roots in colonial settler state expansion, dispossession, discriminatory laws, demographic engineering, and ethnic cleansing. The narrative often jumps into the, quote, latest flare-up without full historicization. The uprooting of people, the long-term occupation, the unspeakable living conditions of people under siege, the lack of accountability for decades. By selectively omitting these contexts, media outlets allow Israel's actions to be narrated as exceptions rather than a part of a continuum. Without that continuity, the logic of impunity remains hidden. So what are the consequences of this obfuscation? The consequences for Canadian citizens are that we get a misinformed public, one that does not fully understand Canada's role, and one that cannot hold its government to account, one that cannot discern between reporting that serves power and reporting that challenges power. For policy, Canada's foreign policy, trade, diplomatic posturing, and humanitarian commitments rely on a public sphere that expects accountability, transparency, and ethics. If media fails to probe the actor, the root, the system, policy will shy away from naming, from sanctioning, from conditioning aid or arms sales. What is the cost for Palestinians? Obfuscation contributes to their dehumanization, their invisibility in Canadian public discourse, and the silencing of their voices. This is not an abstract point. My media company creation, On the Line Media, is precisely about amplifying those voices that are most needed to help audiences make sense of the world. If those voices are masked, misrepresented, or excluded, we deny people their dignity. I want to briefly speak to the duplicitous use of language. When Israel bombs a refugee camp, Canadian headlines say, quote, Israel strikes Hamas targets in Gaza. The choice of words is not accidental. Targets imply legitimacy. Hamas supplies justification, and Gaza flattens an entire civilian population into a single, undifferentiated threat. The victims, men, women, children, are erased in the syntax itself. When Israel destroys hospitals, schools, water plants, or bakeries, Canadian newsrooms repeat the Israeli government's claim that, quote, Hamas was using the facility, end quote. No verification is demanded. No pause is made to consider whether the Israeli military might have an interest in shaping the narrative. Instead, editors default to the state's framing as though it were fact. Now compare that to the coverage of Palestinian resistance. A Palestinian rocket is never said to target an Israeli military installation. It attacks Israel. There is no passive voice to protect Palestinians from accountability. Their violence is personal, intentional, criminal. Israeli violence, by contrast, is automated, defensive, regrettable, a force of nature rather than of will. Editors and hosts will tell you that they are striving for balance, objectivity, measured tone. But what they mean is that they are policing the boundaries of acceptable emotion. Palestinians are allowed to mourn quietly, but not to accuse, to weep, but not to name their oppressor or killer. Outrage, the natural response to atrocity, is rebranded as extremism. This fixation on tone is how Canadian media maintain moral distance. It permits them to report genocide without ever confronting their own horror of complicity. They can appear professional while remaining profoundly unethical. I want to underline that this testimony is not about criticizing coverage for being, quote, pro-Israeli. Rather, it is a critique of coverage for not being simply honest, for failing to meet standards of naming power, analyzing systemic violence, holding dominant actors to account, and excavating context. Journalism has never been value-free, but it must be value-aware of justice, of human rights, of equality. Without that compass, media becomes part of the problem. So what does this all amount to? A sustained, systemic act of obfuscation. Through editorial habits that favor the colonizer, through linguistic choices that anesthetize moral response, and through institutional timidity that refuses to name crimes as crimes. Canadian media help manufacture the illusion of complexity where there is, in fact, simplicity. The truth is not complicated. One state is annihilating a captive population. What is complicated is the effort to conceal that. Journalism should clarify, not cloud. It should speak plainly when power commits atrocity. But in this country, when it comes to Israel, our media prefers ambiguity to accountability. They prefer comfort to truth. And so they have become, whether by fear, ideology, or inertia, complicit in Israel's crimes, through the soft tyranny of language, through the cowardice of neutrality, through the silence that makes genocide sound like tragedy without any perpetrator. Until Canadian media learns to name what it sees, to center those it has erased, and to reject the propaganda of power, it will remain what it has become, an accomplice draped in the flag of objectivity. I thank this committee for the opportunity to speak. I welcome your questions, and I hope this testimony contributes to a more informed, courageous public conversation about how we cover Israel's apartheid, occupation, and now its genocide. Thank you.
Like that goes on. Can you hear me? Once a story like that goes on for eons, as in decades, it gets embedded and it becomes, in fact, a filter or a prime. And it just primes you. Anytime you hear the word Israel, you're primed already to accept this narrative of conflict, of a complicated conflict. Okay, I'd like to turn now to another area of media, which I think is just as relevant because it also masquerades very well as a kind of soft power, which is the whole area of novels, writing, art, and so forth. And I'd like to call on Jody Chan. She's a writer and poet from Toronto, involved in No Arms in the Arts, and also a boycott Giller organizer, if I can say it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jawani, and all of the organizers of today, everyone who's spoken, the elders. Please cut me off when you need to. My name's Jody, and I'm an organizer with the No Arms in the Arts campaign, which is led by a coalition of groups, including Artists Against Art Washing, CanLit Responds, Toronto Writers Against the War on Gaza, Film Workers for Palestine, and Musicians Against Art Washing. We are a campaign harnessing the collective power of artists and cultural workers to build a cultural front against Zionism and imperialism in so-called Canada. And specifically, we reject the use of our art and our labor to art wash genocide against Palestinians. And we use our leverage as artists and workers to wage campaigns against shared targets, specifically Scotiabank, the Hessig Foundation, which you've heard about a little bit already today, and the Azrieli Foundation, which you've also heard about, across cultural sectors and across cultural institutions. In November 2023, protesters took the stage during the CBC's live broadcast of the Giller Prize Gala, the Giller Prize, which self-describes as the richest and most prestigious literary prize in Canada, holding signs that read Scotiabank's Fund Genocide, calling attention to the lead sponsor, Scotiabank's investment in Elbit Systems, an Israeli arms manufacturer. At that time, Scotiabank was Elbit's largest foreign investor with an investment of over $500 million. That action and the arrests that took place that night sparked a storm of dissent amongst authors, thousands of whom signed a letter in solidarity with those protesters, and more importantly, with their demands that Scotiabank divest from Elbit Systems. That momentum quickly spread beyond the cultural sector, with hundreds of people staging a sit-in at Scotiabank's downtown Toronto headquarters just a few days later. That was the beginning of No Arms in the Arts. We felt that as artists, we had a particular role to play and leverage to use in a campaign fighting for Scotiabank's divestment from Elbit. Because for years, Scotiabank has been a major funder of the arts in Canada across sectors, including the Contact Photography Festival, the Giller Prize, MoCA, the Hot Docs Film Festival, the Toronto Biennial, the Scotiabank Photo Prize, and more. David Fingold, the senior portfolio manager of Scotiabank's 1832 asset management company, by his own admission, is responsible for Scotiabank's outsized investments in Elbit and more broadly in Israel, with Scotiabank holding a much greater proportion of its portfolio in Israeli companies than even other Big Five banks in Canada, betraying an ideological commitment to Zionism, including in a virulently anti-Palestinian Facebook profile that Fingold has, which was locked after The Intercept reported on it. By mid-2024, as a result of rolling actions and pressure by artists and by people across sectors in Canada working on this campaign, Scotiabank had cut their original stake in Elbit by over half, representing a total divestment of around $329 million US dollars since October 2023. Scotiabank claimed that the decision was unaffected by external pressure, but even Elbit's CEO attributed falling stock prices to the work of pressure campaigns in Canada. That summer, organizing against the Giller Prize also ramped up with an official boycott, expanding the campaign to target not only Scotiabank, but the Giller's other two sponsors as well, Indigo Books and the Azrieli Foundation. And just to reiterate quickly, Indigo CEO Heather Reisman, along with her husband Gerald Schwartz, is the founder of the Hessig Foundation, which provides financial incentives to lone soldiers to join the IOF. They're also the only substantial donors to the foundation and have provided over $185 million to it over the years. The Azrieli Foundation is the charitable wing of a real estate empire with past and present activity in illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, including through investments in Bank Leumi, a number of Israeli universities, Honest Reporting Canada, and far-right Zionist group Im Tirtzu, an organization that was involved in blocking aid to Gaza. David Azrieli, the founder of both the Azrieli Group and the Foundation in both Israel and Canada, was part of the notorious paramilitary Haganah group during the 1948 Nakba. The group Artists Against Art Washing, which is part of the Norms in the Arts campaign, has initiated several efforts targeting the Israeli Foundation through institutions that they sponsor, including the Toronto Arts Foundation, which receives funding from them for its Breakthrough Artist Award, and Canadian Stage, which receives funding for its production of Dream at High Park. These efforts have forced the Israeli Foundation to respond to the media for the first time in recent history, even as leadership at these arts organizations repeatedly dismiss concerns and continue to link artists' work to the death and displacement of Palestinians. These responses to the campaign across mainstream media and structures of policing and repression, and by the figureheads of these organizations, have revealed the deep ideological and financial entanglement between Canada's cultural institutions and a Zionist elite. In the first year after Al-Aqsa flood, 16 of the 92 arrests in Toronto related to Palestine solidarity organizing took place in the literary sector. And I know not 1 in 5 people organizing for Palestinian liberation is a writer. This includes the Indigo 11 who were arrested, men in front of their families and children in the middle of the night in violent raids for allegedly posting windows at an Indigo location in downtown Toronto. Later, the breach reported that Heather Eastman had made a personal phone call to the Toronto Chief of Police. Giller Executive Director Ilana Rabinovich was seen by witnesses who were at the disruption in November 2023, berating police into charging the protesters. In an exclusive interview in Toronto Life called "You Cannot Achieve Peace in the Middle East by Destroying a Literary Arts Organization," Ilana Rabinovich was allowed to spread smears and falsehoods, including denying attempts at censorship and at speaking with police at that very disruption. She said, quote, "I have no knowledge of whether there are charges or whom the charges were laid against," which is clearly a blatant lie. Ironically, Conrad Black also published a screed against the Giller boycott in the National Post, arguing that the Giller, quote, "must not cave to terror-supporting elites." This is why many artists and cultural workers have celebrated as wins the severing of our arts institutions from any sponsors complicit in supporting Israel, including the Giller Prize and Hot Docs, both of which publicly have ended their partnerships with Scotiabank. But while many people both inside and outside of our campaign have latched onto Scotiabank as a prominent target, it would be a mistake to focus only on them or on any other corporate sponsor as a target of the Norms in the Arts campaign, in part because a decline in corporate art sponsorship has been happening over the last decade, which means that the leverage we have as artists over these sponsors is also lessening. But more importantly, because it would be a misunderstanding of how Zionist institutions with direct connections to Israel wield cultural production and cultural industries in Canada to fuel and enable Israel's settler colonial regime. It's not just that conditions of austerity and precarity make arts institutions and individual artists reliant on a system of funding, manufactured competition, prize culture, and granting, where they feel beholden to sponsors, or where it's taken for granted that the richer the prize, the more meaningful it is to artists and the arts sector. But more fundamentally, it's that private Zionist money is used for cultural laundering across every sector of Canada's arts and culture industries to legitimate Zionism as a political project. This looks like Heather Eastman marketing Indigo as a local bookstore with the hyper-Canadian identity, even as Indigo's monopolistic grip on the book industry has devastated independent publishing and bookselling. This looks like Eastman promoting a benignly branded love of reading at the same time as using her position of influence to suppress protest against the Hessig Foundation and set a precedent for policing such acts as hate crime investigations. She has positioned herself as a Sarah Jessica Parker-like influencer within Canadian literature, highlighting authors via Heather's picks, stickers, podcasts, and public events in a way that's unique, even compared to the CEOs of other book monopolies. This also looks like Ilana Rabinovich and Giller organizers warning 2024 winner Sarah Bernstein that audience questions about Palestine would be edited out of her online events, and publicly and privately harassing authors who have spoken out about the Gillers' complicity in genocide, evading transparency about the Gillers' financial ties for multiple years. This looks like Toronto Arts Foundation Director Kelly Langard refusing to sever the Toronto Arts Foundation's relationship with Azrieli, saying they do not want to create a future precedent for other similar divestments. For decades, as has been discussed earlier today, Canadian charities have been used as a tool to funnel material and political support to Israel, and this includes arts sponsors like the Hesed Foundation through Indigo Books and the Israeli Foundation, which directs about 13% of its annual giving to the arts, largely in performance arts and classical music and opera. Our labor is conscripted through these institutions as artists to launder their reputations, obscuring their genocidal ties and repackaging them as benevolent sponsors, even inextricable and necessary in the Canadian arts and charitable landscape. We're also seeing the widespread normalization of Zionism in the cultural landscape after the so-called ceasefire, despite numerous violations of the agreement by Israel and its unabashed continuation of genocide with impunity. Festivals like the Vancouver Writers Festival are platforming journalist and writer Marsha Liederman on the promotional tour of her ideologically Zionist and factually inaccurate book, October 7th, Searching for the Humanitarian Middle, in an attempt to equalize, quote unquote, both sides, which Samira and Mary have spoken about and dismantled very thoroughly. The film director, Barry Avrich, who was on the board of Hot Docs until 2024, and is also the executive producer of the annual live Giller Gala broadcast, continues publicity and touring for his Zionist propaganda film, The Road Between Us, about a retired IOF general and his family. This film won the 2025 Toronto International Film Festival People's Choice Award, despite public pressure to have it pulled from the festival. These are just some of the structural factors and cultural factors in ways in which the cultural institutions in Canada are complicit in this genocide. And these are some of the fronts on which our campaign is working. As artists, we're often taught to see ourselves as individuals in competition with each other, isolated in both our creative practices and the conditions of scarcity and precarity and austerity under which we make work. But to build an anti-Zionist cultural front capable of fighting back against Zionist capture of our cultural institutions in every sector, we have to recondition ourselves to see ourselves as part of a collective, to understand artists as workers and cultural boycotts as labor actions through which we can garner real material leverage and find meaning in collective power. Israel has long chosen the arts as an ideological battleground over which to wage a struggle over its image and reputation. As artists and cultural workers in the heart of empire, the least we can do is fight back against Zionism wherever its influence rears its head in our own industries, to align ourselves with the resistance and not to cede this ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jody, and all our witnesses in this final session of testimonies on the involvement and complicity of these institutions, which so often represent themselves as simply benign soft power. Now, as we close this session of the Palestine Tribunal, I would invite our elders to make some final reflections on the testimonies that they have heard in conversation with some of our Palestinian witnesses who we heard testifying earlier, Ghada Ageel, Suleiman Baraka. And we will begin, as we move into this final phase of the tribunal, with some poetry readings from Indigenous Elder Albert Dumont and our beloved professor, Dr. Richard Falk. Albert Dumont, please. Oh, sorry, can I just... Sorry, I didn't realize that Ahmed Abu Ful was online with us as well. Ahmed, hello. Ahmed will also be joining us for some reflections in this final session. But please, Elder Albert Dumont.
Everything that Canada is doing in aiding and abetting a genocide goes against what this flag is supposed to stand for. and that's shameful. I've been taking notes and writing the draft of a poem. I call it War Crimes. Israel has gone too far. Every drop of blood shed by a Palestinian child, every arm or leg amputated from a child's body, every child whose body decays under the rubble of Gaza, every child killed by IOF sniper fire confirms that Israel has gone too far. Children dead now because of the sin of having the wrong skin color, dead because of the outrage of being indigenous, dead because of the crime of being impoverished, dead because of the cowardice of world leaders. Gentle Turtle Island sinks into her shell, unable to hear, unable to bear witnessing the role Canada plays in the slaughtering of innocent children. On a sleepless night, I see a monument in Ottawa standing in honor of Palestinian children killed in Gaza by Canadian-made weaponry. Canada's support of Palestine's genocide is the best money can buy. Such is the power of money. A survivor of the a survivor of the Armenian genocide told me this many years ago. He said, "You know who your masters are when you fear offending them, when you fear criticizing them." I'll repeat that. You know who your masters are when you fear criticizing them, when you fear offending them. A survivor of a genocide said that. I want everybody here to understand something about me. As a man and as a human being, I fear no man. I fear no political force. I fear no military power. I might fear what a military force could do because of the concerns I have for my family. But myself, I'm not afraid. Human rights activism, and it's normal and natural to care about human beings regardless of their skin color, regardless of their culture. If there's a human being oppressed somewhere on this planet, we should all care about it and be ready to make a defense on their behalf of whoever's being oppressed. I renounce war crimes.
It's been a great pleasure and privilege to participate in this event of the past 2 days. Despite my continuous connection with the ordeal of the Palestinian people, this has been an important learning experience for all of us, I think, no matter how much we have endured and how much the Palestinian people have suffered and are still suffering. And it's important to keep in mind that the Trump fake diplomacy may have taken the eyes of the mainstream off the continuation of the genocide. But an event, a tribunal of this sort, exposes us to the unspeakable continuing truths. I should warn you that I'm not a poet, but I write poetry in the face of the unspeakable. I wrote this poem with this tribunal in mind a few days ago when I was younger.
Before you were a famous anti-Semite.
No, that was long ago. I was much younger. I gave it the title, Voices of Global Conscience. What firepower? Question. At this time, blood flows, words flow. The righteous speak truth, while the evil doers cover their lies with defamatory diversions and lethal acts, distracting us from fighting fire with fire, truth criminalized, lies canonized. Law matters, ethics matters, spirituality matters. If we look with a steady gaze, we learn that Gaza's wasteland of suffering has become our struggle. Those among us who can live with genocide are losing the long game. In defeat, persecuting the truth tellers, often martyrs steadfast, awaiting the knives of hate. Even birds are free to flee wastelands of captivity. Colonial, limitless horizons, and we who stand in shock do not submit or relent, cheered by glimmers of light. Israel, now the guardian pariah of the West, even now funded, coddled, weaponized, the warped acts of liberal democracies. Whatever we are told to believe, we need only eyes and ears to know genocide continues. Vultures drawn by death's stench. As the sun sets on this spectacle of atrocity, there is hope. The people are acting with a politics of empathy, not only liberation for the oppressed, defeat for the oppressor, and yet the path forward remains blocked. Thank you.
And now, closing reflections from our panel of eminent elders and Palestinian witnesses on what reparations and justice would require. Perhaps we can start with Ellen Gabriel. Oh, no, sorry. We're not supposed to start with Gabriel. Perhaps we can start with Marie Fanon.
First of all, I would like thanks. Oh, sorry. First of all, I would like thanks organizer for this very interesting and intense tribunal moment, and all the people who attend or not attend also to participate, all the people who participate to this tribunal. And it was, of course, as Richard mentioned, a privilege and an honor for me to be part of, because I am the only one from France. But I know France and Canada have very good relationship. And maybe it's allow us to see how we can make a campaign against France and Canadian together, because they act exactly the same way. And if I tell you what they are doing with certain project with Israel, it is exactly what the people mention, with the same consequences for Palestinian people, of course. I will read what I wrote. It's better. Of course, I have some question about legal aspect, but I will be with touch with you and ask directly, like that you can communicate with certain jurists we heard this morning. More generally, there is some consequences for humanity regarding the ongoing genocide. We have to accept officially the human rights approach is based on double standard, depending on how you are apprehended by the capitalist and racist power, white dominating being and red shirts non-being, a way to dehumanize a large part of humanity. Therefore, if we want to go towards to rehumanize the humanity, we have no other option to speak to the basic issue of the struggle for truth, justice, and just and political peace in the world. If I may, I would say we have to take the Fanonian route of understanding decolonization as a collective struggle within which rehumanization takes place, which makes decoloniality appear neither as an option nor as merely an intellectual perspective, but as multi-layered strategic and collective combat. And I would like to end by make some relation between Palestine and what it happens to Haiti. I think there is a lot of similarity. Haiti is under occupation. Breaking is a sovereignty since years, decade and decade. And Haiti is paying the price to be the first people free for enslavement, and also to have built the first Black Republic. And until now, they are paying the price. And if you see the situation in Palestine, they pay the price to be on their land, their territory. But this territory was given by international communities. That's why I think also we have to be very strong against international community, because it's not only Canada who fail in terms of international responsibility. It's all this international community, knowing exactly what was going on in Gaza Strip during the first days of the genocide, not genocide, because the genocide is going on still since more than 70 years. And they did not assume their international responsibility. Even African states, even Asiatic states, I think, and it is exactly the same thing with Haiti, because all this, and particularly also France, Canada, are part of the core group for Haiti. And they ask for more, they ask to the UN for more military intervention, and it is planned for the next month. And I think maybe we have also to think about similarities between these two situations of violating what we could call international law and international humanitarian law. But really, thank you for your presentation. The emotion also you share with us, and your life, particularly for Palestinian people who were still in Gaza, to share your life and to share your loss and your loved ones. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie Fanon. Sheila Day.
I feel so humble. I want to say, as Mireille has, thank you. Can you not hear me? Okay. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone. I'm so impressed and touched by everything I've heard. I want to say thank you for all of the families in Palestine and now in Canada who have spoken to us, for everyone who is fighting, who is trying to understand, who is trying to grasp, who is trying to stand up against this terrible human catastrophe that's happening. I feel so strongly that the Canada we want is the Canada that must acknowledge its complicity and change completely. And one of the problems that we have had, one of the ones who struggle all the time, is the huge gap between what Canada says it believes in and what it does. And so we say we espouse human rights, we say it over and over again, and we talk to other countries as though they should behave like us. But we are not living up to the commitments that we've made, and they are so important and so basic and so profound. And so we are at an incredibly important moment, I think, for Canada. We're at an incredibly important moment. We're at a catastrophic moment for Palestine. We're at an incredibly important moment for Canada. We're at a brink moment for the world in terms of our upholding human rights and our applying them universally and our seeing the dignity of everyone. So I think this is extraordinarily important. We have to do all the things that people have told us: an arms embargo, stop trade, change our diplomatic relations, acknowledge our complicity. We also have to think about what is being said to us about the next phase. We have to start speaking up very clearly. Canada needs to start speaking up very clearly about Trump's proposal for the next phase. This cannot be. There has to be something that's profoundly based in the self-determination of the Palestinian people, in their actual local daily involvement in the making of the next phase. And Canada has to support that in every way possible. I've learned from Indigenous peoples, and I hope Ellen will say a lot about this, that a genocide is a slow moving process, right? It's not something confined to the last 2 years, although it's only in that time that we've started talking about Palestine as a genocide. A genocide is long, decades long, slow moving. Canada's has been, we know about this. We're doing it. We're still in it. And in the genocide of Indigenous peoples. And we need to be truthful, as our writers and media people have said to us, be truthful about who we are and what we actually know and what we need to contribute, therefore, to rectifying this. I hope that we can. All of my senses about what's important for people in the world, for people in Palestine, for Canada, for everyone, is rooted in that. So I want to think like a Palestinian child. I want all of us to think like Palestinian children. Think, what is the future? How do we make something that we can really construct, that we all want to live in? Thanks.
Khalid Abu al-Fadl.
There are a lot of thoughts. I can't help but, get the same feeling of what is it in the soul of the West that has created a clear pattern and practice of dehumanizing the other. Because when you watch the level of complicity, in this case of Canadian complicity with the genociding of others, you can't help but recall that this is a pattern in history where indigenous cultures are obliterated, replaced, degraded, canceled. And there is an illness that marks the entire civilization brought forward by the West. And at the same time that I think of that, at the same time, I can't help but think, what disease has infected, in this case, the Arab and Muslim heart, that enables us to so willingly be subjugated and so willingly be dehumanized. We all know that this genocide would have been impossible, but for the complicity, not just of Canada, but the complicity of Saudi Arabia, of the Emirates, of Egypt, of Jordan. In the case of Egypt is an active, from a legal point of view, an active, direct co-conspirator in a genocide. It's not even complicity, it's an actual criminal conspiracy. So there is an infectious disease. Law aids the construction of moral order, but it can never establish it in the sense of create it. Law is is rarely, it can aid, it can help morality, but it cannot find, it doesn't find morality, it doesn't invent morality. And I think it is, we can't keep just trusting the legal order that was founded after World War II and think, you know, what is it? The definition of insanity is that you keep doing the same thing and expect different results. Well, you know, as an Arab, as a Muslim, since World War II, I wasn't alive at the end of World War II, but constructively alive, let's say. That's a legal concept. But from an Arab and a Muslim perspective, we've been screwed by international law in every way imaginable. And how the hell do we keep expecting? I mean, I grew up hearing Arabs and Muslims always talking about Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Charter, our right to self-determination, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, it's all bullshit. It's the same jargon, never a different result. It's always the same shit. So I don't believe in international law anymore. I'm a law professor, and I teach public international law and I teach international human rights. But I lost, you know, I said in a lecture once, I feel like a priest who lost his faith. No, we need to rethink this legal order. There's a lot that needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Ellen Gabriel.
Conwarado Kajokwa. Now as it is Kungarawi Kisa when Sarate. The Tinwarado and a Sungoya Titsuti. No hota, I want you what Kanisa on and a ga, yet Nistan Hunza. The Tinwarado on in a hota Rungawis, no hota and a yet Nistan Hunza. In Kiawis, the Oya when he said, I want you gonna get it, and the Tinwarado and a quack to the water. The Tinwarado and an on in a got substancer so yera. Gatitzakos ne yujats tanu ganyoto, Ganyakahaga Gando, that tanu gana sadaga aganagare. Speaking my language is a form of resistance, a resistance that has been going on for over 500 years. The genocide of the Americas is the longest running genocide in the world. Yet it is never spoken about by scholars. In fact, at a genocide conference at McGill University around 2003, one of the organizers had asked me to attend. I was working at First People's House. And I said, you know, they're talking about genocides, but they're not talking about the genocide of our people, of indigenous people in the Americas. And she said, if you talk about that, you will be laughed at. So the dehumanization at the academia continues. And I want to thank everybody who has presented, especially in particular, the witnesses from Gaza who have told us about their stories and their pain and the suffering. And I want to express my condolences. I want to thank the students for being the conscience of society, for telling their elders that they are not doing their jobs, that they are hypocrites. I want to thank them for their courage and their bravery, for standing up against fascism and white supremacy, because this is what it is about. The United Nations has a fine words on paper, And I agree with my fellow elder here, Khaled, who has talked about, I guess, the disappointment of the United Nations. United Nations has opened the door for Indigenous peoples, but we are getting a lot of resistance and furthering our rights. For me, the law that is most important is Mother Earth's law. In our philosophies, in our constitution, which has survived colonization, we talk about everything that we do today is for the faces not yet born. And they are looking up at us from the earth, because we are all from the earth. We contain her DNA. We contain the water's DNA. In fact, the DNA that's inside of us is also in trees and the stars. And it's that realization of our place in this universe that has been forgotten. The dehumanization of Indigenous people, and when I say Indigenous people, I include Palestinians. The dehumanization is necessary for colonization to succeed, to divide and conquer, to silence the voices using violence. Canada is no different than Israel in how it's treated Indigenous people. Canada continues colonization. It is not a thing of the past. And so when I see Palestinians, and I think it was this week or last week, I saw a young boy in Gaza talking about, you can send all your military towards us. You can do what you like to us, but this will always be our land. And it's these old souls who are young children, who are teaching us what resilience is about, who are teaching us about what is really important. You know, from the media to universities, institutions who have been complicit in this genocide, they should be held accountable for what they are doing. Not when this is over, because we don't know when that's going to end, but now, today, yesterday, they should be held accountable. Take away all their licenses, because they are not doing an adequate job. They have never done an adequate job. In fact, CBC took off the comments section for Indigenous stories because there was so much racism in Canada against Indigenous people. We are still the disposable people. And so when I see Palestine and what is happening there, I see our people. I see Indigenous people and our struggles, our centuries-old struggles to protect our lands, to protect our peoples. I see them, and I see them in us, that we are fighting the most fearful people in the world. Because if you have to buy the loyalty of people, then it's not real loyalty. It's coercion. And then the continuation of the dehumanization must end. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, it'll be 10 years next month. How much of those 98 calls to action do you think have been fulfilled by Canada? As the Yellowhead Institute has said, Canada has been an unwilling partner in reconciliation. They don't want reconciliation because that would mean we'd get our land back. And then we would welcome those Palestinians if they wanted to come to Turtle Island, and we would welcome them, regardless of what the Minister of Immigration says. We are spiritual beings, as Richard Falk had mentioned at the beginning of this. And I was very happy to hear that, because as spiritual beings, we recognize the humanity of others. And when we lose that spiritual understanding, we lose ourselves in the dehumanization of others. I hope that Canada will live up to its self-proclaimed human rights advocacy. I hope that we will see a free Palestine in my lifetime. I hope that we can visit Palestine, a free Palestine, and go with the farmers as they pick olives, to dance with them, because we are talking about the pain and suffering, and we have ignored the richness of that culture that has allowed them to sustain themselves and to sustain who they are as Palestinian people, a people with a right to defend itself, a right to defend its homelands, a right to defend everything that is precious to them. And for those of you who have spoken here today, I thank you. And I wish that all of Canada could have been listening to hear the truth, because the truth is the biggest threat to these colonizers. Just as the truth of Canada's genocide and the United States genocide against Indigenous peoples is not even spoken about. And it wasn't just Canada, it was Great Britain, it was Spain, it was Portugal. And in contemporary times, it's all the countries of the world coming to Turtle Island to take our resources and contaminate our land so that future generations will not be able to enjoy that. And that's what we need to think about. What kind of world do we want future generations, those faces that are looking up at us and one day will be born, what are we going to say to them? We have to say, we thought of you because someone thought about us in previous generations so that we could get to this point where we are today. So in our language, we say, Skana atitawa nuni yungwani gura. We bring our minds together so that we have one heart and one mind that is fighting this oppression. So nyoko to the organizers, nyoko to everybody, that means thank you, a big thank you. Skana, peace, Tonigawana, these are my words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen Gaver. Inshallah. Thank you. Well, as we move towards closing at 5:45, we'll have our final reflections from elders and our Palestinian witnesses. Albert, Elder Albert, did you want to say something else, or you've already said what you wanted to with your poem? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Albert. Dr. Atif Kubursi, some final thoughts.
Thank you very much. This has been a formidable tribunal. The witnesses gave testimonies that were very compelling, genuine, heart-wrenching. Speakers' presentations were informative, courageous, and professional. There was a bit of a disconnect because the people who spoke about their pain from Gaza felt they were alone. But today, you proved in this tribunal that our humanity is indivisible and that we are with them and that we will remain with them and their pain is our pain. And I believe that to a great extent, with the exception of some complicit governments and spineless universities and racist corporate media, the people of the world have been awakened to the reality of the suffering of the Palestinians. The daily protestations, the 3 million people in Sydney, the millions in Italy, Spain, every place, it shows that the Palestinian issue is no longer in the back burner of history, but on the front burner. It's one of the major issues that humanity now is concerned with. I'd like to add very quickly, and I know time is very precious, that this genocide is not just purely about the Zionist genocide and the erasing of the other and occupying their land. It is ultimately, it's about oil, it's about gas, it is about canals, the Ben Gurion to replace the Suez Canal. It is about the trade route to replace the Silk Road so that India comes in instead of China, the game that the Americans playing. It's about selling weapons. It's about demonstrating the surveillance technology to bring markets. It is absolutely necessary that we put an economic cause on the colonizers and those who are peddling their interests and their material economic interests at the expense of human life and about our dignity and our survival. Israel has gotten away with total impunity. When was it? Israel has been from the 1948 onward, from the Nakba that did not end, going on a rampage, destroying around it in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Gaza, in every single place, Iran. When did it pay a penny for it? Israel is a rich country, $450 billion GDP, a per capita income, especially if you exclude the Palestinians who are at the margin of living. The per capita income is probably higher than European or American standards. This is the time where we have to exact a price. We have to put a transaction cost. Economics is built on the fact that if you do not exact the right price, if you don't raise the cost, you give people incentives to go and carry on their plans of destruction and rampages and occupying other land. Canada has to immediately abrogate CEFTA, the Canadian-Israel Free Trade Agreement. Canada has immediately to be on the side of people making sure that Israel pays for its destruction, that who destroys has to pay. If they don't have the economic penalties that would make their transaction costs higher, so they do not go on a rampage as usual. The other thing is, to what extent are we really going to prevent Israel from using the Levant bases, which is now 122 trillion cubic feet of gas, 17 billion barrels of oil, and trying to present itself as a replacement for Europe of Russia and others, and taking in the process whatever price and whatever price that they can get from Gaza. Gaza's gas and oil is no longer Gaza's. They have already expropriated it. We have to stop this complete, absolute colonial advantage that's getting it. And when it comes to the UN, I served on the Coherence Committee. One thing we need, if you want to rehabilitate the UN to become the kind of organization that we aspire it to be the only institution that has it's in mandate peace. We have to remove this stupid, absolute nonsense of a veto power. The majority, this is totally undemocratic. We want to democratize the UN so that it speaks in the name of the majority of people. And we can't do it, and we should do it. Thank you.
Professor Kamari Clark.
Thank you, Aziza. And can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All right, thanks. Of course, thank you, Aziza, to the organizers, to the elders amongst us, to all of the participants, and to Palestinians who have shown us bravery and commitment. As we come to the close of the tribunal, it's important to remember that we are not ending here. We have simply joined for a brief moment a much longer struggle against the pain of violence and inequality in Gaza and all of Palestine. And of course, it's a struggle that began long before we gathered here and will continue long after we leave. We opened yesterday with Elder Albert Dumont grounding us on this indigenous land, reminding us that the violence in Palestine is not an isolated tragedy, but deeply, deeply connected to the ongoing realities of settler colonialism here in Canada. And of course, that grounding matters. It tells us what we've heard about Gaza is not just over there. It lives in legal doctrines and economic interests, in racial logics that structure our own society right here. Over the past 2 days, Palestine has not been a distant geography, but a place made present in this room and in online as we share and converse and engage through testimony and witness. We began, of course, with the Bseisos and Ghada Ageel, with Palestinian voices that refuse to let Gaza be reduced to statistics or to abstractions. And of course, they reminded us that beneath every legal term and policy document are actual families, our children, our communities, our pain, our hurt is in fact lost. We heard of the types of genocide, medicide, famicide, scholasticide, ecocide, the calculated use of precise and mass violence, targeted assassinations, torture, the unchilding of Palestinian children. On the level of the legal, our legal experts helped us to confront the limits of and possibilities of law. We heard about the International Court of Justice, the obligations of third states, and the evolving law of genocide, and of course, human rights. And we were reminded that law indeed is not neutral. It can be a shield or a weapon, but we're reminded that law is, in fact, the end result of politics, and that it is politics, our colleague told us, that will be the source fundamentally of our emancipation. It's clear today that the question before us has never been only about what does the law allow, but also what does justice require of us, and who should and does the law currently serve. We turn to Canadian history, not as a footnote, but in fact as a central site of responsibility. And it's here that we enter, that I enter, that my colleagues enter. We learned about how Canada has enabled the settler colonization of Palestine politically, diplomatically, economically, how this complicity is rooted in Canada's own history of dispossession. Of course, residential schools, reserves, and ongoing theft of indigenous lands. And the violence in Gaza is inseparable from the longer histories of empire, racial hierarchy, and land theft, in which Canada, of course, is also deeply implicated. And of course, we examined this complicity today in greater detail. We heard about the arms transfers and foreign fighters and weapons exported from here and imported from Israel. In relation to immigration, refugee blocks, families torn apart by visa regimes, Palestinians stranded in danger, while Canadian policies insist on delay and suspicion and bureaucratic cruelty. Today was the story of the universities, spoken loud and clear by our students, by our colleagues, by our those who are extensions of us. Our media institutions, I think the bravery of our colleagues here in Canada and elsewhere who have refused to collaborate in the use of media tools as a form of subordination. And in all it's really the courage of Palestinians that has struck me deeply. Throughout, Palestinians who have been part of this story and who have been represented by those who have been part of us today have shown enormous courage. They have insisted that we look directly at what is happening, at the bodies, at the rubble, the mass graves, the starving children, the archives, the silenced journalists, the criminalization of protest, the students facing expulsion. They have insisted that we look directly at ourselves, at our institutions, our governments, and the forms of safety and comfort that are often purchased at the expense of Palestinian lives. And so as we wrap up, I I want to say with my colleagues and on behalf of all of us that we see that pain and feel that. We see the inequity in Gaza, and we see not only the pain of bombs and bullets, but you've made clear today that it's also a pain of knowing that others watch and turn away. It's the pain of seeing legal norms invoked selectively, and the pain of seeing young people described as shields, human shields, rather than human beings. And of course, we see the pain of hearing your grief debated as though it were hypothetical, and the pain of abandonment and dehumanization. And we hear you that Canada is not outside of that pain and outside of that story. And even alongside that, as I wrap up, I think about the insistence on life, the first story and the quest for life, to live at all costs, to sell the family business, to sell everything to maintain life of a child. We have heard of doctors continuing to treat patients in unimaginable conditions and teachers trying to hold lessons amid the ruins, and of families insisting on searching for dismembered parts of human bodies and mourning their dead as they hold on to all that is a remnant of those family members. And so as we end this final session, I guess the question we're faced with is, what would reparation actually entail? For many of us who will also send our report in, we know that reparations is not just about money or symbolic gestures, and our Palestinian sisters and brothers demand a transformation of structures that made this violence possible. And so this tribunal on its own cannot stop those bombs or end the siege on its own. But what this tribunal has shown us, and it certainly has shown me, is that it can refuse the silence. It can refuse the pretense that Canada is innocent or neutral. It can help to build a public record that will outlast the news cycle and stand as evidence. And it is evidence not only of what has been done to Palestinians, but also what Canada chose to do or refused to do in the face of that knowledge. And so I leave here knowing that our responsibility and my responsibility in leaving this space is to refuse to return to the normal. We have heard too much to pretend that we don't know and we haven't heard. And in fact, that makes all of us answerable. And so in many ways, as we end this tribunal, it's an invitation to act in our institutions, our professions, our communities, to amplify voices, Palestinian voices in particular, and demands. And of course, on our part, for those of us who are here in this country, to insist that Canada's responsibilities be named, confronted, and transformed. And of course, to join the longer interconnected struggles for decolonization, liberation, and justice. So thank you to all who testified, all who organized, and all who bore witness. To the Palestinians among us, to our Indigenous sisters and brothers, thank you. May we be worthy of what we have heard today.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kamari Clark. Now, unlike in a colonial legal proceeding, we wanted to end with the voices who are usually given no right of reply, those who have suffered the violence, who are so often represented as voiceless victims. We'll start with some short reflections on what reparation would entail from Ahmed. Are you there? Yes, so short closing reflections from Ahmed, Nadera, and Ghada.
Yes, thank you very much, Aziza, and to the eminent elders and all colleagues who participated in this important tribunal. It is absolutely an honor to address you not only as a legal expert, but also as a witness to a moment of profound historical clarity. This genocide is not a moment of apparition, rather, it's a continuation of a settler colonial structure designed to eliminate the indigenous Palestinian people from their ancestral land. The Zionist settler colonial project in Palestine is a project that is Western in origin, racist in its logic, expansionist in its design, inherently genocidal and rooted in racial hierarchies as manifested by its practices and policies. Canada is by no means a bystander. Rather, it has been and continues to be an enabler, a facilitator, and a beneficiary of this colonial regime. As I was asked to focus on what justice and reparation would entail in this context, I intend to set out briefly what reparations must mean when a settler state is complicit in a genocide committed by another settler state. I will also argue why this tribunal must center indigenous victims, survivors, epistemologies, and understanding of justice, which exceeds the narrow confines of Western legalism. It has been thoroughly outlined throughout the past 2 days by colleagues how Canada's legal responsibility is a direct outcome of its breaches of international and domestic law. In international law, reparations are not charity. They are the legal binding consequence of internationally wrongful acts committed by states, including genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions. A foundational point is that reparations are not simply about compensatory payments as an outcome of a reparation order from a specific tribunal. The reparation framework in international law clearly sets principles and practices requiring a state that commits such wrongful act to provide full reparation for the injury caused, which is intended to be adequate, effective, prompt, and proportional to the gravity of the harm suffered. Consequently, eloquently articulated by the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory since 1967, Francesca Albanese, in her latest report, Gaza Genocide, a Collective Crime, she states, while justice must involve criminal trials, whether in international or domestic courts, accountability extends beyond prosecutions to include reparations, restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition by Israel and third states that have supported its crimes. The power structure that enabled these heinous crimes must be dismantled, and the international justice system shows the way to do it. This, of course, applies to Canada. Canada's responsibility in relation to the situation in Palestine and in relation to Israel's genocide includes restitution, which requires it, as far as possible, to restore the condition that existed before its contribution to Israeli crimes. This would primarily take the form of immediately seizing all conduct contributing to the genocide and the illegal occupation, including halting arms transfers, intelligence sharing, and all forms of assistance that enable the commission of the illegal acts, including genocide. Without exception, without delay, Canada must publicly affirm and materially support the full Palestinian sovereignty, the Palestinian right to self-determination, and the right of all refugees to return to their homes and villages from which they were ethnically cleansed, whether in the course of the past 2 years in this genocide or historically since 1948. Palestinians have a right to return to their homes and villages as any indigenous people ethnically cleansed by their colonizers. Canada must also contribute to the restitution of land seized by Israel, assisted by Canada since 1948 and including in 1967 and other expansions of the Israeli colonial regime. Restitution is the primary form of reparation in international law. Compensation is secondary and never a substitute. In this regard, as obviously restitution would never be sufficient. How do you basically apply restitution in a situation of genocide? Therefore, Canada would also owe financial compensation for the measurable damage caused by its complicity. This should also include compensation to Palestinian victims, many of whom we heard in the past 2 days, or to the competent authorities for the loss of life, injuries, destruction of property, economic loss, de-development, and humanitarian impact. Canada must contribute to a Palestinian-led reconstruction and reparation fund, but compensations, once again, cannot replace structural changes and land repatriation or recognition of indigenous sovereignty. The Western practice of quantifying genocide as though a mass death has a calculable market value must be rejected, and the current tribunal should not follow the same approach. As for rehabilitation, Canada would also be responsible to support and fund medical, psychological, social, and legal rehabilitation for affected Palestinian victims and their communities, especially where its conduct contributed to the harm caused to them. As for satisfaction will need to include acknowledgement of responsibility, formal apologies, public disclosure of relevant information, especially regarding arms export and intelligence cooperation. Canada one day probably will have to build memorials for Palestinian victims in their public square to be a living memory for the complicity of their leaders who have blood on their hand, blood of Palestinian children all over their hands. The Canadian state apology must explicitly name its complicity in the genocide in the Gaza Strip, its historical and ongoing alignment with the Zionist settler colonial regime, its own settler colonial genocide against indigenous people. Truth must be spoken in the language of the victims, not filtered through neo-colonial euphemisms. As for guarantees of non-repetition, Canada would also need to adopt an institutional, legal, and policy reforms to ensure it does not support in any way or form or contribute to crimes of similar characteristics in the future, whether against Palestinian people or any people for that matter. This may include strengthening their arms exports control, ensuring a rigorous genocide risk assessment, revising their foreign policy decision-making structures, and reforming Canada's diplomatic protocols, and ensuring criminal accountability for their officials or corporations involved in the assistance of the commission of atrocity crimes. Let me be clear, reparations must be, as it has been said, must be transformative, not transactional. Western legal tradition have long attempted to reduce atrocity reparation to a quantifiable damage, an attempt to put a price on genocide, to monetize the unmonetizable, to convert civilizational destruction into financial settlement. This approach is deeply inadequate to address the reparation of the crime, like that of genocide or other crimes of a settler colonial regime. Indigenous people have repeatedly rejected reparations that ignore their rights of determination and sovereignty or acknowledge the suffering that has been caused to them or their rights, especially the right to self-determination and return. Examples of this are abundance, especially the situation in Germany and Namibia, and Germany's attempt to only provide compensation without even recognition or acknowledgement of the historical misconduct and genocide committed against the Namibian population. I want to conclude with this idea that reparation must address not only the action, but the ideological architecture of the harm. Zionism, born from the 19th century European racial thought and racial hierarchies, constitute a Western settler colonial ideology that is, in all honesty, not very different to that of the settlers who came to Canada and committed the same horrific crimes against the indigenous population. That ideology in Palestine, it poses Jewish exceptional sovereignty over Palestine with complete disregard of Palestinian rights. It requires the removal and elimination and subjugation of the Palestinian indigenous population. It uses law, violence, and narrative to control and mask dispossession as security and genocide as self
defense, as preposterous as this may sound. Like all settler colonial ideologies, from the US Manifest Destiny to the Canadian Terra Nullius, Zionism is inherently expansionist, eliminatory, and incompatible with indigenous tradition and need to survive in their ancestral land. Reparation must recognize this ideological dimension and commit to dismantling this structure that sustains it. And in that regard, allow me just to say, as a Palestinian who was born and raised in Gaza, survived 3 wars myself, lost over 80 members of my family in the past 80 years. I just want to say this to the indigenous people of Canada and all around the world. From you is where we get our strength. Indigenous people around the world are united in their common connection to the land, something that is rooted in ways the white man would never even begin to understand, a connection at a spiritual level that is beyond the comprehension of the material colonialist who aims to accumulation of wealth and resources with disregard to that spiritual dimension and connection to the land. This manifests itself clearly in Palestine in settler violence and crimes, not only against Palestinian people, but also against their trees and their land and their animals. Finally, I urge this tribunal.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Ahmed. We're being told by security that we need to leave the room. I'm so sorry, but we do have a section on our website where we can record and post additional testimonies. I'm so sorry we couldn't hear from you, Dr. Nadera, Shalhoub-Kevorkian, Dr. Ghada, Ageel, for our final session. We know this whole tribunal was plagued by delays and technical difficulties, but we will post the videos of your reflections for this final session on the website, together with the other videos and testimonies from this tribunal. So thank you all so much again for joining us. Good night.